Easy enough.
Yeah.
You're live.
Okay. We don't know how to do this, so if you are out there in the internet world, tell us that you can hear us and that you can see us.
They got a hello, Veggie and Joe, so...
Yes, but that could just be that they see us. We don't know that that's...
They can hear us yet?
Right.
That's true. Okay. Can you hear us?
Chatters, can you hear us?
You can see and hear us.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, we're doing it. We're doing it.
Oh, we've made it.
We've made it. Hi, everybody.
It's me, MTGNerdGirl.
And me, also MTGNerdGirl. Today, we'll be telling you what draft chaff you can be adding to your decks instead of cards that are good in Commander.
Yeah, we're going to tell you to take out all the good cards.
Yeah.
To put in the bad cards.
Mm-hmm. You might be able to hear Hammy loudly chewing in the background.
Not even... He's so loud. Like, I hope you can't hear it because it's very loud in my ear.
Yeah. Yeah, you can hear us all pretty solidly. I think we're both loud people, and so the mic is probably like, I think had been cranked, and I turned it down a little bit to start with, but okay. All right, and good. We everybody can see us and hear us both on the Twitch and the YouTube. And now that we've said those two together, both platforms have taken us off the air. Yeah.
I hear you, liquidity.
Yeah.
That's
liquidy. Is that good?
I assume that's bad.
Yeah.
Because it sounds like we're underwater. That sounds bad. How many decks do we have today, Veggie?
We have
Veggie was prepared.
13 decks, which is not the number of decks I was prepared for. But we'll get to that when we get to that.
I was prepared for any number of decks.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Well, here we go. This is how we do it.
Happy International Women's Day. There
we go. Hi, everybody. We are doing the the patron submitted deck techs for Decked Out with our special guest Nerd Girl. Yeah, if this is a thing that you're interested in, then head to the Decked Out Patreon and find the tier that says you get to do this. I don't know what it is because I don't keep track of that, but it's on there. Let's get started.
Yeah, you pay money, we tell you. Or usually Nerd Girl, but I now tell you what to do.
Yeah. Okay. First up, we have this Magar of the Magic Strings. I always say Hidden Strings because the card Hidden Strings. Magar of the Magic Strings, submitted by Kai. We have some specific goals here. We would like to generally keep this deck in the same bracket, same power level, but find some more fun stuff to put in. Many of you may know that this is one of Nerd Girl's signature decks, but this one is certainly built very differently. Magar the Magic Strings is super weird. It is one of the few legal commanders from Unfinity. You can pay 3 mana to reanimate one of your instants or sorceries as a 3/3 creature that casts itself when you hit a player with it.
Yes.
Yes.
This is a weird card. Like, it is such a strange card that could easily have had an acorn instead of the little oval that they put on the bottom, but it doesn't.
Right. This is one of the ones that makes you think where you're like, okay, they can print this, but then they've just shown a bunch of alchemy cards that are just normal cards. They're like, oh, this is alchemy only, can't print that.
No, this is reasonable.
There was one that was just like it was like make a food, put a +1/+1 counter on something, and draw a card.
No,
and it was like alchemy only. Yeah, alchemy only.
We can't do
could
that.
not accomplish this in paper.
In paper, I'm not sure how you can draw a card and make a food in the same turn.
Right. Okay, so we know. Let's just take a quick look through the cards. Professor Onyx, I assume, is in here because of Magecraft. I don't like because all of these are casts when you hit a player. Because you make a copy and then you cast the copy, so it does. Yeah.
Yeah, it triggers Professor Onyx.
Right. Importantly, though, it does also trigger stuff like Gutter Snipe, the Erebor Flamesmith, because sometimes these things are just copy only. But
yeah, but even best of all those cards, like so basically every one of our creatures here except Anger, which is just hasty, is literally we cast a spell, we do damage, and the best one has to be Vial Smasher because we have so many big, giant, silly things that we're going to be casting from our graveyard for nothing, and because the number is going to be 9, it's going to be 10. Vial Smasher is the best card for that.
Right. Well, I mean, you have also second copy of Vial Smasher with Ancient Cellar Spawn because the big difference between this and NerdGirl's build of this deck is that this one wants to cast big honkin' like spell from your graveyard that does big ridiculous thing, and hers is like I want to play like Instructed Staples. I'm gonna play this Lightning Bolt, sure. But yeah, the Cellar Spawn also hits an opponent for the cost of the spell since you're playing it for free.
This one targets though. This one targets. We don't get to go random, which so to reiterate, Vial Smasher is the best one because it goes random, and that's way more fun than choosing.
Yes, because people famously love when you roll dice to see who you attack on your turn.
Hey, I take responsibility when I do that. I say I'm rolling the dice, but
I'm not saying that you do it.
Accept my responsibility.
I'm just saying that is a random thing that people like to do. Well, people that people do, and people do not like that. Okay, the spells. We'll look at them kind of in a chunk. What we have some stuff that generally helps out. We would like to put cards in the graveyard. We would like to remove our opponent's creatures, and also how even Ring Tempt, as long as we can get to 2, is useful. I don't know if there's other Ring Tempt in here, but the second mode on Ring on Tempted by the Ring is loot.
Yeah, we start looting.
Yeah. I assume this is fun card that is in deck cause fun. But yeah, discard stuff. And then we get into we only have what 5 spells up here and only a few more that are like lower costed. This is all just removal. Again, dump cards in the graveyard. Removal. Okay. The big stuff. I love this card because of how terrible it is. This is like the only place you can play it.
Which card? This. What does this do? Sacrifice. I have to read this one. It's one of those ones that I just scroll past when I'm making decks because I know it doesn't work.
Oh yeah, yeah, 10 mana to make one player sacrifice half their permanents.
Okay.
And you can suspend it, and like the dream is your opponents are idiots and don't pay the suspend like delay, and you get to cast it. But here you pitch it in the graveyard and then you try and hit somebody with it. Cool. And if you have Vial Smasher or Cellar Spawn, you also hit an opponent for 10.
See, if I'm talking about cards I love that never get to be played, then we're talking about this card I can't ever pronounce because those aren't real letters in real orders. You
can remove 3 of these and get the correct pronunciation for this. This is pronounced Tysis.
I knew it was. It's because it's like it on paper. It's actually Phthisis.
Yeah.
Which I love this stupid card because it's like talking about a card that costs way too much for what it does. It's like targeted sorcery speed removal for 75 mana.
Yeah.
But they also lose life.
Right. But you're not going to pay 7 mana for it. Instead, you're going to pay 2 and wait 5 turns.
I love the idea of suspend 5 because it's like, how often?
Just wait until next game and you get to play this.
Like, how often is the threat that you need to kill going to be around in 5 turns? It's so good.
Yeah. But here, again, I think this is ideal for this deck that wants to do a silly thing. So it's still not this is still not efficient at all, but the dream is just pitch it, reanimate it, start hitting people for still bad removal, but you know, high cost spell, hee hee.
So everything looks good, right? Like, I'm realizing I can't look to double check if everything looks right.
Looks right what?
Like for the stream.
Oh, I mean we can take a quick look.
That's all. Yeah, well, there you go.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all I needed. I was one of those, like, I just needed a visual, and I'm like, I don't know, is everything good? We're just talking here.
Yeah.
We're talking here.
I mean, what we have other generic big spell, kill all opponents' creatures, make a bunch of zombies, make a bunch of treasures. I think it's funny that the blood for the blood god is pretty convenient here because you can still cast it for pretty cheap, depending, like, if you board wipe or something, or somebody else does, gets it into the graveyard, and then you start casting it, and again, Vial Smasher and stuff sees an 11 cost spell. This also very funny. What an awful card that is exactly what you want here. Drain an opponent for 5. But I think it's reasonable that you get to cast this for 1 to put it into the graveyard for the trap cost. But yeah, we'll come back to these because I have some particular notes. But the artifacts are pretty significant here because you do need your 3/3s to hit.
Yeah, and they are only 3/3s.
They are only 3/3s.
These aren't big, giant creatures that no one's going to be able to block. They don't even have menace. They don't have any evasion.
Right. But the way that we have a couple of artifacts that let you do it. Manifold Key says make something unblockable. Trailblazer's Boots is essentially unblockable. Everybody has a non-basic in play. Thieves' Tools makes your 3-power creature unblockable. Hey, Whispered Silk Cloak, unblockable. Key to the City, discard a card and make something unblockable. Incredible.
Yeah, literally works perfect with the deck. I was actually thinking one artifact I would add to this deck is put in a Lizard Blades. Let's start double striking because we get our trigger on hit.
Yeah.
So if our thing has double strike, we then get to cast whatever stupid spell it is twice. Casting 2 blood for the blood gods. Better than casting 1 blood for the blood god.
I wonder if there's... I'm trying to now think of all the ways to give something double strike if there's like a really convenient something. But like you don't want it on a spell because then those are useless to reanimate. It's going to be rolling around in my brain. Inscription, again, we're casting spells, hitting opponents for damage. And there's our second ring tempt. I know Rob the Princess in chat mentioned, we actually don't need multiple copies of ring tempt if it's on a spell, because then we just cast it again off the spell. And then Warlock class, I think is just big effect. The level 2 is somewhat useful to us since that also helps to put things into the graveyard. But I think there are more efficient ways to do what we want. And then we have lands in the deck. And we're getting started early. There's 33 lands in the deck. That is not enough. It's not enough lands in the deck. Not enough lands in the deck. These are colors that don't ramp very well. We have a couple spells that do it, but also you have to spend 3 mana additionally every time that you want to bring back one of these spells. So you want the mana available. You want it. You want that there.
Yeah, you can't afford to miss land drops at all because every single spell to get a new one on the field and resetting. So it's like, imagine after any board wipe. So even if you start off early and you can go 3 and then you can start doing your thing right away next turn on turn 4. It's like you kind of curve up, but then you get board wiped. Now you need 5-8 mana to start going again. And if you don't start going right away again, you're just gonna have to wait another turn. So you can't be set behind 2 turns every single board wipe because you're out of mana. You need to hit every land drop in this deck every single time.
Oh, cool. Also, sorry everybody. Let me fix the Twitch information because this is not my stream setup. I see as is getting pointed out. Let me put us into the correct category. I hope I'm not messing up anything important for NerdGirl, but this is
this is deck text. Yes. This is not Defiance.
Yeah.
which NerdGirl was playing last night.
Oh wow, a bunch of
Patrons.
With you.
That's me.
That's you. All right, let me fix that. Wow, no tags. Unbelievable. Okay, we are updated. We are updated. Okay. Right. So generic statement from me on put more lands in your deck. Also, I'm gonna come back to this too now because I have some very, very credible backup. If you all saw the commander deck template from Command Zone, you know, game nights, you know, like people that also make do commander for a living, they said 38 lands as a baseline. 38 lands as a baseline, and if you go into their video about it, Rachel Weeks says, "Hey, here's like I did some quick math on why that's the number. I just saying that maybe more lands is correct."
I'm a 38 land starter. I've always I think I end up usually with 37 or 36 by the end sometimes. But I like the baseline 38 is a great spot to start because you just need to, especially like when your commander costs a decent chunk, which most commanders do. It's just like this commander, it says 3. It's like this commander costs 6. Like that, you're investing 6 mana before you do anything with him.
Yes. I think a lot of people are tricked by very, very casual mulligan rules for commander. Yeah.
How many rocks we have in this deck?
How many rocks? Do you count Soul Ring?
Yeah, we'll count Soul Ring. 1,
kind of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Is there any other ramp outside of this here?
There's a Seize the Spoils.
Yeah. So this deck just you're also low on mana ramp too. So like if you're on 34 lands and you only have 7, I would say you want to hit at least 10 on your mana rocks. And then so if you were up to 38 lands, we'll just do the baseline, or 37, whatever, right in that area, and you add in the 3 more rocks, you're going to be much more consistent.
Yes.
On hitting at least, because you want to, every game you want to hit at least 1 rock to start your game. And if you're not hitting 1 rock, you're just gonna you're gonna fall so far behind in Commander when you don't have any rocks at all. Sometimes that will happen. Like that's part of the game. You can't mulligan to your rock every single game. But yeah, your mana seems to be one of the biggest contributors here, especially because if you don't get your Commander going, your spells cost a lot.
Yeah.
And sometimes you have to cast spells. Like sometimes the Commander dies 3 times. You're put in a spot where it's like, okay, I can't execute
I can't pay this.
Yeah, I can't do it. So it's like you're gonna be casting your thesis or whatever to kill something, or your Plague Wing. You're gonna have to pay 9. So you want to make sure, I can get to 9 to actually play it.
Yes. I will also give you this thing. You just might be like, I mean, you not specifically Kai, but you all Commander players in general might just be being real generous on your shuffling as well, because I go through and I play test all of your decks that you submit for these, and I do not make the comment of put more lands in your deck if I did not personally have trouble making the deck work going through multiple play tests of the deck. And that's just goldfishing. That's pretending like I never have to play any removal. That's just me trying to hit land drops and do the thing that I want to do on each turn. So if I'm giving you that note, it's because the machine randomizing your deck did not, I could not play your deck, and that's also me looking for a playable starting 7. But that's boring stuff. I'll end up saying it on every single deck anyway. Here's what we've got. Some suggestions for more fun stuff to put in this deck. We can't not mention the NerdGirl tech for this, which is Temporal Extortion. I don't know if this is the kind of fun that you're looking for, but it's interesting. Oh wow, that's a $20 card. Anyway,
Apparently.
yeah, this is an extra turn in black. But your opponents have the choice. An opponent can pay half of their life to counter the spell, which is funny because you can get around that if you have something that prevents your spells from being countered. Not likely in these colors, but if you copy Temporal Extortion because it's a cast trigger to allow an opponent to pay half their life, then you just straight up get your extra turn without that trigger happening. So that's a fun one.
They said the extortion is in their want list.
Cool.
So that is, I mean, I can't, the card that I saw on your little list here that immediately made me go, ooh, that's mean. Worst Fears.
Yeah.
Oh
yes.
my God.
Okay. So
what a Magic card.
Yeah, I have a little, this for sure is, I have to point it out. I don't know that you ever want to actually do this, but if you hate your friends, Worst Fears is Mindslaver on a spell. You control a player during their next turn, and you exile it, but because you've made a creature that copies itself instead, this is a repeatable mind control effect.
Yeah, and this is old school Mindslaver. This isn't Emrakul the Promised End. They get their turn afterward, even though you've destroyed them.
Right.
This is, their turn is yours, and then their turn passes. And they will have no mana, they will be tapped out, and it will feel awful.
Yes.
I mean, this card is aptly named.
Yeah. So, like, proceed with caution, but know that is, to me, the definition of, here is ridiculous, overcosted spell to do thing that you would not be able to do in a lot of other decks. It just, you probably get one game with this. What else did I suggest here? Hit the Motherlode seems very fun in this. This is definitely a much more casual hit the load. Right? Yeah, 7 mana to discover 10, but you have all of these massive spells, but you, aside from Curse of the Claw, cap out at 9. So you could discover into these, and if you don't, you get a bunch of tapped treasures to just hard cast your spells on the next turn.
I mean, yeah, doing that over and over again is silly.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Hit the Motherlode is, I mean, that does, again, it just feels like what you want to do. Now, because also, with all your want to cast things that we are doing here, they all are going to double up on triggers, because we're going to play this into another big thing, which is going to be doubling the triggers, doing more damage, and hitting their face.
Yes. Let me see. How are you at typing?
How am I at typing?
Yeah.
Chicken pecker?
Can you, here, I'm going to give you typing duties.
Sure, tell me what to type. What am I typing?
Oh, I guess I have to adjust this a little bit. Oh, wow, this just doesn't stay. Okay. I guess that's why it's so low. Okay, it felt kind of stuck. Okay, Searing Wind. Because I saw the Plague Wind in here, which is like, at least it does a big impactful thing. This does not. Where did it go? No. It's an instant? It's an instant. Just deal 10. deal 10.
It's so much mana. I've only ever seen this card played in one format, and that is a format where you can have infinite mana. So...
Oh, how did we manage to bump that?
Did we bump it?
Oh, because it moved the keyboard. Okay.
Yeah. We fixed it.
Yeah, I was just like, okay, that's that also. Definition of big thing, no other deck is really gonna want to play this. It's still bad, but it's fun.
Oh, it's
you
definitely bad.
You get big number.
As long as, yeah, but we're not playing good card exactly. It's like, if we just go over one card, this is also very bad card.
Right.
Like, the goal isn't necessarily to play the very best card ever. It's to have fun, and that card is fun.
Yeah. When do you ever see this in your Commander games? Let me see. Call Forth a Tempest, I think, is a really good card here. Where I'm just gonna kind of breeze through some of these because it like double cascades and is an 8 cost.
Their girl setup is fine. Don't worry about it.
Right.
We're not messing up anything.
Look, she set us up to start streaming in the wrong category, okay?
Yeah, we were set up for failure.
That's right. Okay. Those were my big spells that I thought would be interesting. But I do think there's some like quality of life or things that would be good for this deck, like that help it to do what it wants to do. I think that my best can you type in Bedlam?
Oh, Bedlam. I can type in Bedlam. Maybe. If that is how you spell Bedlam.
That's how you spell Bedlam.
Okay.
This, I think, is perfect for this deck. Creatures can't block. That's it. Because this is very fun and ridiculous. It allows you to get all of your spell creatures through. That is my first add to this deck.
That fits perfectly. No, I agree with you. It also creates chaos. You just kind of you embrace the fact that this game is going to end, right? Because you don't play Bedlam and the game keeps going forever. Because there's no point in not attacking.
Right.
It's like if you have attacks, you attack, unless you think someone's got removed for Bedlam specifically. That's the only reason you don't attack.
Right. I love this card. I also think Mass Hysteria, the one red mana enchantment to give everything haste, seems pretty solid here. So that you can, if you see the opening, just immediately reanimate and then start swinging. And then some other ways to help get your cards into the graveyard, because we actually don't have a ton here. I did struggle with that somewhat when I was playing through the deck. You have Faithless Looting. I'm not counting the Ring Temp because that takes some work. You have there was the Seize the Spoils.
Thrill of Possibilities.
Thrill, Key to the City.
Man, these seasons we need a few more.
Right.
Because we have a lot of big things we don't want in our hand.
Yes. Artist Talent is an excellent card. At its first level, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, discard a card, draw a card. Our entire deck is those things. We only have 6 creatures. And then as you level it up, it also helps you with other things. I believe it reduces costs of spells and then starts dealing damage or something. But even just for the first one is great. Also, Dragon's Rage Channeler?
Yeah. Oh my yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, you can just keep every spell you cast, but you look. Get out of here.
Yep.
Get out of here. Throw everything away.
Yep. And if for some reason you wanted to stick with the 33 lands, it helps with that problem too.
That is true. He did say he had been flooding a lot with the deck, which I think actually, yeah, there is something to be said for if you're going to stick to the lower land counts. If you really up your looting counts, it also fixes that problem at the same time. But you probably need to go up to you're talking 7, 8, 9 looting ways to consistently loot through your deck and find. And at that point, lands can be less because you can start filtering the right way.
Yes. I think I got... Oh, and then just very, very basic. Just swap your Lava Spike out for Bolt Wave, which just came out in Foundations, because it's this, but hits all players. Or all opponents. That's it. Does mean you don't get to play Lava Spike, but if you wanted to upgrade that. Yeah. Those are my thoughts.
I mean, this is pretty straightforward. This deck is doing what... I mean, you have the whole right idea here, right? You have big, giant, silly things that just stack and keep going over and over again. You're going to make your opponents kill each other, basically. Or you're going to burn them out like this. So it's there's a slow... all this stuff here that... Disrupt the Quorums, the mob rules are going to have your opponents attacking each other, killing them with their creatures, then you just burn them out. And they're going to die to all of that slowly over the course of a game.
Yeah. It's a fun time. I think a lot of we gave some suggestions. The last thing I wanted to point out. One of these spells has Rebound, which is particularly bad for this deck. So don't Rebound. I don't remember where it is. One of these spells has Rebound. Right? Maybe did I get tricked? There it is. Consuming Vapors. Rebound is if you cast from your hand, exile it as it resolves. Beginning your upkeep, you can cast it again for free. This specifically does not what you want here, because you want it to go to your graveyard probably as soon as possible. And if you are if you are reanimating this, you don't get to rebound the spell when you hit a player because it only it only happens if you cast from your hand. So I would switch this out for anything else.
Yeah, any piece removal, and spot removal is gonna be better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Red, for reminding. Usually the final NerdGirl question is, would we play this on decked out? I think we probably would. Maybe we do like the ridiculous pod of 4 different builds of Magar. We do NerdGirls and this one and like two other angles for it. I don't think there's much here other than adjusting the land count to make sure that our chance of the deck not functioning is minimized. That would be the only change I would need, I think, for this to be a decked out deck.
This is definitely a decked out deck.
Mm-hmm.
It's casual and silly, and that is going to get on decked out.
Yeah. All right. Our next deck. This was submitted by Red, who is right there in the chat. This is Nico Light of Hope, which I think this is a fun card. So enters, you make 2 shard tokens, which are just fancy enchantment clues, and then you can pay 2 and tap it to blink a non-legendary creature you control, but turn your shards into copies of that until the next end step. Yeah, so what we're trying to do here is, Red said it can be difficult to protect Nico, because for sure every opponent can identify, wow, that seems good for you, but if I kill it, you don't get to do the ability. So cool, we just kill it before it gets back to your turn. So we'd like to be able to protect this a little bit more. And this deck in particular, this build, is focused around copying creatures that kind of anthem your team, or have obscure like lord abilities that are particularly good if we have multiple copies of them. So we're trying to find more of those. And a third goal. What power level is this? What bracket does this go into? So let's take a look.
The goal is, what bracket does this go into?
Yes, that's a goal. The goal is a question.
Often how I set my decks up. First, like when I was looking at this deck, Nico falls in such as Nico falls in this awkward area where you want both creatures to flicker and creatures that are statically going to do something on board when they attack or just even sit there. So it's like it puts you in an awkward situation, because how many cards do all of that? And like the one card that kind of encapsulates it right away is Sun Titan. It's like, it wants to enter, it wants to be flickered, you want to make new copies so you can attack, and it's just generically good. And it's perfectly encapsulated to what this deck wants to be doing.
Yeah, this is ideal, because it's bringing stuff back from your graveyard that probably had good ETBs.
Yep.
So yes, that is a pretty narrow window for ideal creatures. We have I actually this is my first time seeing this card, because there are a few cards released per year, and I will miss 1 or 2.
A few thousand.
Yeah. Redemption Choir. I think this is cool. This is a Sun Titan. And it's 4 mana. You just have to have Coven, which is 3 or more different powers among creatures you control.
Yeah, there is the awkwardness to this card, like for sure in this deck. Nico has 3 power. Redemption Choir has 3 power. So if you Nico, flicker out this, now you have 3 creatures, and all 3 of them have 3 power. So it does take work to get set up, and Sun Titan might be the better card overall in this deck, but costing 2 less mana is big.
Yes. Oh, since NerdGirl's not here, that means we can go off on tangents. I just want to know do you remember when this set was or not this set, but when Coven was spoiled as an ability.
Yeah, Innistrad.
People were like, "Oh, I wonder what the powers are going to be."
Oh, yes, I do.
Right?
Yes, I do. Because it was very confusingly worded. I also wondered what the powers were going to be.
I was like, I was not confused at all. I was like, how do you not understand what this means? Because people were interpreting this as not power of creature, but like there would be this additional mechanic of powers that creatures could have, and you had to have 3 different powers, and it was like, and it was and a lot, and I have to give you credit for it because so many people were on board with this.
I read it that way, and I more like thought, I didn't think specifically like it was a new mechanic of powers. I thought like something would fit into the definition of power.
Right.
Like lifelink could be a power.
Right.
Like, and then they do that. They take something that's already exists and put it into like party.
Party,
They just
outlaws,
took four things that already existed and turned it into something else. Outlaws, or mercenaries, right?
Right.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, outlaws are mercenaries. That's you.
Mercenaries are outlaws.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Squares are circles. You know.
Yeah, squares are circles.
Anyway, yeah, that's I'll cut that tangent off, but just in case you didn't know, that was the thing that existed, and
I literally was one of the people who read it incorrectly.
Yeah. Okay, so creatures. Let's go over these creatures. We have some other targets for Nico, and they all like work in a way. So like if you're blinking Muldrifter, classic. That's the classic move. You can evoke it in for 3 mana, blink it, it comes back. You've drawn 4 cards, and it sticks around. Cool.
Yeah. You fall into the awkward position with Muldrifter though, of it's great to flicker, but this is also just a 2/2 flyer when you make it your shard, so it's acquisition. The perfect antithesis, and what really sells it, is Null Drifter, because you get the big silly draw. You get the draw, you get to flicker it.
Ooh, see, no, I keep going with this.
Okay.
This,
yeah, you're right. You're right. So you get to flicker it, but you don't get to draw cards when you flicker this card. But it has the exact opposite greatness, where now it's a great attacker because of the Annihilator 1 on each of these. All of your shards getting in are now getting an active effect. So it's give and take. It's like it's so hard to fight. It's like you want Muldrifter that ETB enters to draw, but also has Annihilator 1. That's like we want the Noli Moly.
Yeah, the Noli Moly.
Noli Moly.
It's so hard to find a creature that is ideal for this ability. Okay, so we've got some like ETBs / like blinky tricks. The plenty of other classic blink targets. Destroy stuff, ramp yourself. There is this sub theme that we have. Let's take a look at that. Because you've got 2 shards, or maybe more if you've blinked Nico. But by the way, they cannot blink themselves. Because it specifies non-legendary, but there are other blink spells.
Yeah, like Flicker Wisp right here.
Flicker Wisp, yeah. So maybe you have at least 2 shards, maybe more. But if you copy something like Sky Hunter Strike Force and then swing out, this has melee and is giving all of your other creatures melee, which is get +1/+1 for each opponent that is being attacked. That stacks. So if you're attacking 3 opponents per instance of melee, they are also getting +3/+3.
The problem with Overlords in this deck is they don't really work,
right?
Because they're not creatures. When you put them into their weird state, they're just enchantments, and Nico cannot flicker enchantments. I was actually just double checking that right now to be like, I'm pretty sure it doesn't work. So even though Overlords if Overlords worked and were actually creatures on the board, they'd be worse in Standard, but they would be more fair in Standard also. Yes. But they'd be better in this deck.
Yes. The thing is, when I built this deck for an episode for Decked Out, I included the Overlords. 1, because it was the Duskmourn episode. It was cool. I was going to put them in there anyway. But they're even though Nico cannot blink them, if you can blink them with something like Flicker Wisp, then that works. Okay. Because if it's a blink that targets a permanent, then you get double ETB, and it is now a creature because it's coming in without all of the time counters, I think is what they use. So yes, I think Overlords would be an okay add here if you had enough ways to blink them.
You have to get the deck has to be built in such a way that they work. You have to have a lot of Flicker Wisp effects specifically so that you can flicker not only your creatures, which the deck can already do, but you also need to flicker your enchantments at that point.
Yes.
There's also like what's the other one? There's a 2 mana one that flickers enchantments or creatures.
The one from Theros.
Yeah, the Theros one.
Flicker of Fate.
Yeah, that
sounds right.
Yeah.
Like yeah.
Close enough.
Just throw Fate on there. It's something Theros.
Yeah, that's Theros.
Yeah. Marvin, very cute. Excuse you, Hammy. I'm still surprised that this card is so cheap, like price wise, because you should be playing Marvin in practically every deck where you have a commander that taps.
I just really love the idea. Practically any deck, put Marvin in.
Put Marvin in. Put Marvin in.
Underplayed genius Marvin.
Yeah, this has performed well for me in everything. Like it both can just be oh, I played my commander, now I can activate the ability on the same turn. It also just randomly ends up with a bunch of ridiculous abilities. Sometimes it's just a mana dork, and that's all you need. The card is so good. The card is so good. But it's also great here to get, double activations of this. Sure. Downport Mage is great because each flicker is drawing you cards. And then we were looking at this. You pointed out how Silent Hall Creeper is pretty nice.
Yeah, it's nifty in this deck because Silent Hall Creeper, though he can't pick the same thing over and over again, the shards can, because they're always a new instance of Silent Hall Creeper. It's a nice little synergy. Plus, you get to reset your other one. Mm-hmm. So, the main thing you want to do with this is draw cards, right? So that's like, he's a card draw engine that you get to reset whenever you want to, and now all your shards can just draw cards every single turn. However, you have 4 shards, they're going to draw each time. Mm-hmm. Or if you want to make them bigger, make them bigger. It's also an option. It sounds, but I don't know if you've played Magic.
No.
Yeah, I know. But the most powerful thing you can do, the most fun thing, is draw a card.
Yes.
Period. It doesn't matter if you could win the game.
Yeah. No, wait. I will amend that statement because I've said that many times. The best thing that you can do in Magic is take game action. It is not. Can I do a thing? Great. That's perfect.
Game action better than draw a card.
Game action better than draw a card.
Ooh, that's a bold statement.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with Marvin. No,
if I can draw a card or have the choice of 2 game actions.
I need to see more Marvin. I need to see more Marvin because I want to I've never seen that card really actively on the field very much. Mm-hmm. And now you're talking up Marvin. Red's talking up Marvin. I don't know. Marvin just Marvin's one of those cards that always reads like, yeah, he's fine. He probably fits in places.
Yeah, I'm very happy with every single deck that I can put Marvin in. Okay, so we have a couple of these other Lord effects that are pretty weak, honestly, unless you're able to do the shard trick with them, and then they're okay. But we have this goal of finding some more that are maybe better options to target. Instants and sorceries are just basic spells doing what we want. Sure. I don't think we're reinventing the wheel here. We know what spells we're gonna want in
this
Azorius Blink deck.
It's wild to me that this is a $12 card. I'm not saying it's bad. It reads like a nice $2 card to me, but I think of Heroic Intervention.
Yeah.
Like, of course these cards are so much. People love these kind of cards.
Yes, this is ideal casual commander card. On
$2 casual commander card.
Wait, Heroic Intervention used to be $1 million and now is still, I think, around the same as this. Still $12.
You can't tell me Marvin needs a reprint already. Marvin's new. Marvin's still in standard.
No, read the rest of it though. Marvin needs a reprint so we can get Marvin the Martian.
Okay. Oh, no. Everything's going off the end. Okay, deep ends already. We don't need to rush into Marvin the Martian. He's coming. We can't even. I know he's coming, but I don't want to. We don't need to rush in that. SpongeBob's around the corner. Do we need Marvin the Martian right away?
Was there a Marvin in SpongeBob? Anyway, so yeah, we have a bunch of blink spells. We have a bunch of interaction. I don't think I think everything is as it should be here. Artifacts, we have ramp. I don't think we're missing anything significant that we'd be running here other than Felwar Stone. here is my thought. Do we want to play Nico on turn 3? Because and this is my thought for any 4-mana commander, because it is very, very easy to be like, great, turn 2 rock, turn 3 commander, and bet on your opponents not wanting to remove it. Because what this means is, yes, you get to turn 4 with Nico ready to activate, and likely no target for it. So you're untapping on turn 4 with 5 mana. You need 2 of it to activate Nico. Do we have things that we're happy with activating for 3 mana?
So here's actually one of the things I was thinking. So Nico's our I'm specifically missing that I would like to see in this deck is Loyal Warhound and Knight of the White Orchid. Both give you those effects of the ETB that Nico wants to be flickering. Most of your ramp is artifact based because you are in a blue-white color scheme that is going to naturally happen. So if you put a couple of those in, when you fall behind on lands inevitably, or you're just not on the play, which you are 3 out of 4 games, you just have those to use to catch yourself back up on the ramp, or even just get from 1 turn behind to 1 turn catching up. I think both those should be here as forms of ramp. It looks like you're a little short of ramp because I also see you have this guy, but he's kind of like the worst version of both of them.
Yeah, especially since it's a mana extra. By the way, for those of you who don't know, the Loyal Warhound and Knight of the White Orchid both are 2 mana creatures that enter and allow you to ramp a plains if you are behind on lands by at least 1 opponent.
Yeah, As long like I said, as long as you're not the first player in turn or someone has played any ramp spell in green, then you are automatically going to be triggering those at least the first time every time.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think if I were playing this deck, I would if you have any other, like, I would put a Felwar Stone in here as well, and I would be trying to play Nico on turn 3, betting that people are not going to remove it, and even if they do, you've got 2 shards on the board.
Yeah, you are a little. It looks like you're a little short on ramp. I'd up it a little bit. You have, because I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then so we have 7 actual ramps. So if you add, plus you have the guy, but he costs 1 more mana than the other thing. So I would switch that and something else out. You're coming close to 10, and once you hit 10, you're like on that number where you're like, the title of the game on Twitch says, what is it?
If that is NerdGirl or Airball from afar, I don't know how to fix it then, because I thought we did. Somebody pointed that out much earlier.
Wait, did we not fix it?
And I updated the name and I hit done.
Hit done again.
And it said it was updated. So if it has not updated, then I can't fix it. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought we fixed Defiance.
Yeah. Maybe they had opened it and have not looked at it since then. But yes. So yeah, we were set up for failure. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, let's take a look at the rest of the cards in this deck, and then we'll do our stuff. Okay. I think this Training Grounds is cute and too cute. I would cut. This is one of my first cards I would cut. It reduces Nico's ability by 1. And the number of other things that this reduces is, I think, maybe 1, maybe 0. I don't know that there are any other... You can reduce your Dowerport Mage bounce by 1. But there's really not anything else here, because it only affects creatures that you are able to reduce. Yeah, that was it. That was the only one. You reduce also Dowerport Mage by 1 mana. So I don't think this is worth it. If anything, run like Omen Hawker or
good old Omen Hawker,
right? Or there's a, like, I don't remember the name of it, but it's a rare from the new Ixalan that is a 1 mana artifact that taps for 2 that you can use for activated abilities. Because those cost the same amount of mana and fully pay for Nico's ability.
They also think that this deck has one other issue. You need to commit more to your game plan. 28 creatures is really low in a creature-centric deck, I'm talking 35 minimum on my creature-centric deck like this, where it's like, because you have a lot of cards that's like, you care about, this cares about creature, this cares about creatures, and it's like, that's what you're doing. The whole thing that you're doing here is Nico, creatures. So you need to be a bit more in on that. So it's like, start cutting maybe like some cards like the teleportation circles. Like, these are all these cards care about creatures, but not enough of them actually are the creatures that you need to keep your deck focused on what you focused on actually getting it done.
Yeah. Let's see.
Hey, we fixed our title. Yeah, we did fix it, Nerd Girl. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for setting us for failure.
Yeah. Something 30-foot lands is not enough for this. You again, you want the extra mana, and you even have an outlet for it. You don't love using shards for card draw, but your commander makes draw 2 cards. Ideally, you're also blinking things that are giving you that are adding cards to your hand. You should not have trouble drawing into relevant spells. All right, so our 3 goals: protect Nico, find obscure lords, and what is the power level? That goal.
My favorite goal.
Yes. Let's get power level out of the way, because that's we don't have to change anything to assess that.
I mean, this seems like simple bracket 2 deck.
Yeah.
Like there's no game changers. There's nothing insane here. We're not tutoring. We're not breaking the game. We're completely playing a fair game.
Yeah.
But yeah, we have decently powerful enough cards that I wouldn't call it a 1, where this isn't incoherent enough to be a 1.
Hey, bracket 1 is not incoherent. It is just focused on a plan that does not win the game.
I like in other words, incoherent.
Right. If this was like every card has the word shard on it somewhere, like that would be a bracket 1.
Yeah.
It may still make a functional deck, but anyway, yeah, this is bracket 2. It's a deck that is focused on the theme, focused around the commander, is not doing with particularly broken cards, and is not sacrificing synergy for raw power like that. For like, you're not cutting momentary blink for Rhystic Study, because this is more thematic.
No, we're cutting momentary blink for some other creature because we don't have enough creatures.
Right. Okay, yeah, solid bracket 2, ideal bracket 2 deck. Some ways to protect Nico. My hot take here is you don't need to. You don't need to. We'll go over some things, some ways to protect Nico. We will, but I don't think it's necessary in this deck. Because what was my thought here? I had one. It was that I have the note put down that you don't need to, and then
you just don't need to.
Yeah, that's it. You have some ways to do it. Okay, wait. Let's start with the reason why. The reason why you need to protect Nico is you're like, oh, I don't get to use the ability then. There's a rotation in which players are going to kill this. But you have Marvin, you have Crashing Drawbridge to give haste. And then you have some protection here. The deck archetype has protection built into it. All you need is 1 additional mana to be able to blink your commander, and you've both gotten extra value out of it and protected it.
Yeah, I think that if Nico is perhaps dying and being a lightning rod too much, that the key is to hold up 1 or 2 extra mana every time you play it. So don't play Nico on turn 4 or turn 3 right away and just slam it. Wait for the extra turn, use the ephemerate, save the cloud shifts for those moments, and those combined with counter spells should in general be enough to protect it. Unless she's really being targeted, then we got some issues.
Yeah, because I'm also like, this is not a commander that is going to survive the entire game after being cast. People will kill it. You're going to start doing things, but at that point, you're fine. You don't need Nico anymore. But I never playtested a game where I didn't have at least 1, if not 2 layers of protection for this. Because like, if we just a quick count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 cards just at a quick look that are able to get you.
Sink into the stupor.
Yeah, sink. Well, that's 3 mana. At that point, I'm like, I'd rather not be holding up all that much. But those are all the 2 mana or already on the board ways that I could count at a glance that are protecting Nico. So I would first be adjusting the way I'm playing if Nico's getting destroyed or removed before you can use it. But here's some options if you do need them. We're in white. How about Mother of Runes or Giver of Runes?
Yep.
That's a 1 mana. You can commit that to the board before playing Nico. Both of them tap to give a creature protection from a color. So that should be enough to hold people off from removing Nico right away. I like both of those. Pippin also from Lord of the Rings. I don't know where else Pippin would be from, but is 2 mana. It itself has ward and does the same thing. Is in Azorius colors. And also Slip Out the Back, which I personally love. If for some reason you need one more 1 mana protection, is 1 blue to phase your creature out.
It is awkward because we really do want to flicker most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
But if you've exhausted the flickers at 1 mana, then you start going to either 2 mana or you can start not flickering and protecting otherwise.
Yes. Those are the ones I could think of for protecting Nico, if you're not changing how you're playing it.
I mean, you've got the boots and the greaves. Those are probably the best 2 that fit what Nico wants already, because Nico wants haste already. So the boots combined with protection seems like you have protection covered, but you can always go deeper if you really need it.
Yeah. Let me talk about some other things you could add to this. The other Nico. The only other card in the game that makes shards should be in this deck. Is it a good card? No, but it's the only other card that the game makes shards. Yes, it should be in here. Yes, it'll allow you to do some really cool thing in a game eventually, but it should be in here. Here is the super weird tech. Can you type in Wormfang? Manta.
Which worm?
Worm Fang. And then we should get a bunch of absolute garbage cards. This tech I included in the version that was played on Decked Out. It takes a lot of setup, but this is the kind of jank that I would want. This card, so it's a 7 mana creature. Enters, you skip your next turn. Leaves play, you take an extra turn after this.
Oh, this wins the game.
Why is that?
Well, because so the first one's gonna enter. Okay, let's just assume that we're on turn 88. You have 875 mana, and you play this. All right, your next turn's gone, but you're gonna copy to make 2 shards now. It blinks out. Okay, what is this? As long as you have 3, you need 3 shards now. Okay, so you're gonna need 3 shards. Okay, so you have to have at least 3 shards out at this point. They all will be on the battlefield. No, wait, what? How does this work? Okay, no, you take over.
All right.
I'm actually not sure if I'm talking about this right. This seems...
it's very awkward still, but to me this is like the epitome of weird interaction that makes me happy. So you have Wormfang Manta on the board in whatever way.
Yes.
You use Nico to have it leave play. You take an extra turn. Cool. But you turned your shards into Wormfang Manta. You can attack with an army of 6 power flyers, and then blink your shard using whatever form that you want. Maybe it is.
We can't blink shards or tokens. We can't blink them.
What?
Shards tokens. We can't blink.
They sure are. They sure are tokens. So they don't re-enter play. They only leave, giving you an additional turn.
So that's why you want to blink them. But also, you actually can just...
I think they turn into copies, so they
no
longer
shards.
have the
so
sacrifice.
So we have to blink them out afterward.
Yes.
God, this is so confusing.
It's so...
but also, make sure to keep track of what you've lost, because when this comes back at the end of turn, if you played it this turn, you'll have lost 2 extra turns, and each other one that you've blinked now will have gotten you only extra turns beyond the first 2.
Yep, this is my super convoluted tech, where this is a hot garbage card that lets you do a funky thing. But I will leave that. I'll take that away for the moment. I had some other ones that actually are just good. Anything with populate. anything with populate is really good here because you populate only copies a creature token, but once you've used Nico to turn your shards into copies, that is a creature that is a token. Yeah, this randomly $20 card, Nesting Dovehawk.
Yeah, Nesting Dovehawk is your go-to, right? Like this card is.
Yeah, beginning of combat, you populate. So when you make the copy of your shard token, which is, all right, hold up. So your shard is let's say your shard is a copy of Nesting Dovehawk. Sure. Yes. You go to combat, you populate, you make a copy of the shard copy. That copy does not turn back into a shard at the end of your turn. It is simply a permanent copy of the thing you've copied.
Yes, and if it's a Nesting Dovehawk, this is going to be doubling every turn.
Yeah.
Because they're going to cascade into each other. Making Dovehawks is really bonkers in this deck. Yeah, I think that's the card that as soon as you said popular, I'm like, well, yeah, you need this silly one from.
Right. And you even get you get the extra bonus of now many creature tokens are entering because of the populates, and they making your Dovehawks like exponentially larger and larger. Yes, that I think is the ideal, like, kind. If this counts as the Lord, I think is stretching it a little bit, but like that Lord theme that you're looking for, this is so good. If you want a more direct one, I struggled to find good lords that cared, but like Regal Caracal is good here
because it has it's flicker, it's a lord, it makes extra guys.
Populate copy only make an unmodified shard. No, because a thing copying something is a copyable property.
Yeah, it's weird to explain, but yes, Reggie's right. It becomes the actual thing that will revert to a shard later, and it doesn't even have the properties of a shard anymore. It's not even like it's not the enchantment part of a shard. It's nothing. It's just the creature.
Yeah.
Because Nico only makes it the creature.
Right. The short version is if you copy a thing that has copied something else, it copies the original copy. If that makes sense. It does not. If you copy a clone, it does not give you a clone. It gives you whatever the clone is copying.
Yes.
Yes, Regal Caracal, this seems like a good copy target if you're trying to do the Lord thing, since you are also getting additional cats whenever it enters and boosting all those cats and lifelink. I'm not wild about the Lord theme in general. I think Nico already really wants some very specific stuff to be going on, but if you want to do it, more power to you. The other one I could think was the Liege in these colors. Yeah, this old Shadowmoor cycle.
What is the Blue Liege? I don't know.
Right? Yeah, this one. It's just a flash creature, I guess. But is double pump and is pumping all the rest of your creatures. It's not fantastic, but
what is it riding? Is that a piggy?
Yeah, that was what I think the Kithkin that was like a lore thing.
Kithkin Piggy Rider?
Yeah, Piggy Riders.
Oh.
I had one other. If you want to be very mean, they did just print like the perfect Azorius Blink target of all time.
Okay, you're like, I'm gonna make you type, and then you just stop.
Yeah, there's too many Riptide things. Riptide Gearhulk. This card is stupid. If you missed this being in the Ether Drift set.
Put the one target permanent they control into its owner's library, third from the top. Oh, so it's okay. Wait,
yeah, this card is just really good.
Triple removal spell.
Yeah.
Yeah, that card's silly. Yeah,
this card's silly.
That's what the deck wants to do.
Yep.
It's the perfect ETB, and because it already has double strike and prowess, it's already a threat to attack without barely doing anything.
Yeah. Yeah, Rob, the answer to your question is yes. You will get you'll get a permanent copy of whatever the copy is. The until end of turn does not matter for clones for copy effects.
No, we're not doing an eco deck. This is something else. No, this is an eco deck. I'm being an idiot.
Yeah. This was my super hot. This is probably my favorite target for this if you're gonna do it.
Is it too hot to handle? Because
it's so hot. Auton Soldier.
It's a copy, okay.
It's a copy that has Myriad.
So we can Myriad when we attack with whatever we're attacking with.
Yep.
Get even more of the Lord. I mean, that's... If you're sticking to the Lord theme, this seems like the perfect card. Because you can just... I mean, you're going to... If you make 3 shards, each attacks, get 2 more of each, so you're up to 9.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's just silly.
Yeah. And since you're able to blink it, you're able to just constantly turn it into whatever the best thing that you've got on the board is. So, yeah. This is it for me. That's what I would want to do in this Nico deck.
Especially, yeah, but yeah, it's perfect. Literally perfect.
Yeah. Also, you can have it come back as a copy of Nico. Because it specifies it's not legendary, so then you can swing with it, Myriad, make two more non-legendary Nikos, get 4 more shards. Yes, that's
okay. So we can get a lot of this is our shard maker. Yeah.
Yes.
You're gonna be sharding all over the place.
So yeah, sharding everywhere.
Yeah.
I think that's probably about as much as I've got for this deck.
If you're ever going to make a mechanic for your game, if you have made a game, don't use shard as a term. That's just my advice. I genuinely think it is good advice. Shard is a terrible term to use. Period.
I think it's funny.
I agree.
Yeah.
And I think that more companies should use it. But if you're making a game and you don't want me and Veggie to make fun of it, then
that's probably good for the game. You know, that's publicity. That's exposure.
Sharding, yeah.
Yeah. Moving on, our next deck from GamerDad is an Ultra Magnus Tactician. Excuse me. Ooh, I'm getting gassy from the sharding. The Ultra Magnus deck. We don't have any particular notes on what to do with this deck, so we're just going to take a look, get our opinions, some thoughts. I've gotten to play against this deck a couple times. So Ultra Magnus on the front side. Ward 2, when it attacks, you put an artifact creature card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped and attacking, and then you can convert it. Important to note, it is specifically an artifact creature, not an artifact or a creature. Must be an artifact creature that you're putting in for free, tapped and attacking. Other side, Ultra Magnus, the Armored Carrier. 4/7 with haste is only a creature on your turn, and when it attacks, attacking creatures you control get indestructible, and if they have a total power 8 or more, you convert it into Ultra Magnus. The more than meets the eye mechanic means that you can cast this side for 5 mana, which I think is probably what you want to do in this deck, rather than try and wait until the 7 mana. You drop this on 5, it has haste, you swing, and ideally you're immediately converting it. It has ward to protect itself until your next turn, where you get your free thing. Cool.
I mean, I think you almost never want to cast that on the 7 mana side. That's rough.
Yeah.
It having haste on the other side makes it already so much better to do. Like, stick to this side. Once you've done this side, you're gonna flip easy. Formidable is super easy when you already have 4 power on this creature, so it's gonna be easy to flip over right away.
Yes. Okay, so we have creatures. The top end is pretty easy to start with. We have a bunch of a big chunky artifact creatures to be able to drop onto the board. With our tippy top end being Blightsteel and Darksteel Colossus, both because they're about as good as you can get for a free artifact creature, and you get to play the Optimus Prime and Megatron versions.
I mean, I think that's the only reason to play them.
People like these cards.
Okay, to be fair, Blightsteel's really, really, really strong, and actually insane to drop in. Darksteel's bad. That's a bad card.
I have a personal love for Darksteel Colossus only because that was in my early days of playing, and it was one of those cards where they printed it, and you're like, what? How could they this like and this also reminds me that people that say this these days are also just as dumb as I was back then. They're like, this breaks the game. How could they make a card this strong? Like, what's happening to Magic? And I'm like, you look at it now, you're even looking at it in the context of the game at that time, you're like, no, this is not good. Is it ridiculous? Yes. Is it fun? Yes. it's not good.
No.
It's certainly not ending Magic the Gathering. But I have a personal love for this card. I agree, it's not that good. But
I've always been on the train of I never got it. It wasn't. It came out right before, like a couple sets before I really jumped into Magic. So it was a card that always existed, and it was always bad in my head. Like even when I was bad, that card wasn't pulling me in. And I love big giant creatures, so at least I got that one for me. Also, hello Jesus. I see you said hi in both chats. How you doing? How you doing?
How do you feel about some of these other big giant creatures? We have 10/10 reach and trample. We have 12/12 trample that makes you a 6/12 trample when it dies. These are fine. I actually don't think you have a lot of options if you're restricted to specifically artifact creature.
No, it's tough to like. You've got the biggest, baddest things. You could even throw in the mediocre one with Encore. Is another one.
Oh, the triplicate. No, that's the better one. That also should probably be in here.
There's
triplicate Titan and.
I don't know. It has Encore for 12.
Yeah, it's like 9 mana for a 9/9, and when it dies, it makes 3.
It's got like 3 abilities or something.
Yes, Triniform. Thank you.
Triniform, yes.
But yeah, I think that and Triplicate Titan are also good for your top
Chat are smarter than us.
Yeah,
because Triniform was not. I played a ton of that format too, and I could not think of it.
Salvation Colossus, I think, is pretty solid here. The energy part never matters, but
it's a work 2-lock.
This is a. Wait, I didn't see him in there. I missed. Oh, because it's blue.
Yeah, to be clear, the color of his name in chat is impossible. I literally went like this.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I could not. Okay.
Not readable on our side.
Yep. Okay.
Get to work.
Yep. Yeah. This seems pretty good. 9/9. The vigilance also pretty reasonable here, because or pretty unreasonable here. I for a moment I was like, oh yeah, vigilance good. Ultramagnus does put them into play tapped and attacking.
Whatever.
Right. Also awkward with Cityscape Leveler, which is an attack trigger, and a cast trigger. So you do not get this when you first put it into play.
Yeah, I still think you should play it. I think it still belongs in the deck.
Card's good, yes.
Yeah. It's just like it puts you in that super awkward position. It's like, what's one of the best things I can drop in? Something that does nothing when I do it. Great. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you, deck. Thank you, Magic.
Yeah. It's just like I wish there was a way they could have worded this to make it pay off a little bit better, because it's still a lot of setup. It's either you paid 7 mana for this, or you paid 5 and swung and it lived and you're swinging again. But it just does not quite line up well with the Leveler, with Vigilance, or even with Cybermen Squadron giving all of your artifact creatures Myriad, because it's coming in too late. And even the creature that you sneak in, if Cybermen Squadron is already in play, does not get Myriad.
Yeah, it's too. It's this commander is very awkward, and I think there was intentional design on these cards to not be that good.
Yeah,
like they made them mediocre, okay, and fun for commander.
Yes.
Without making any of them busted, because they really toe a line of mediocrity.
Yeah.
With these cards.
Yeah, there's not a single one of the the transforming Transformers that is really like Slicer, I guess, is the exception.
But he's the exception, and he's so obviously accidentally an exception.
Yeah, he's good because commander damage.
Yeah, he's good. He's good because he wasn't designed with the thought of how, like, he just wasn't designed. It was a bad design. Okay, that's all. I guess that's the easiest way to put it.
I don't think it was even bad design. It's just like, oh, I guess, yeah, this thing is super busted if you're playing it in a world where you're dropping it on turn 1. Like, that's, and because it's even, I think it's a fine commander for casual, because you're playing it on what, turn 3 or 4 at best, and then
it's much more fair.
Right.
Yeah. It's bad design if they wanted it to be mediocre, which they did, which we know for a fact they did based on every other one of them.
But yes, Ultra Magnus, definitely mediocre. some other payoffs here. By the way, Cataclysm Gearhawk is a very mean card that people forget is very mean.
Hey, they get to make the choice.
It's still mean. The card's mean.
It's a nice version. This is the nice version.
The nice version of very mean things. Still mean. Yeah, okay. And then we got some other stuff. Cool. We have Elvish Piper as a backup if we are if we need to sneak these creatures into play some other way. You could play Decked Out's Ether Drift preview as well. Ovia. Yeah.
Mrs. Pashiri.
Yeah, actually, if anything, I think
she specifically gives counters to creatures, I believe. Or
yeah,
artifact.
This
creatures.
one, right?
Or artifacts.
I should know this. It's not that one. Nope.
No, it's not that one. Yeah.
Not that one.
No, not Mrs. Pashiri. Mrs. Pashiri.
Automech Artisan. Yes. You can put a creature or vehicle. If you put an artifact on the battle this way, you put 2 counters on it. So actually, this is strictly better. I mean, it already was strictly better than Elvish Piper, but this is very good for this deck because the intention of this was like, oh, you put a vehicle and you put counters on it, but it just cares that it was an artifact that you put into play to get the counters.
We have big giant artifacts.
Right, and you get trample. This doesn't have trample. Like, so yeah, great.
Yeah, Roy, he doesn't have trample. What? Come
on. Yes, so Ovia would be very good here. Some other stuff that we've got here. Sorceries are ramping us because we do have a pretty hefty commander cost.
I'm going to tangent for a second because these are incredible. Like, this art and this style, I love pixel art.
Mm-hmm.
Like, love pixel art. And this just, like, cute little, what if Fibblethip was a little hero and he had to, like, jump over lava? Even though, to be fair, in this picture, where did he come from? He did not jump off of that rock. Like, because if did he jump all the way over that? Because that's incredible.
Maybe he is jumping from the little bit on the right and then is immediately like, I shouldn't have done this.
He's going back.
Yeah.
He says maybe this rock was pushed up further
mm-hmm.
and it was an easier jump and it made sense, but
right.
he is jumping.
Maybe it's a moving platform. So it was like going back and forth.
Through the lava? Like, doesn't read like that. No. As a pixel art knower of things.
I do also like these. My one nitpick is that the name of the card is not at the top. That makes it very inconvenient for quick identification to me.
That is fair. That's always, I mean, I also feel like we are, as Magic players, very spoiled. We get to complain when Magic card don't look like Magic card. It's kind of a common thing in most card games, at least newer ones, to cards just kind of go wild. And they don't care that it doesn't look like their product anymore. Like, you know how many Pokemon cards don't look like Pokemon cards? Every Pokemon card. There isn't a design for a Pokemon card anymore. That's how ridiculous they all look.
Yeah. Okay. Ramp card that doesn't look like Pokemon card. And then we have we have Delete and Organic Extinction, which are essentially one-sided board wipes for us here. Delete. You don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, you know yeah. It's a wrestling reference. I'm sure one person in chat.
Oh yeah, I don't know that delete. I only know delete. But and then we have Wake the Past to return all artifacts from graveyard to battlefield. And they gain haste, so potentially a big
these are
swing.
This is literally the perfect thing for this deck. It's just like you're going to put stuff on the battlefield. It's going to die. Because you're not just going to put big giant things and they don't die. That's not Magic. That's not how it works. If it is, you've won. So congratulations. Didn't matter you drew Wake the Past. But when they actually enter your stuff, Wake the Past just brings it all back and you have a whole second going of it.
That's funny to me because this was on my cut list.
Really?
This was one. I think this is the first spell on my list of cuts from the deck.
See, I'm just worried that once we do our plan, if people just play their removal spells like people do, that we end up in this awkward spot at times. But
yeah, okay, two of our top ends are indestructible.
No, don't you laugh at them.
Two of our top ends are indestructible.
Don't look at the fact that they also shuffle into our library.
And they shuffle into the library. And then what? for the most part, these things are like they get a shot. I think they go into combat, and there's not a lot of, I don't know. I feel like a lot of the removal is exiling these. They are big.
Okay, you're fair enough.
Like these are catching a swords. These are catching a path. They're not coming back from the graveyard.
They're going away.
Right. And the other problem is we don't have a lot of like our big targets overall. We don't have a lot of them. I would rather this just be another big target for Ultra Magnus. That's how I saw it. Looking at it,
that's fair. I do think this deck falls into another trap. We are not high enough on things on creatures overall. I want bad things to drop in too, so I want to make sure I am dropping in. Even it's like we're not always going to have the the 6, 7, 8 mana things.
Right.
So we want to, but if we can drop in on those turns when we don't have that, the 3, 4 mana things, then we're going to be getting more value in guaranteed value. Obviously, I feel like this is we want to be an artifact creature centric deck. There's 2 mice and I am reaching for veggies. We want to be an artifact centric deck. We want the creature count. I want 30 is going to be the minimum here. 30 artifact creatures specifically. So like I'm not counting Gabriel Wilder. So like we only have like 20.
Wilder, Sovala,
Piper.
So
we're at 20. I want 10 more. I want 10 more artifact creatures that can be dropped in. Stick to the theme. As a deck builder, I think you want to focus to the main theme of the deck, which we know, like, you can have all your side themes, whatever else you want to add. Like, that's completely fair, but what is the main thing this wants to be doing? And, like, I know we're in green. This deck wants Solemn. That Solemn. Okay, he is here.
Yeah.
Okay, I actually didn't see him because I don't know what the heck that art is. What is that?
I don't know, but I like it.
I don't dislike it. It's just not Sad Robot. No.
I mean, it's
sad.
Almost a robot that
it's Sad Pink Brain.
Is in sad colors.
Sad Color Robot is a different card.
Sad Color Cyborg, the EDH staple Sad Color Cyborg.
Sad Color Cyborg. Yeah, just I would embrace it and make sure that any effect that you can put on an artifact creature, which you do have some of those, like this is perfect. Ornithopter Paradise. You can take your normal ramp effect, put it on a worse card, definitely not as good as your rampant growths and stuff.
Yeah.
Even though you should be playing what is the Nature's Lore and 3 Visits over rampant growth specifically.
I will point this out. We do see a lot of like alt art stuff. If I have this rampant growth, I'm playing this over base art 3 Visits.
That's fair. I guess my card selection almost always comes from picking like I would basically the cards are just against each other in my head, and there's not a visual
right,
upgrade version.
They're both.
But yes, you're right. If there is a visual upgrade version, play your rampant growth. That looks way cooler. Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, hold on. Let's make it through this before we go into bigger into the adjustments and opinions and stuff. Okay, so we have removal, tutor, protector stuff, and other modes. I guess double strike. We have some really big creatures. That's probably relevant. Protector stuff. Draw a bunch of cards. Removal. Oh, this I want to know why this is here.
Let's remove target non-white attacking creature from the game. Gain life equal to its toughness.
Because my first instinct seeing it, I was like, oh, they like mistyped Path to Exile, but that's also in the deck. I don't know if there's like a lore reason for this, but it made me laugh as like absolutely random out of the blue card to be in this deck. Like functionally, I was like, what do you use this on? Are we trying to hit our own things because big number? I don't know, but it made me laugh. So like points for that. Our artifacts is ramp and reduce our stuff. So ramp. I think doubling cube as the Allspark is only here because it's the Allspark. We don't have a good way to really make use of this. Because as far as ramp goes, this is a very inefficient way to do it. It's just fun and has a Transformers theme.
Yeah, I also think so. If you are embracing artifacts as a theme and you want and you're going to be playing them, then this all works. But if you're not going to if you're not going to have if you're just going to have artifact creatures and there's not like other things that care about artifacts, which right now there isn't really there's not a ton of like super artifact centric things.
Yeah.
Then you don't need these. I want green ramp that's not going away. Like that's how I do not touch artifact ramp in green. That is like a go-to, except for Great Henge. That's fine, but Great Henge is ridiculous.
Well, you play one creature. Yeah,
exactly. But specifically, I am not playing talismans. I am not playing signets. I'm not even playing. I know a lot of people will fight for Arcane Signet in green. I don't think you need it. I think you play mana ramp. You actually ramp your mana that is not going to be touched because we live in a we live in a world. We live in a world where society says that you can't touch the lands.
Yeah.
So I would rather be ramping there, and in general, I think it's just better. And there's so much. I literally every green deck I have, there's not a talisman unless there is an artifact theme, which this does have. So I will say that.
Yeah. I think these are fine. I agree with you on the general sentiment that if I'm in green, I will defer to land ramp over artifact ramp. I think these are fine.
Yeah, I just think it's either. I think you embrace the theme of your artifacts and you do a little bit more artifact centric things, or just go to the mana ramp. That's where I'm at.
Yeah,
I'm not. Don't settle for fine. Be great, gamer dad.
I don't know. Also, you get to play the Dan Fraser talisman. So
stop with his cool arts.
Yeah.
Stop defending cool art.
Yeah, look, we have Wolverine, Rhythm of the Wild. Yeah, okay. So our enchantments do get a little bit more interesting here. Annie Joins Up is a fun card. However, I'm about to spoil your fun for this. I'm about to rules lawyer you on this. Annie Joins Up is in our colors, and does 5 damage on ETB. Great. If a triggered ability of a legendary creature you control triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. Let's look at the things that this actually triggers, or that actually helps us, before we talk about the commander. Selvala 1. You can double the creature entering draw card trigger.
Commander?
Before we talk about the commander.
Okay. That's the only other one I knew.
You have 1, Selvala. But the dream here is that you are doubling the transform trigger to get it back to the original face, right? So you've already got it to Ultra Magnus. You play Annie Joins Up. You're like, yes, all right. So now every turn I can do get a free artifact creature because it'll go whoop whoop because I doubled the trigger. It doesn't work.
I didn't think it did.
It doesn't work. If I went through just to be sure, the citation is Rule 701.28F. It just specifically says if a thing is trying to transform. The short version is if a thing tries to transform twice, it can't. If 2 instances of transformer on the stack, it does not go flip. It just flips and the other one fizzles. I'm sure it is to fix something that broke the game, but it does make me sad. I tried to do this with Jetfire. It just does not function. It does not work. So I would cut Annie Joins Up because it doesn't do what you want it to do. Sad.
You do get to cheat in 2 things. Like, is that true? I think you still get to cheat in 2 things.
Yes, you would get to cheat in 2 things. It fizzles the trying to convert twice. But I don't know at that point if that's worth it, especially considering how many things we've got to cheat. But you will get to cheat things twice.
Yeah, that is fair. Yeah, I mean, this deck is a little low on cheaties.
Yeah.
So it's like it is tough to consistently do 2.
Right. I think the rest of the stuff here, Greater Good seems good. There's not a lot of ways to draw cards in this deck. Mana Reflection I would also cut, because this is 6 mana to double our mana, but at that point, I think something has gone wrong if we're trying to cast our big things, or we don't have Ultra Magnus online.
I'm on True Conviction Cut. It seems fine. Win more, it feels like, because it feels like when you drop your big things, you're kind of ahead in winning.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to be like, I'm ahead of winning more than I was 2 seconds ago.
Yeah, this is the thing I realized, though, because this was also one of my immediate cuts. It's from the Transformers Secret Lair. I think that is the reason, and the
fair.
sole reason that this is in the deck. If you're trying to optimize the deck, cut it. If you're trying to make a cool Transformer deck, keep it in there.
Oh, hi, Benji.
We have a fine and workable mana base. I don't think this is the focus of the deck here. Okay, so some thoughts on this deck, having both seen it and played against this multiple times. Where the deck, I think, you can't. It's hard to see it right away. Our ideal game plan is play Ultra Magnus as fast as possible, swing, transform. But you need total power 8 or greater to convert it. This is 4. So it means you need to have played enough creatures to have an additional 4 power that is okay to swing with to be able to convert this. Because it's only total power of attacking creatures.
Ew. Why is that?
So we do not have that. You are not able to convert Ultra Magnus on your first swing in this deck. But we can fix that. We can fix that with some really good creatures. Combat Celebrant is a 4/1 that gives you an additional combat, which means you can swing.
Exert it.
Your Combat Celebrant gets indestructible, so your 4/1 does not die. You get an additional combat, and then you are able to immediately Ultra Magnus and do the big thing. That's what I'm looking for.
Combat Celebrate is perfect in this deck.
Mm-hmm. How about Outcaster Trailblazer, which is a 3-mana 4/2 when a big creature enters, draw a card. I think this deck struggles a little bit for card draw. That seems great. It also has plot, so you can set it up all in one turn. And the indestructible thing makes it okay for you to be swinging with this fragile 4/2. Great. I think you should be looking for a handful of other things. I could not. After a quick look, I couldn't find any good artifact creatures that this works with, but I'm okay with that because we want this to be able to do the thing as soon as possible, and right now it simply cannot. I was looking at this before. We touched on it a little bit with mana reflection. This should make a decision. Do we want to go big mana, or do we want to go cheat mana? Because this is big mana. This is not cheat mana. Selvala is big mana, not cheat mana. Elvish Piper is cheat mana, not big mana. Pick one direction and lean into it. I think this is much better as a cheat mana deck. You can go Piper, you can add Ovia. I would maybe cut Selvala. This card might just be so simply good that you put it in anyway, and it's the exception. I would definitely cut Mana Reflection. I'm pushing the pace of this a little bit so that we can move to the next deck, but I think there's a lot of fun stuff for this. Board wipes. This deck, your commander gives your creatures indestructible. So, board wipe. The ones that we have, sure, are fine. They're one-sided, but you don't need to be paying the extra tax for these cards being one-sided. Your board wipes are already one-sided. You can play a Wrath of God in this deck, and it is a one-sided board wipe. So play cheaper board wipes and take advantage of the fact that you're giving your creatures indestructible. This was I think the big one that I thought was super cute. Fight to the death.
What is Fight to the Death?
Fight to the death. 2 mana, destroy all blocking creatures and all block creatures. But it doesn't matter if they blocked your creatures, because they're indestructible.
So destroy all blocking creatures.
Yeah, for 2 mana, instant speed.
That's
super cute.
Cute. Yeah, cute's a great word for it.
Super cute.
Super cute. Fighting to the death, so cute.
Right.
Can't think of anything cuter.
There you go. Those are my big thoughts on this. Biggest things being find 4 power creatures that you can play before Ultra Magnus, so that you're able to transform it immediately. Maybe I would definitely toss in some other targets like Phyrexian Triniform, like Triplicate Titan, anything that is to take advantage of that ability. I think those are the biggest things for me. Sorry that Annie Joined Up does not double the thing, but maybe if you want to keep it in there because you get to drop 2 big things, I think 1 big thing is enough.
Yeah, I would embrace a little bit more of your artifact theme. You're already on a deck that has 30 plus artifacts without trying. You might as well be playing 40, 50 with synergies that just turn the deck from something that has a bunch of mishmangled pieces into a more synergistic ball of anger. I don't know why it's so angry, but it's angry.
Yeah. All right.
Synergistic ball of anger.
Our next deck is from the Twilight Sovereign. I particularly like the name Millowfort. So this is Zelix Sanity Flayer with the background Inspiring Leader. I have never seen one of these decks before. I've never seen this pairing before. This is real interesting. So Zelix makes you a 1/1 black horror creature token whenever a player mills 1 or more creature cards. So important to note, if it's in a chunk, if it's a big, you mill a player's entire library in 1 shot, you're only getting 1 creature. Because 1 or more creature cards. And then Inspiring Leader just gives all of your creature tokens +2/+2.
My favorite Inspiring Leader is the Mind Flayer.
Right, yeah. So with this deck, our goal, it seems like they are pretty happy with the build already. We should just be looking for our favorite inclusion in the deck, and then we'll take a look at their considering list and find what our recommendation would be out of these 15 cards to add to the deck. But we'll get there. Let's just go through what we see first. So not a lot of creatures,
which makes sense.
Yeah.
Though I will say, it is weird to have Guardian of Faith and not a lot of creatures. I get the idea of like protect your commander and his little duders, but still feels a little out of place when we're not really a creature centric deck.
But also interesting to note, Zelix triggers when you mill a creature card. So this is kind of eliminating that angle, because we just cannot ever rely on being able to mill ourselves to make a token.
Very true.
A lot of the creatures we do have mill our opponents. Riddle Keeper mills them when they attack us. Dreamborn Muse mills everybody at upkeep. No, that's it. And then we have some clones to try and make copies of Zelix or copies of these other abilities. I think the Glasspool Mimic is also really interesting. Maybe interesting in a cuttable way, because this can only clone creatures that we control, and does not get around the legend rule.
Yeah, we don't really have creatures that we control.
Right.
Yeah, it seems very cuttable, and like I'm a big Glasspool Mimic person. I am all over that card in most decks, but like you said, you can't copy your commander unless you spark double it first, and that's asking a lot.
I think the Scrawling Crawler here is also a weird choice. So it's extra card draw for everybody, and then hurts your opponents for drawing cards, but we are not really taking advantage of either of those things, I don't think.
Yeah, we're not a group slug deck. We're not going to slowly ping them out by 1 damage, and we're not going to make them draw their whole deck out.
Right.
Either. So I've never been a big fan of these cards unless your deck is built specifically in their image. Like you really just need a deck that is focused on making them draw or group hug or group slug. If that's not the focus of the deck, easy cut for me.
Yeah. Sorceries. We're doing, mill things. Each opponent mills 8 or half their deck. But again, only results in 1 creature token per player.
Yes. See, so I might as well get to them. We're talking about some of the cards in that. These big chunks are a lot worse than some cards we're going to get to, where when you do 2 at a time repetitively is what I want, is what you want to see with this. Like, mill 2 cards, mill 2 cards, mill 2 cards. That feels much stronger and better than milling for half their deck, even though obviously that's powerful.
Right. Sweet Oblivion. This is a repeatable mill 4, but it's only to target player. So ideally we're milling all players at the same time because we can get
3.
We can get a token per player. I don't know. Good removal is good removal. Also, I guess maybe there's some sort of very light group hug
sub-theme. Yeah, I really don't like these cards. Like, you're just giving out too much. I mean, we're in blue. We don't need to draw cards. We don't need to give our opponents cards. If you want to give your opponents cards, and that, like you said, that is actually part of the sub-theme of this deck, go for it. That's totally fine.
Yeah.
I guess maybe their idea is that they're milling, and they also, there's a sub-theme of like adding on top of that, they also draw out their deck. So maybe that's the idea here.
Right. And I think if that is the thought, still immediately replace these cards with other things that mill. Like, I would rather, it's both more efficient and better for the theme of the deck to just put those cards from library into graveyard as opposed to library into
well, I think that with these cards, I think they're specifically card draw slots. So it's like you don't want to turn your card draw into more mill, because then you won't be able to draw any cards. If just every card in your deck says mill, sure, you're thematic, but can you do anything?
I guess. Removal, fabricate, which I guess we'll see those targets in a bit. We have 2 tutors here, 2 okay tutors. Bond of Insight does mill each player and allows you to return. So this is pretty good here. For 4 mana, you're getting mill for all players and returning instants and sorceries from your graveyard.
Yeah, and you get to exile it, because who doesn't want that last line?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, perfect.
I mean, like, Fractured Identity. I don't know what this is here for, but it's fun. It's a fun card. And then this is here, I think, because it interacts with the tokens that you have. The Replicate is tap and untapped horror you control.
Horror.
Yeah. Instance. I love that we are running Mana Tithe.
The one of
Mana Tithe. Well, it's, Commander.
Thank you, I know.
But we're running Mana Tithe in a blue and white deck. And I know that must simply be because this is a player that feels very good when they get to Mana Tithe somebody.
It is very funny to me how Mana Tithe has put itself in. The reason Mana Tithe separates itself from other counter spells is that it's white.
It's white,
We're in
and
blue.
it is incredibly narrow. But also, it makes me laugh because do you all know where Mana Tithe comes from?
I know. It's so funny. What, Force Spike? We're talking about
Yeah, this is from Planar Chaos, where they said, "Hey, what if we took cards that existed already and put them in a different color?" So this is a blue card. It's called Force Spike.
Yeah.
So you could run both. If you're gonna run Mana Tithe, run both. Run Force Spike in here too.
But that's what I find so funny is even when people make their blue-white decks and they like their Mana Tithe, they don't put in Force Spike. It's very funny to me. It's like you can play second copy of Mana Tithe if you want.
Trust me, Force Spiking somebody feels just as good as Mana Tithing them in a blue-white deck. Visions Beyond. This is Ancestral Recall because we're milling people. We have a bunch of counter spells and stuff. Yes. All right. Again, Drown in Dreams. Big chunk of mill. Only 1 target player. So you are getting a single copy of Hammy. Oh, Hammy, you're in trouble.
Give me that.
He's gonna be a jerk about it.
Give me it.
Yeah, because he's gotten inside of one of his toys and now is turning the stuffing into doggy food. he's not allowed to do that. Yeah, so we have, yeah, so these big chunky mill spells are not ideal for the strategy that we're going for here. What is ideal is Altar of the Brood. This is perfect for this deck. So whenever another permanent enters under your control, each opponent mills a card. And if you have Zelix on the board, if any of them mills a creature card, you make a creature token, it triggers Altar of the Brood, and you do it again. So, you know, big old combo.
I got it.
You got it?
I got it.
Yeah, Hammy, you know the rule. As soon as you get the toy guts, it's taken away. Yeah, this is I assume what like the Fabricate is for, that we're trying to tutor for this, because that is a very good combo here. You know, we have Sculpting Steel, I guess, to make copy for that too. But yeah, Altar of Dementia also really strong here, because you can sacrifice your tokens to then mill a player and try and get that to loop. But otherwise, yeah, we have ramp and ramp and ramp. Mindcrank, of course, we're gonna put this in here, mill deck. And then Eldrazi Monument does help us to close the game out. Since we have army of 3/3, and then with Eldrazi Monument 4/4 flying indestructible creatures.
So now what I'm realizing, I haven't sat down and gone over people's deck like this in a while. You guys need to eat your fruits and veggies. Simply put, your ramp packages are too light. Period. 10 is a great mark to aim for, and I know it's boring. I know when you make 20 decks and you have to put a 10-piece of ramp in every single one, it is so boring. But you don't have a lot of ramp here. You're going to, good on you for putting in your 38 lands. Like 38 lands with MDFCs is great. Love to see that number. But you need to get up on ramp here. What do we got? 1, 2,
3, 4, 5 pieces of ramp.
5. We're 5 short of like my baseline that I aim for. And I feel not everybody has to be on my baseline of like 10, but like 5 is not enough.
Yeah. Also notable that this is Joe's baseline, and is also the Command Zone's baseline. This is Josh Lee Kwai, Rachel Weeks, like very, very good commander deck building minds are saying, hey, 38 lands, 10 pieces of ramp for you know.
Yeah, you want to execute and consistently execute your plan. With 5 pieces of ramp, I would say probably half the games you're not going to see one. And that's not what you want. You want a piece of ramp every single game.
Okay. Enchantments do a lot for this deck. We have a lot of ones that are small bits of ramp, bits of mill, like you were mentioning, that is really what this deck wants to do. Cast a blue spell, make somebody mill 2 cards. Great.
Perfect.
Attacks you. That I'm thinking a different thing. Memory erosion.
Love it. This is my pick. Like you want to know like my favorite inclusions for the deck. This is perfect. This is exactly what this deck wants. Your opponent takes an action, they get milled, you get guys. Perfect. And it's not a big. I mean, it doesn't matter what size it is at this point, because it's going to trigger so often. Casting a spell is going to happen. At least 3 to 7 times every go around the table. When that's a potential 3 to 7 little horrors that we can get.
Right. Some of these slots are dedicated to making our creatures bigger. Intangible Virtue, Rally the Ranks, our anthems, Commander's Insignia anthem. Now, I actually don't know what the ruling is for this, because we have a commander. We have 2 commanders. We have a creature and a background. So I think you actually get +2 out of this if you cast both of them.
Good question. Yeah, that sounds correct. I can't remember how these things work. They're so weird.
I'm pretty sure that is how that works.
Backgrounds are just weird in general.
That's nice. And then I guess some courts, because it is going to be kind of difficult, unless our opponent has flyers, to get in on us, because we just have a lineup of disposable creature tokens.
Well, not only that, this deck also has a little Pillow Fort theme, mini theme with your Ghostly Prison. So it's going to fort up. I think there's a creature that propaganda. There's also a creature.
Yeah, Windborn Muse was in
Windborn
here.
Muse is in here. Yeah, that's what it's called. But yeah, we have that sub theme as well. So the Monarch is much stronger when you have these ways to protect it.
Yeah. Okay, so that is the deck. I think I am glad to be going over this combination because I've just not seen this deck pair before, and this is a fun, like, I don't think the goal of this mill deck is to mill your opponents out. It is just to use it as a vehicle to make your horror army. That's fun. My favorite inclusion here is Scrawling Trawler. No, I'm kidding.
Hey, to each their own.
The Mana Tithe is up there for me because of that whole situation. That's very funny. But I don't know. I really loved this concept. I love this commander pairing, but I didn't run into anything that was like, oh, this is super weird. Like I never would have expected this. After knowing what the deck archetype was, like what you were going for, there wasn't a ton here that surprised me, and those are usually the ones that get me. I think my favorite inclusion here is the Fractured Identity, because this tells you what the tone of the deck is. Unless I'm missing something big here, there's not some crazy Fractured Identity, Phage the Untouchable like combo. This, Twilight Sovereign is here to have fun. That's what this card is here for. It isn't. They said, "Oh, I'm in Azorius. Bet Fractured Identity. No other reason."
That's fair. That's a fair enough reason.
Yeah.
I mean, I was really, really not sure where you were going with that, but yeah, I support it.
That tells me a lot about the intention of this deck, and so that's it for me. Let's take a look at the considering list. This was our other goal. It's already open. What out of here would be your recommendation to add to the deck?
Specifically out of these cards.
Out of these cards.
What did it do? Whatever. One or more creatures attack. No.
Yeah. Here, while you look at these, I'll explain my pick. There are some like strong cards in here, or some that kind of lean in more to the theme of different things, and like the Pillow Fort in particular, or there's some stacks pieces. I would add the Mind Skinner. I think that's a lot of fun here, and it works really well with this theme that you have, where you're making a lot of creatures that are reasonably able to go to combat. You have an army of 3/3s. Great, and you can convert that into more mill that then gives you more 3/3s. Perfect. Also, the card is cool. Like this is, I think, this is my pick. It seems very much in theme, very works well with what you're trying to do, and is of the same like power level and tone that you have built.
Mind Skinner is super cool. I think that would be my pick too, but if I had to pick a different card, I'd pick Folio of Fancies. Specifically, this card's silly, and it is milling each opponent all at once, which is exactly what we're gonna do.
Yes.
And it just has a bonus of if this deck seems to have a very small theme of letting our opponents draw as well. This does both of our themes, or at least two of our themes that are in this deck well. So
yeah,
this is what I would add. I mean, milling. When you can mill each opponent and potentially get 3 things at once is what you want.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. Mind Skinner mills each opponent whenever you're dealing combat damage or dealing damage. So that's that thing. You will have to figure out how to get rid of it or commit to milling your opponents out, but who cares? It's fun. Some things that I thought of that would be really good in this. There is a brand new mill card. River Churn. River Churn Monument.
What the hell that?
Yeah, it's from Ether Drift. So, for 1 mana, you can tap in any number of target players, each mill 2 cards.
That's great. That is great for this deck.
Ideal. And it can also win the game. You pay 4 and tap it 1 time per game. Any number of target players, each mill cards equal to the number of cards in their graveyard. Okay. So it is both ideal for what your deck is trying to do and a win con if you've got enough mill that's happened in the game.
Oh, that's super solid. That is literally what this deck wants.
Yeah.
Milling each opponent 2 is gonna work. I mean, that is ideal to the deck. Ideal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm honestly, I guess it's just because rares that aren't busted are cheap these days, but I'm surprised that this is only a 50-cent card because I think this is auto include in practically every mill deck in Commander.
I think mill is niche enough.
Yeah.
To keep it low.
Right. Surprised there was no Court of Cunning. We have this Monarch and Pillow Fort Ideal. And Court of Cunning is the court that mills.
Oh yeah, it is the court of milling. Yeah,
it's the court of milling. I want to say even that is it each opponent too?
I want to say it's
court
target.
At beginning of your upkeep, any number of target players each mill 2 cards. Great,
perfect.
So it's even good if you're not the Monarch. So because we were looking for that little bit of mill.
Yeah, we already have the sub theme of monarchy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, this little mini sub theme, I should say, but
yeah,
the courts. Does this add another court?
Mm-hmm. If you want to get a little mean with it, you could put a Junk Winder in this, because we are making a ton of tokens, and that card is it's 7 mana but with affinity for tokens, and then whenever a token enters, you stun something.
Good old Junk Winder.
Yes. I think that card is super, super messed up. And it's like an uncommon. You can pick up for like 10 cents or whatever. It's great. Junk Winder. I put a note for Elishnorn and I don't remember why.
Because she's mean?
Oh, yeah. Oh, because it wins the game. If you needed a strong like game ender, the original Elishnorn.
That's what they came here for.
Right.
They were like, man, I really need suggestions for my deck. Wow, Elishnorn? Wow, didn't think of that. Thanks, Veggie.
Woo! Okay. Much better thoughts. Drum Bellower and the new Unstoppable Plan from Ether Drift. Both of those 3 mana things that untap all of your creatures, and Unstoppable Plan also hits all other non-land permanents at the end of your turn. So that means extra Zelix activations. That means extra something else that I thought was relevant. And also means that you can swing out with your token army and then be ready to Pillow Fort back up with blockers. I liked those. That was my... Oh, and also, I don't know if these were intentionally left off, but like some of the mill staples like Bruvac or Mesmeric Orb.
Oh, Mesmeric Orb. Mesmeric Orb is incredible for this deck because every single one is individual check.
Oh, Benji. That is... Oh my god.
Fractured Identity and Unstoppable Plan with Mesmeric Orb.
Yeah.
What's Unstoppable Plan? I can't think of that one.
Unstoppable Plan is the new one that untap all...
oh, yes.
Yeah, so what you all are missing in the YouTube chat is the suggestion to have Mesmeric Orb out, have Unstoppable Plan out, and then Fractured Identity and Unstoppable Plan. So that everybody is untapping twice per turn, and that's very stupid. I would definitely do that. Okay, yes, I think this was very fun, and I'm always happy to see new combinations, new commander ideas. So I like that one. Next deck. Wesley has submitted Gargos, Vicious Watcher. Hydras, mono green Hydras. We are here simply to make some suggestions for cards. Also, what time is it? I'm hungry. But Gargos, 6 mana for an 8/7 Vigilance. Your Hydras cost 4 less to cast. Simple as that. And it also, whenever a creature you control becomes targeted, by a spell, then Gargos fights something.
Yeah, this deck is specifically focused on Hydras.
Mm-hmm.
We're fine with incidental stuff that's going to help us out, but yeah, this is a Hydra deck. That's what we're doing. That's what the whole deck is. That's what I mean. If you just look down on the page here, you will see lots and lots of Hydras, X spells.
Yeah, so we're just here. We want to recommend some cards in this archetype. Let's see what we got in the deck. Nissa, wow, it's mono green. We should having our forest trap for 2 mana is pretty good.
Turns out.
Yeah, I think that it's not any more big brain than that. But their Hydras also have a lot of +1 counters, and there's some +1 counter synergy, so we even get a little extra mileage out of that. Here is big old block of Hydras with X in their cost. And the X is reduced by the 4 from Gargos. Some non-Hydra stuff. Nexos here, allowing us to essentially double our mana as long as we're paying it into an X cost. Fanatic of Ronus is just very good green mana dork. We will usually be able to have a creature with power 4 or greater on the board, and later on it comes back.
Yeah, he just asks nothing of you, that card.
Right.
It's so good.
Yeah. Kodama turns all of your Hydras into ramp, and a lot of them end up having trample, so they're not going to have a problem getting in. Oh, modified creature control have trample, right. The other part of Kodama.
He just gives trample, yeah. Woo! You don't have to even worry about trample.
Right. I remember when you had to work for things in Magic the Gathering. Now I just print everything you need on the card. I think this is an interesting addition here. You potentially make a bunch of mana, but Hydras, you typically have less pips in them.
Yeah, that is true, unless you're doing Colonial Hydra, which we're not.
Yeah. So maybe there's a different ramping choice here that is better. This also is 4 mana. Whew. Yeah, we have some other staples: Beast Whisperer, Somber Walled Sage. 3 mana, make 3 mana, solid. Selvala, etc., etc. Croson Drover, man, I have not seen a Croson Drover in a minute.
Haven't played against my Maelstrom Wanderer deck, I see.
No, or it hasn't come out. What I used to play a bunch of this card. Happy to see it back. Creature spells that cost 6 or more costs 2 less to play. That's going to be all your Hydras for the most part.
I find this with X spells as very funny interactions where it's like the card if you can X equals okay, so let's say I'm trying to think of, I need a specific Hydra to start thinking. What? Okay, I can't find X Hydras. Okay, cool.
Yeah, up at the top.
This one, Ferocious Hydra. Yeah, if you do X equals 2, it doesn't reduce it at all.
Right.
But if you do X equals 4, it's X equals 2, and it's the same thing. It actually is the X equals 4. It's just, it'll cost you 4 mana either way. Your choice.
Right.
Dealer's choice on if they want a smaller Hydra.
Right. It's that weird Magic, casting a spell order where you have to choose a cost that you couldn't pay for, that you then can pay for because you chose a cost you couldn't pay for.
Yeah, the only way to get there is by saying, I'm going to pay more mana than I ever could have.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we could go over the Hydras, but they're the Hydras. They're
pretty simple.
Yeah.
I mean, and when it comes to suggestions, do you want us to tell you the best Hydras? Because you got that.
Right. Sorceries, instance, here's our spells. Fangs of Colonia to double the counters on the inevitable chunk of counters that's going to be on all of your Hydras. Uncaged Menagerie is an X spell, so you get you can use Nexos to pay for it and stuff. And it does grab a big chunk of your deck if you pay mana into it. Ramp, more put counter, double counter. Ramp, draw a card, kill table. What are your thoughts on Traverse the Outlands?
I mean, if this deck should commit to going big like this, and this card it's a lot, but it puts you in a position where you're gonna be able to just do your thing for the rest of the game, guaranteed. I really do like the card, and I'm big on him. I want to say specifically Overrun. you can just I just play. We're talking about big creatures. We have traversed the Outlands and Last March of the Ents. We already want big giant power. Go with
Overwhelming Stampede.
Yes, Overwhelming Stampede. Go with Overwhelming Stampede because it just goes with the theme more. You already want big giant creature. Why settle for +3/+3 when you can have +12/+12?
Yeah, this is just strictly better. Like, it's the same cost, still a sorcery, gives all your creatures +X and trample equal to the biggest power you have on board.
Yeah. Literally, it even costs 1 generic less if
Right.
in some weird in a world where you have Thoran Dynamo on the battlefield.
Right.
Like, so there is a world where you don't have the third pip for some reason.
Yeah. Last March of the Ents, this one to me is like, okay, at a glance, it makes sense. You're draw a bunch of cards, put a bunch of creatures on the battlefield. But this is kind of bad here. Because, sure, you draw a bunch of cards, but then you do not want to put any of these Hydras onto the board without paying their mana cost. So, like, the number of creatures that you hit,
There's a decent chunk of non-X Hydras, I will say that.
Yeah.
So there's a decent amount of drop. It really just... You're going to run into the Nambo of the X spells when we actually go... Like, because the deck feels like it wants to be doing X spells. I mean, you have Nexos, right?
Right.
I feel like maybe you want to even engage more with those X spells to lean into things like Nexos so you get the synergy. Because this card, Nexos is good in this deck. Nexos, where all the Hydras are X spells, is bonkers.
Yeah.
Like, completely busted, one of the best cards in your whole deck. Every land is Ancient Tomb. Yeah, that's not beatable.
Yeah. But yes, I my instinct is there is a better version of what you want this card to do that doesn't non-bow with your X cost creatures.
Yeah. I am very low, very, very low at Hunter's Prowess. That is a lot of mana to get blown out at sorcery speed. Any piece of removal turns it into a 2-for-1 against you, and you get literally nothing. I'm on the like bottom with this card, where it's like, I don't want to play this card almost ever. Like the niche scenario where I would play it, it's tough to even think. Like, this is the closest because at least we target Gargos or we target something and we get a Gargos trigger to fight.
Yeah, and then if they target Gargos, you get a second Gargos trigger to fight.
At least there's that. This is the closest I can think to wanting to play it, but it's still the feeling of not getting anything for 5 mana is it's rough.
Yeah. Save your stuff. Kill their stuff.
Yep.
Ramp, draw cards. Easy enough.
Ramp for me is it's so weird. It's like I can make I have my, like, when I'm in green, I have this ideal ramp package. It's like, this is what I grab and this is what I put in.
Yeah.
And it's like, basically, things like this never make my cut. Because I have a cut of, like, these are my 10 green ramp spells, and here's what I would play. And, like, this is basically number, like, 12 or 13 every time for me. But it's a fine card.
Yeah.
So there's no reason for me to tell you to cut this. It is going to do the job. It is good enough. But like, it's just funny to me, like, because I have gone into a world of how I build green mana bases. It's so strict that, like, this card looks unplayable to me, but it's like, it's just like the 13th best one. It's like, and that's fine. Why? Who cares if you're playing number 13 instead of number 7? Like, it's just not that big of a deal.
I will defend this one in particular for being I think it should be higher on your list. If the deck can reliably have a 4-power creature, because it is instant speed that can ramp you 2.
That's fair.
And
you know what? That's fair. I don't touch this card enough, but also this card is in that awkward period for me of right when I stopped playing Magic for a little bit. So it is in that awkward, like, space of, like, I haven't probably appropriately even thought about putting in a deck. So you're probably right. It probably is better than I'm thinking.
Because even especially in this, if you are being able to do it at the end, at the opponent's end step before you untap, means that you don't look scary for a while, and then the window between look scary and be scary is so small. if you are, I don't know if you're able to really have a 4-power creature in this deck on turn, like, no, but yeah, this is giving you a good bit of ramp at instant speed. I like it here.
No, I like it here.
I think I would struggle to find like, I would struggle to find like 6 ramp spells that are better than this for this deck.
For this deck in particular, yeah. Again, that's probably one that I have underestimated. I just never play it.
Yeah.
And I guess I haven't built that many green decks in the past year, so it has only been out like a year, right? A year and a half.
Who knows?
How long has Lord of the Rings
How long
been
has
out?
Lord of the Rings been out?
2 years? 7 years?
Yeah.
I don't know.
How long has Nyx Lotus been out?
Nyx Lotus, 4 years.
Yeah. This one,
I think that's actually right.
This one I struggle with. This one I think is not great. Again, the Hydras typically have a couple less pips than average. Like we saw some. It's fine, but you're not going to have like a bunch of permanents on the board. Your whole deck is dedicated to pump all of your mana into one big permanent that has maybe 1 or 2 pips.
I think there is one line of text on this card that just turns it from playable to unplayable, and that is entering tapped.
Yeah.
I think this card is amazing if it enters untapped, and you can deal with the fact that, yeah, sometimes it doesn't add. It only adds like 2 sometimes, but it's like, your 4 mana max adding 2. That's deal withable. No.
Yeah.
The entering tapped is a lot. And then the fact is, this card reads scary, shows scary, and it dies a lot. Like, you need to untap with it. If this card entered untapped and we could use it right away, I'm in. I've been off on it for a long time now.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty terrible card. And both terrible and not fun, because it makes you look scary, and either people target you or they remove it. You don't get to do fun stuff with this card. Benji in the chat mentions, is Elementalist Palette better here? And that they always end up cutting it. I also always end up cutting this.
What is this card?
This is an X spell themed mana rock. Is this $10?
Of course it is.
This is $10? Okay, when you cast a spell with X in it, you put 2 charge counters on it. It taps for mana or for 1 colorless for every charge counter on it.
It falls into the really tough spot of 3 mana rock that taps for 1. It's like there's so many of those, and most of them are just unplayable.
I think in particular what this does, yes, you can. Yes, you definitely can. The problem with this, I'm speaking to either NerdGirl or Airball, whoever is also in the decked out thing right now. But Elementalist Palette, I think is bad design, because it doesn't do what you want. You have to cast X spells for less to be able to power it up. What this should be is tap for 1 mana of any color, or tap and add even if it was just add 2 mana for an X spell and put a charge counter on it, and then also add mana for the charge counter on it. But this puts you back, because the first X spell you cast with it, it only taps for 1 mana.
Yeah,
or it should have started with charge counters on it.
Yeah, it's slow.
It's
so slow.
And
play a 3 mana rock that only taps for 1 mana. From there, you have to then cast an X spell with it on the battlefield, which is probably most of your turn. You usually just load up your X spells.
Yeah.
And then you have to untap, and then you get 2 mana.
Right.
It's not even that good.
Yeah. It's way too slow, and not rewarding unless you cast like a handful of X spells with it. So I always end up cutting it. I don't. I think it's totally in theme and still bad. Here are 2 that I would suggest to replace that Nyx Lotus, if you have an extra $20 bill lying around.
$20 bill
right?
box, baby.
Scepter, but spelled weird. Scepter of Eternal Glory. Same mana cost. Does not come into play tapped. Tap for mana of any color, or tap for 3 if you control 3 lands with the same name, like Forest.
Yeah, we are on 33 forests in this deck, and you can even cut like 10 of those to like soup up your mana base and still reliably always have it. So you don't got to do anything. This asks nothing of you.
Yeah, this I think this should be a staple of monocolored decks. It just comes with a price tag. The other one, same thing. Do you have a $20 bill on it lying around? If so, this is also great. Oh, sorry, $30 bill. If you have one of those $30 bills lying around, Throne of Eldraine, you choose a color, taps for 4 mana of that color, but you can only use it to cast spells, and also has card advantage built into it.
Yeah, it notably cannot cast your mana rocks. It is important to remember that. It can only cast monocolored spells very specifically. So it does have a downside.
Yes.
But yes.
Yeah, so if you're not worried about your wallet, then those are 2 good alternatives that are just astronomically better than Nyx Lotus.
Poor Nyx Lotus.
Never had a chance. Never had a chance. Enchantments. Concordant Crossroads. Sure, I don't think it does anything for the deck, but haste is fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine.
Yeah. Innkeeper's Talent.
Incredible card. I mean, I've recently only discovered how good this card was. I literally, like, I don't know. I read it and I didn't even like. I consumed the whole card, and it was still just okay to me. And then I played against it. It's like, oh, this is doubling season. Oh, this is doubling season, but you get stuff earlier.
Yep. And
you don't have to just play a 5 mana do nothing. This card's stupid. Why? This card's better than doubling season. Like, in not every deck, but in a lot of decks, it is just better than doubling season.
Actually, I'm curious. Well, because doubling season has double tokens.
We're not doubling tokens, yes.
Yeah. So in a non-token deck, I would struggle to. You all out there, is there any single deck that you can think of where doubling season is a better choice than Innkeeper's Talent if you're not making tokens? I think the answer is no.
The NerdGirl was calling.
No, she's probably calling to.
She just calling right now. I was about to call her back.
Hi.
Hi. Can we order you guys sandwiches?
For lunch? Yeah.
Yeah.
What would Joe like?
What from where? What from where?
Firehouse.
Firehouse? Meatball.
All right. Sounds good. I will poke you guys when it's delivered.
Thank you.
Get double meatballs.
Double meatballs.
Yeah.
I will put all of the balls in your mouth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Meaty
Meaty ones.
Yep. Big meaty meatballs.
Bye.
Bye. Woo. Okay. Yeah, enchantments. Primal Rage. Also haven't seen this in a million years. Just simply gives all your creatures trample.
That's an easy cut.
That's an easy cut.
I mean, I know Veggie is generous sometimes, but that card's bad.
I agree.
Like,
yeah.
Sometimes you don't gotta. We try to be nice, but it's like you just don't need that card.
Yeah.
There's better cards. You can do better.
Yeah.
Unless you really like Primal Rage, then you should play it.
Yeah, I like this card made me happy because I have not seen or thought about this for a long time. It has that very old like art concept for goblins.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Like when's the last time you saw this?
What is that goblin?
This
so
concept
weird.
for goblin, and it used to be like this was a standard. This is what a goblin looks like in Stronghold.
They're so weird.
Yeah. Beanstalk seems good. Draw anytime you play a Hydra.
Tough to beat a Beanstalk, right?
Yeah.
That card's so good.
Sure, counter doubling, Primal Rage, but good. Double your stuff. This is greater good for those of you who don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. Wait.
Sure.
What? What? That's greater good. Okay.
Yes. This is from the Sheldon Manor Secret Lair.
What language is it in?
Italian.
It's Italian. Okay.
Yeah.
What did he just have an Italian?
Yeah. I don't know the exact lore there, but it is in Italian specifically because he liked it. It's Bene Supremo.
The Bene Supremo.
Right.
Yes.
We're probably making things worse by saying it like that, but I don't know.
And then I'm Italian.
Oh, I'm probably making things worse by saying it like that. Unbound Flourishing. Also, we don't have to say anything about this. This is you put it in a deck with X spells, and it makes the X spells better. Cool.
Yeah.
So, card recommendations for this deck. I had some easy ones. I think this could use more dorks. I don't know what I'm doing early in this game, since we don't have a lot of cheap ramp. I would love to see, because we have Somberwald Sage here, but we're in a mono color, so might as well do Llanowar Tribe, which is a 3-mana 3/3 elf that taps for 3 mana. Great, that's just better than this here. It's not restricted to creature spells. It's a 3/3 body. Cool. Might as well have both of those in here.
I think you can cut something like Cultivate for like just like a Birds of Paradise, and we're monocolor, so we can just, if you don't want to touch your wallet or hurt it at all, then you just have Llanowar Elves, or Elvish Mystic. These are all very playable cards in this deck that give you 1 and 2 drops where this deck doesn't, because these decks don't play early. They're slow, but as you get going, they ramp into the big game, and Mana Dorks are going to do that. Especially, you have things like Beast Whisperer. Every single Mana Dork, every spell you cut, like your Cultivate, for a Llanowar Elves is a step towards synergy that makes the deck that much better.
Yes. And also, can you imagine this deck going turn 1, Llanowar Elves, turn 2, Somberwald Sage, turn 3, you've got 3 lands and an additional 4 mana.
Yep.
You're tapping for 7 on turn 3.
Yeah, easy. And like there's combination, if you put in things like you said, the Llanowar Tribe, then you have multiple options to go along this line. I mean, I'm a big fan of, I build into synergy. Like, I would play very little of the actual spell-based ramp. I'd play maybe 1 or 2, and I'd focus on the creature-based ramp, because then you can play more things like Beast Whisperer that care about it. You can put in your even Soul of the Harvest, even though that one's a little expensive, not the best one.
Yeah.
I don't know why why is that the second one that comes to my head? There's better ones than that. But whatever. You guys can figure. You type in cast creature, draw card.
Yeah. Guardian Project.
Yeah, there you go.
Project.
Yeah, that's a better one. I could not think of any other ones, and it was killing me.
Yeah.
But yeah, Guardian Project is also a very good one.
Yes. Here's a less known mana dork that I think is really great here. Runati was exactly where I put the mouse to. When you cast a creature spell with value 5 or greater, that creature enters the battlefield with additional counters where X is its mana value -4. So here's some free extra counters to your Hydras that want counters. And then it also, creatures you control with 3 or more counters on them have haste.
Oh, what is the mana dork that taps for 2 for creatures and then untaps when a big power creature enters? Is also
Gwenna.
Gwenna is also a legendary creature, very good in this deck too. I'm a big fan of this card. I play this in my Maelstrom Wanderer deck.
Yeah, 2 mana for creature spells, and when you cast a big creature spell, put a counter on it and untap.
Yeah, so it has counter synergies within itself, and it is untapping. This is going to be one of the cards that actually lets you line up for multiple in a turn, where it's like, it does have an awkward feature to it where it's going to untap from things, but this will let you spread it over 2 spells rather than just 1 spell for the turn.
Yeah.
Plus, some of this deck we have enough of these guys that we just want to untap and cast a second spell, because we can't put all X into this. Like, that's not an option.
Yeah. We also, like, this is focused on 1 creature type. Throw an Urza's Incubator in there. Like, nobody else is playing Hydras. The symmetry of the card doesn't matter, and that's 2 mana off. It's just like Croson Drover number 2. Yeah, that seems good. Okay. So I even saw that Benji was suggesting replacements for Last March at the Ends. Yes, I think Disciple of Freyalise should be in this deck, because it's any of the MDFCs. Just jam them in your decks. They are just good. Disciple is fantastic. But my suggestion for replacement for this is Season of Gathering. It is, I think all of the seasons are criminally underplayed.
Seasons of Gathering.
Season of Gathering. So you choose a selection of these modes, but it does have draw cards equal greatest power among creatures you control. So you can get blown out, but it means they have to remove all of your creatures. So that's probably not going to happen. It also allows you to board wipe artifacts or enchantments, or just put more counters on creatures you control and give them vigilance and trample, both of which are super, super good for this deck because it gives you some free swings with the vigilance, and I'm assuming that Primal Vigor and Nylea are in here because you feel that you need trample and are not getting it often enough. So Season of the Gathering does all of that.
You also need to cut the Hunter Prowess. I would cut the Hunter Prowess and Hunter's Insight. I'm not a fan of either of these cards. And Rich Card's Expertise is another replacement that just does the same thing. Where I think this card's better in general, but I think the fact that you can just add another one is perfect. And we have, again, even though you can't throw in all these X like you were saying, you're going to have one thing to cast with a Rich Card's Expertise rather than having to. Like, this wants to dump your hand. Risk Expertise only cares about casting one spell for free.
Gotcha. Oh, Jesus, I see you in the chat. Yeah, we can move yours to... we can delay it by one. Just let us know when you're back. Some Strictly Better upgrades as well. If you want to keep this Cultivate, which if you listen to Joe, you shouldn't. I agree, you shouldn't. But there's a Strictly Better one called Nissa's Pilgrimage, which is Cultivate, but can only find basic forests, but also you get to find more if you have Spell Mastery. Yeah, we already talked about Overrun, replacing this with Overwhelming Stampede. Definitely much better than here. And, I did have a replacement for your Primal Rage. It is not, I don't think you could say it's strictly better, but it is better. Sorry. Use Ronus Monument. So your green creature spells cost one less, so it's mana, and when you cast a creature spell, target creature you control gets +2 and trample until end of turn. You don't need a blanket trample because you're probably not going to have more than 2 or 3 creatures that you're concerned about getting it, and this also does some stuff for you otherwise. Cool. I think that's all that I've got for this. Where's your removal? That was my last thing. Green gets shut down by a lot of things. So is my experience. I think you really need to have a lot of ways to deal with stuff. Sure, you've got the required Beast Within. You have a Ram Through. What else in this deck deals with anything? I know one of these Hydras is able to remove artifacts, enchantments. Sure, that's one. And then you have some fight.
Yeah, I would embrace more fighty cards, especially because they double fight. Specifically, I think of Colony Ambush, which is the MDFC, where it can fight, and on the other side it's just land. It's just perfect. I mean,
yes. Or you go with the much better MDFC, Bridgewater Battle. Bridgeworks Battle.
Yeah, you're right. The one that comes on tap, that is better. Play both of them.
Yeah.
Literally play both.
Right?
There's no reason not to.
Yes, definitely play those. But you I would still run all of your stereotypical like mono green removal. Song of the Dryads, Cavender's transformation. Archdruid's Charm is just so good. The card is just so good.
In mono green, especially. There's not even a cost to casting it anymore.
Collective Resistance from Modern Horizons 3 is a new staple for me because its modes are destroy an artifact, destroy an enchantment, or give a creature indestructible and hexproof. And you can do all of those if you want.
Yeah, that card's great.
Yeah, card's great.
I recently stumbled upon that one building decks. I had not seen that one.
Yeah, really good. Okay. That is, I think...
How's Zebex rating?
Hi, Zebex and Zebex fans. What are the Zebex fans called? Do you have a...
Bexies?
The Bexies. I feel like if there's anybody that has like a name for their fandom, it's the Fab Fam. There it is. I knew it. I knew you had. Yes. Hello, Fab Fam. Welcome. Welcome
in, Bexies.
We're doing deck checks for patrons of the show Decked Out, and we have me and NerdGirl here to do the deck checks. Bexies. Yeah, we're just switching to our next deck, so you made it right on time. I'm gonna move this over. Okay, our next deck, from Kelvor. This is Kelsey and the Plague. Which what a perfect timing for ZX to come in for, because I know you've got one of these decks, right? I'm pretty sure.
Calcium, or specifically the
Altair, yeah.
The Altair.
But yeah, this is Kelvor's Kelsey and the Plague deck, or Altair Brotherhood Mentor.
Veggie Joe. I don't like high Veggie Joe. I don't want to be one person with Veggie.
Yeah. Also, I feel like
a space.
Joe Veggie rolls off the tongue a little bit better.
Yeah, Veggie Joe is gross.
Mm-hmm. Joe Wagon.
I like Joe Wagon. Yeah, Joe Wagon. Call us Joe Wagon, please.
Yeah. But yes,
Jogi.
Yeah, is it like Dragon Ball Z, where Goku and Vegeta they combine together multiple times, but in different ways, so they have to have a different combination of their name each time.
Yeah, it's Gogeta and
Vegito.
Yeah, they literally do. It's really annoying and frustrating.
But no, because then you know the form of their fusion because of the name that they're using.
They must have used the earrings this time.
Earrings,
obviously.
Yeah, Gogeta is Gogeta is Fusion Dance, and Vegito is Potara earrings, I think.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
Sounds like it's probably right. Oh, someone's just like, "No, you got this."
Thanks.
No,
Yeah.
Yeah. Veggie's nerding out on me over here.
Right. Okay, yes. This Kelsian deck from Kelvor. Kelsian is Mardu for 2/2 Vigilance and Haste, gets +1 for each experience counter you have, and you can tap and deal the damage to a creature, and if that creature dies this turn, you get an experience counter. Cool. The more stuff that you assassinate, the bigger that Kelsian gets.
Cherry Wagon, yeah.
This one, this deck is focused on punishing your opponents for playing Magic the Gathering.
Everybody's favorite thing to play against.
Right. So it's not stacks, because we're not stopping you from doing it. We're just saying, oh, did you do thing in Magic the Gathering? That was bad for you.
Good, yeah.
We are looking to add more punishment. More cards that punish your opponents for doing game actions.
I will say specifically, this kind of goes against that. This just stops stuff.
That's true.
This is just stacks. Yeah, it's like you can't do this thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, really, the spirit of the deck that we're looking for is stuff like Cataract Parasite. Oh, you drew a card, do you take a damage? Oh, did you search your library? I get a thing. Oh, did you activate an ability? Take some damage. Cool.
You draw a card? Look out, really overpowered card.
Yes. Here we see our second Scrawling Trawler in a deck that it does belong in.
It does fit here. Yeah, mm-hmm. I will say Crawling Trawler Brawler is the strongest of these cards, because it does wait for your turn. Mm-hmm. You are the first person who gets to act on these, so that it is generally the best one. Like, if you're gonna play one of these, it's probably the one you should play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do really like it here and in the decks that want to do this thing. And we've gotten a lot of new effects like this. Scrawling Crawler is new. Cataract Parasite reprint was so neat. This was like a $25 card.
Was it really?
Yes, because it was only printed once.
Yeah, and it goes in every single
deck that wants to do this thing.
What specifically? It specifically goes in every single of the Wheel Commander.
Oh, Nekuzar.
Nekuzar, yeah. Like, very specifically every one of them.
Mm-hmm. Razorkin Needlehead also new. But so let's look at some of the things that, because it's easy to punish draws. You know, Nekuzar decks exist. We already know these cards. But we also punish casting non-creature spells, drain you. Did you make tokens? No, I also make tokens. Did you search your deck? All right, this is stacks.
That one's stacked, yeah.
This is stacks. Yeah, did you cast 2 spells? Damage. Did you have more lands than me? I get to ramp.
What did I? Whenever a player casts their second spell each turn, it deals 2 damage to target opponent. Okay.
Yeah.
What?
Now,
What? That doesn't even hit that player.
right.
You just pick another player.
Yep.
Okay. Why the hell not?
Yeah. What else do we have? Did you tap your mana rocks? I get those for a turn. Yeah. Here is like, I think the balance between stacks and what this deck is trying to do. Oh, did you try to draw extra cards? You still draw one, but I also draw one. That's the
I love this card, but God, it sucks.
It's bad.
It genuinely is so bad.
Mhm.
They have to specifically draw 2 or more
Mhm.
in a very specific way. Like if they double a trigger that draws 1 card, it doesn't work. It's so sad.
Yeah, I think I wish this cost 2.
Or did something else.
No, I think the effect is fine because like it's in that territory of like this can be unfun. This is like it's Hull Breacher territory.
Okay, yeah, you're approaching it, yeah.
Right. But it still allows them to draw. It's just this costs so much for this.
It's too expensive.
Yeah.
Ugh. Do not like that.
Yeah. This is Queen Marchesa. Oh, did you have the Monarch get punished?
I did not know what this was. I now know it's Queen Marchesa, but yeah. I mean, yeah, they punish you for doing anything.
Yeah.
What's this guy punishing for?
Did you cast spells? You get blood tokens, but if you keep them around, then it hits you hard.
Those bloods hurt you. Okay.
Yeah. This is did you put counters on a thing? This also gets those counters. I think this is very fun to try and find all the creatures that do this thing. And this is specifically not group slug. These are not symmetrical effects. These are things that are only doing stuff to your opponents.
Yeah, when you do X, I get X.
Yes. This is, I think, also, yeah, if you attack me while I'm the Monarch, I hit you, I punish you for number of cards in hand. There's a lot of like the white cards that help to catch you up for things. And then at the top end here, Obnixilis, did you search? Take 10.
That's all.
Did you deal damage to me? I get 1/1s. Did you attack me? Sack a creature. This I think is cards in hand. At the beginning, you give this to an opponent at your end step, draw a card, then you lose life equal number of cards in your hand. Cool. This is there are two, the landfall here of did you play a land? You lose a life, I get stuff. There's a lot of cool cards in this archetype with the old man. I remember when this was like a commander staple.
Karavek the Merciless. That is like, woo, it's just so slow.
Right.
But it is very punishing once it gets going.
Yeah.
You mean you can't do anything at some point. You just die. Lock you out. Kill you.
Oh, yeah.
Guardian of my lettuce. No, that's scary.
No, I've never seen this card before. When a creature attacks you or planeswalker you control, it loses defender and gains trample permanently, but it's just still a 7/7 for 7.
That's really funny. Like the card becomes an on curve card once you attack me. Now I'll show you. My powers have doubled since you've last seen me, but they're actually the same.
Yeah. Artifacts. Okay. We have Basilisk Collar here because it combos with Calcium. Great. Now I ping your creature, it dies immediately, and I get my experience. Vorpal Sword is
Same thing.
Yeah, death. Giving death touch, I think, is the important part of this card. Same here. It gets death touch, although this does not give it permanently, right? Attach it to creature you control. If that creature is an assassin, it gets death touch until end of turn. It may just be thematic because we have some Assassin's Creed cards.
Yeah, we do have Assassin's Creed Commander, yeah.
Yeah. Illusionist Bracers. This is cool because it doubles the activated ability of Calcium, and I think you can. Yeah, you get 2, meaning 2 experience counters.
Thanks for who subbed. Thanks for the sub, person. I can read Voltaire. It just looks like Voltaire because we're reading Altair.
Oh yeah.
It's
Zolidaire.
That's probably more correct, but we have Altair up here, so might as well be Zoltair.
I've been playing more Sting the Glinting Dagger in decks. This is just for no reason other than it untaps my creature at each player's combat. So more Calcium stuff. ramp. This is like, yeah, it's attack trigger. I don't know necessarily what we're doing this with. Also, this in a 3-color deck. I don't know. This choice I question a little bit. Yes, more copying of our activated abilities, more death touch, more untapping. Sure. What do you do? Enters under, you give it to an opponent, and then they can activate it to draw and ramp, but then you also get to draw and ramp.
Yeah, they can grow spiral, but every time they grow spiral, you also grow spiral.
Yeah, this seems like we were reaching for a card that was in theme, but I don't think this fits the theme. That, you know, the theme of the deck that I didn't create. I don't think this is in the theme.
This card, it's so weird. So it is like a weird feel bad for 2 players who don't get it, but it's also a feel bad for the player who played it, because you have to rely on another player to then use it if they even want to use it.
Yeah.
So it's like everyone can just feel bad with this card. It's just everyone feel bad.
Oh. Although I guess that is the greater theme of this deck.
That is the theme of the deck, yeah. So I guess ultimately it was right to go in the deck.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. This is this I also think is not quite what the deck is going for, giving everybody the choice to make a treasure, and if they do, you make a treasure. Also, my experience with this card is nobody ever does it. It's just nobody chooses it because people don't like having fun.
Or they just understand.
Right, they understand that it's
basic math.
Yep.
And how
people like having fun and no basic math. Our enchantments also get us a lot in this. Power Balance. God, I love this card. Did you cast a spell? Great. I might be able to cast a spell off the top of my library for free. Waste Not. Did you discard something? Great, I get something.
Yeah, exactly what the deck's doing. Like it's so funny. This is the first discard deck I've seen where I'm like, yeah, that fits.
Right. Yeah, because this is not a discard deck. This is and you're like, okay, but yes, actually, this is what the deck's trying to do. Did you attack me? I steal your cards. Did you touch my stuff? I destroy your stuff. This is very much. I also remember when this was a Commander staple.
Karmic Justice?
Yeah, Karmic Justice. You touch my stuff, I destroy your stuff. And this is the first one I've seen in a long time.
I have not played a Karmic Justice almost ever, I don't think. Maddening Hex? I love Maddening Hex.
Did you cast a spell? Take some damage. Take 1d6 damage.
And give it to a random opponent.
Yep. You cast 2 spells, I get treasures. You killed my stuff, so everybody sacks a thing that shares a type. Yeah, Polluted Bonds, Painful Quandary, 5 mana enchantments that you punish your land drops, punish your spell casts. Smothering Tithe, yeah, punish your draws, punish your everything. Smuggler's Share is the biggest disappointment of a card I've ever played, but I do think it is exactly what this deck wants. For some reason, it just doesn't ever work right.
This reminds me, my friend has a deck a lot like this. It was specifically actually this Camball. And it was just like this, where it just punished you for doing anything. And if you are this man's friend, don't let him fool you. This is not fun deck. This is mean deck. And you can accept that. But don't let him pretend like, he's like, it's not stacks, or it's not taxes, or he would always say it wasn't one of them. But it was, it was the other one that's slightly more fun.
Yeah,
it wasn't fun. That's a lie. But this is a very punishing deck.
All right. So what other punishment cards can you think of? I'll get the ones out of the way that I can think of off the top of my head. There are three busted ones that I thought were suspiciously missing here. Trouble in Pairs, which is game changer. The card is really good. I think it rightfully does belong on the Game Changers list. This punishes your opponent from playing the game, and in a way that happens at every level of play.
Yeah, Painful Quandaries is here.
Yeah, Painful Quandary is here. Sheoldred the Apocalypse, surprisingly not here.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, that just feels like one of those cards that's just like, yeah, if you're doing this kind of deck, that's what belongs in here. Sheoldred the Apocalypse.
And the other one that I think is a really good card that I'm not surprised is missing, because less people think of it, is Wandering Archaic.
Yes. I actually was just looking at this card today, because I was I was going through looking for specific cards for decks, and I came across this one. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about this guy.
Yeah, this card is a lot of fun because it does give your opponent kind of a choice. When they cast an instant or sorcery, you either get a copy of it. You get a copy of it if they don't pay 2 mana, but nobody ever wants to. And when they have the mana available for it, it means they played a spell that you don't care about casting.
Or even other cases, there's wiggle room here. When they play a removal spell, they might just let you do it.
Yeah, they're like, can you copy and kill the other thing that's a
yeah,
problem
exactly.
for us right now?
It's like, I won't pay for this.
Right.
All you have to do is just please don't kill my thing. It's like, deal, gladly. You want to give me a free spell? I'll take your free spell.
Yes, this I like. I think somebody suggested Zozu. Zozu is I think breaks the idea of this deck a little bit because it is symmetrical, and we are trying to only punish our opponents.
Yeah, you're right. Esper Sentinel should absolutely be in here.
Yeah, Esper Sentinel should definitely be in here.
That is like a perfect fit for this deck. Yeah, so Esper Sentinel is like, yeah, get in here. Dovescape, isn't that blue?
It's blue.
Don't you suggest a blue card to me.
There are some other ones. I think not quite as good as the ones we've listed so far, but still a card that I think is criminally underrated, and I will jam in every deck that has Orzhov in it. Lotho.
What is Lotho? Let's see Lotho.
This card is stupid good.
Lotho.
Player casts a second spell, you lose a life and make a treasure for the commitment of 2 mana?
And also, this is just thematic. Like this like you're saying this doesn't belong. It's not as much as the other ones, but this is. I think this is just as much as every card you've mentioned so far.
Oh no, I don't mean that it's not thematic. I meant it's not as powerful as Trouble in Paris, Shieldred, Wandering Archaic.
Oh yeah, but it's still it's as thematic as those 2 cards. Like this card is perfect for this deck.
I think this card is absurd. This card is so good. Another
one of those cards that falls in the awkward phase where I haven't really gotten to play it because it was in that phase of like I wasn't playing as much.
Yeah. Now we're getting into some more specific stuff. How about some other 2 mana cards that are kind of messed up? What about this is a NerdGirl card that she likes a lot, and I try not to put in. I can't put this in. I can't put this in decks as much because it on the show. I can't put it in decked out episodes as much because it makes players make decisions constantly, which makes editing very difficult. Whenever an artifact or creature enters untapped under an opponent's control, they either have to tap it or you get to make a 1/1 vampire with lifelink.
That is kind of great.
That is exactly what this deck wants to do.
I mean, this is worse than Blind Obedience, but better in some ways too, if you care about token synergies at all, because you still apply the same sort of effect, but you give them a choice that you also want. And when that's the case, it's like, this isn't worse. This isn't worse law. It's actually this better.
Right.
Because I want tokens.
And I think this is particularly funny here because you're not punishing your opponents for playing artifacts or creatures. You're punishing them if they want them untapped.
Yeah, specifically. Like, you can have your creature, but it will be tapped.
Yeah.
I would rather see this card any day of the week than Blind Obedience.
Yes.
Because I get crushed by Blind Obedience. I mean, I play a Henty deck. And talk about a deck that loses to Blind Obedience. I will give you 100 1/1s to attack with my creature today.
Right. And that's more fun.
I agree.
That's more fun for both players.
For everybody, including the players who are losing to it.
Yeah. I keep reaching over. You should just type. Can you type Generous Plunderer? All right, can you do it again? Can you hit delete? Generous Plunderer.
There we go.
Seems good here. Upkeep, you can make a treasure token, and if you do, an opponent makes a tapped treasure token. Fun. But when it attacks, you deal damage to the defending player equal number of artifacts they control.
Yeah, perfect. I mean, that's what this deck's doing.
I think it may be stretching it a little bit. It's not.
I think it's stretch.
Yeah, but I think that's a good and fun card.
Better than Tempting Contract.
Yeah, definitely.
Or Tempting Offer. What is that card called?
Tempting Contract, I think is right.
Oh, I was right. Okay.
Lord of Pain. Lord of Pain is totally what this deck wants to do. There was just a whole precon for this. Lord of Pain. Pass.
Water pace.
Lord of Pain. Opponents can't gain life. When a player casts their first spell each turn, choose another target player. The Lord of Pain deals damage equal to the spell's mana value.
Yeah, wait, what the hell? Why is that thing a human assassin? That don't look like no human I've ever seen.
It's because this is they're a human that is also using televisions to broadcast their pain agenda.
But what about the giant hand that's bigger than everything else?
It's an extension of the haunted house that I don't ask questions like this.
I will. I will ask questions like this.
The only thing about this card is it does not punish the player that is taking the action. So maybe it doesn't apply to the theme, but it I don't know. That's the only thing. That's the only thing. That's my only thought for that. But it seems like kind of what the deck's trying to do.
Yeah, same. It's adjacent at least.
Yeah. What other fun ones did I think of? You have there are some things that like punish for attacks, but I feel like the ones that don't do it enough. Aside from Witch King of Angmar, right? This is when creatures hit you, they have to sacrifice a creature that dealt damage to you. So somebody can go wide and sack a token. That's not really a punishment. What about No Mercy or Arification?
Or Creature No Mercy guy. Fear guy.
Right.
What's his name? Is this Fearish? Fear? He's Fear coming to my mind. What's Creature No Mercy? It's like a 6-mana bad creature, but I love him because he was in Magic Duels of the Planeswalker.
I don't remember. I don't.
He's like 6/6 No Mercy for 6.
Yeah.
Somebody chat, save us. Give us whatever that card is called.
Yeah. I would want more of that. There is this, I think, is also on the line of perfectly on the line of stacks and punishment that should be in this. But the problem is I don't remember what the card's name is at all. But I can show you one that is similar, and hopefully chat can also figure that one out. So, not Unstable Glyph Bridge, but the thing that it turns into, whenever an opponent casts a spell during their turn, they can't attack you or planeswalkers you control, and each opponent who attacked you can't cast spells this turn. There is just a like 7-mana angel or something that is this ability.
Arbiter of. It's got Arbiter in its name.
Arbiter. Is it just Angelic Arbiter?
Yes, I believe it is Angelic Arbiter.
Yes, Angelic Arbiter. Okay, here we go. This, I think, totally fits it in a way that the other cards don't accomplish. Because the punishment is, oh, did you cast a spell? No attacking me. Oh, did you attack? No spell this turn. That's the punishment. And it those are basic game things that you're imposing a thing on for playing. You're not really staxing anybody out of just you straight up cannot do this thing. It's just like you can't if you've done this other thing. You also I'll just rattle off some other ones that you get in these colors. You have like Aurelia, the Law Above, which is when a player attacks with 3 things, you draw, I think, and then if they attack with 5 things, you get the Lightning Helix.
Yeah.
Wizened Mentor is a new one, which is when an opponent activates an ability of a thing, you make a 1/1, I believe.
I was like, it's like Harsh Mentor?
Yeah, it's Harsh Mentor, but the white version.
Okay.
That's new, I believe, in the Ether Drift Precon.
Its name is Dread. I knew it was something simple like Fear. Yeah, Dread, yeah. Yes.
You have Gleeful Arsonist, which a bunch of people said was a bad card when it was spoiled. It turned out their only argument was dies to removal.
Also, I like how it took 2 people equal amounts of time to figure out Dread.
Yeah.
Like they both came back at the same time, like Dread.
Yeah. Oh, is it Dread?
Oh, yeah, I think you're right.
It's
Dread.
Dread.
I knew it was something like Fear or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dread.
Also very funny that they. Yes, MTG Nerd Girl. It was
Yeah,
Dread.
it's MTGNerdGirl.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Dread.
Gleeful Arsonist. When opponent casts a non-creature spell, it deals damage equal to its power to that player. Yeah.
Whenever opponent casts a non-creature spell, who said this was bad?
So many people. I blew my mind.
It's definitely not bad.
And it has Undying, so it doesn't die to removal.
It can be. I could see like, hey, I play in a meta with there's heavy creatures. It's pretty bad. It's like, yeah, that makes sense. I wouldn't play it in that meta. But like this card overall seems great.
Right. But yeah, totally what this wants to do. Let's see. I think that pretty much gets through everything that I thought of. Mayhem Devil.
Oh, Dread. It's called Dread.
I just thought of that. I had just thought of that at the same time. Okay, I don't know if there's anything else here that... Oh, okay. I think the very, very last thing. You notice this has no instants or sorceries. Because Kelvor said it is hard to find instant or sorceries that fit this theme because, like, how do you have one that does that? Right? How do you have instant or sorcery that is, like, punishment thing? The two that I could think of that I feel like are within that flavor are Deflecting Palm. Punish for you tried to do big damage to me.
Comeuppance.
Like that
kind of vibe,
thing.
yeah.
And Rakdos Charm.
Rakdos Charm's a really good one.
Yeah. Oh, did you dare to have large board? Die.
Also, Christian makes a great point. If Dread is on top of your deck, you can manifest Dread. Or if you just use regular manifest, then you just manifest Dread.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I love that flavorfully in Magic, there is a way to manifest Dread.
Yes, and to manifest Dread.
And to manifest Dread. That's good. Oh my god.
Now that's funny. At some point I'll have to think of like what are all of the other ways that you can do a thing in Magic that is also a named thing.
Yeah, like this one feels really specific.
Yes.
Like I wonder if there's gotta be at least one, I would think.
Yeah.
But it's very, very specific.
Yeah. But yes, I can't think about that too much right now, or I okay. I think that's that for this one. We found some other good punishment cards. I have a nerd girl call. Hello?
Sandwiches should be by the door.
Yay!
Yay!
Thank you.
Food.
Bye. Okay. Do you want to go downstairs and get sandwiches from the door? And I will. Oh, we have a hand behind you.
I won't slide back, Cammy.
It's very funny. He yawned as soon as you did that, so it looked like you scooted the chair back, and then he was like. And I'll move us on to the next deck. Jesus, are you back? Let me know, and we will go to your deck right now. But yeah, whew. All right, we're moving at a decent rate. I was definitely worried that without the nerd girl look of can you shut up now? We need to move on. The two of us would be stuck on deck one still, but. Let's see. I'm not seeing still driving. Okay, next one. This deck submitted by Zand, is the partner pair of Togo, Goblin Weaponsmith, and Keskit, the Flesh Sculptor. This is another deck combo that I've not seen before. Our goal here is to, quote, streamline it. Not entirely sure what that means, but we'll figure it out. So Togo has landfall make a rock, which is an artifact token that can be equipped to a creature, and they can then pay 1 and sack it. So you're giving your creatures rocks that they can throw at things for 2 damage. Casket is tap, sack 3 other artifacts and or creatures you control to look at the top 3 cards of your library, put 2 into your hand and 1 into your graveyard. So, you may see where this is going. Landfall, make rock, sack rock, get card advantage. This deck is focused on finding more landfall things in Rakdos colors, which is fun. Because this is my favorite kind of deck building challenge, where you're like, I would like to do pretty normal Magic thing in Magic in way that hard to do. So we've limited ourselves to Rakdos landfall, but we do have a way to be able to dig for those cards using Casket. Our Planeswalkers, yeah.
Firehouse Mike's sub.
Woo.
But I sure got plates.
Yeah. All right. Well, you continue on from here. Just kind of go through the cards and take a look at what we've got here. And I will
Oh yes, we're on Rakdos Landfall.
Yes, we are.
Yes, and this deck is, I mean, this is pretty obvious what you're trying to do here, right? You're just trying to do landfall. And when you're in Rakdos, you can't do that a lot of easy ways. So you've got to jump through hoops like using Walking Atlas to get our extra landfalls. Oh my god. Wow. Now, see, this is spice. This is spice because we got Spitfire Lagak. Or not Spitfire Lagak. Spitfire. Oh, it is Spitfire Lagak. I said it right the first time. How many commander decks have Spitfire Lagak in it? Now I know I could look it up, but I'm not going to, and I'm gonna assume one. Just this one is playing. We have the only Spitfire Lagak player in all of Magic the Gathering here. But it's simple. We're going landfall. We also want to sacrifice our rocks, so we have things like Mirkwood Bats, which is going to make our opponents lose life whenever we sacrifice them. Same thing with Nadier's Nightblade. So we're sacrificing landfall, make a rock, sacrifice a rock, do a bunch of damage to our opponent. Another absolutely stellar card that no deck is playing in all of Commander except for this deck. We got Scare Tiller in here.
Wow, I came up just in time to hear you say that, and I'm waiting for all the comments that are saying, I'm playing Scare Tiller, I'm playing Scare Tiller. That card gets played much more than you would think.
Really?
Yes. I think probably because it has been put in a bunch of precons.
Okay, fair.
So, but
nobody, to be fair, no one is saying I play Scare Tiller. Magda the Horde Master? Which one's that? What's she do?
That's the crime one.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
Oh.
Get out of here, Magda.
Don't give me that look, Hammy. You're the one that's under my feet.
We didn't get very far. We were talking about how you start burning your opponents out by sacrificing your rocks.
Yes. But really, you're probably just sacking them to Casket.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, I was saying you then have your Mirkwood Bats and your Nadier's Nightblades to start pinging our opponents. There's also another one down here. Agents of the Iron Throne, where we just turn our rocks into weapons, which they weren't already because they were rocks. I do. The flavor of Tago is also Chef's Kiss. He is a goblin inventor who has invented the greatest weapon of all time, the rock. And I love that he is a evil mad genius for having come up with the idea of the rock. Would you like my pickle?
Ooh, I love your pickle.
Ooh. Nothing like sharing pickles with your friends on stream.
Clip it.
Oh, Rocco's Fire Waves in their way to weaponize your rocks. No, this is an extra sack outlet for your rocks too.
Yes.
Braids is perfect.
Braids is actually an astoundingly good card.
That is great. Especially when you start sacrificing something like an artifact, where sometimes people just don't have artifacts. Like, creature is usually a choice almost every single time.
Yeah. Oh, did you want... We both got the same thing, right?
I think so. I didn't ask for anything specific.
That's regular meatball?
I think so.
Okay, cool.
I think
I
so.
was just making sure. But it's the same thing.
This looks better, though.
You want this one?
No, I don't want to steal your stuff. Let it be noted, Firehouse Subs made Veggie a better looking sub. Just look at all that cheese.
I'm a regular.
Me.
Okay. Walking Atlas is one of the few ways in these colors that you can get extra land drops. So therefore,
God, Veggie, I already said that.
more rocks. Also Burnished Heart. Yeah, I mean, like, because that's the main thing this deck is going to struggle with, is these colors are not good at doing that thing. Like, we have to run stuff like Scampering Surveyor to be able to get extra land drops. You know, Solemn, Scare Tiller, etc., etc. And then we have a couple of the landfall payoffs with Nesting Dragon, Spitfire. How do you say this second word?
Lagak?
I had always been saying like Lajak, and then somebody said Lagak the other day, and I was like, that sounds actually correct. Have I been saying it wrong this whole time?
See. I always said, because there's a Saddleback Lagak, and that's how that rhymed and kind of rolled off the tongue. So I always assumed it was supposed to rhyme because it was Saddleback Lagak.
Yeah,
but I to be fair, I think I just adopted that from Beezy, so I don't think I actually like came up with calling this a Lagak myself. So,
I like this Stride Hanger Automaton here, because you play a land, you make a rock, and you make a Thopter, and that is already 2 out of the 3 things you need to sack to Casket. Sorceries. So, we're trying to get extra landfall triggers, right? What about blowing up our own lands?
I mean, that card's just good, actually. I actually kind of like, I know it's niche, but I love adding a little bit of synergy to the deck. Put in the red-black bridge that's indestructible, and then this becomes ramp, draw a card, do it. Like, that actually is a legitimate thing. It's like, it's a little piece of synergy, and if you can add ways to maybe find it a little more, it gets really, really, really strong really quick. And if there's any other indestructible land that has any synergy with the deck, you just throw it in, and you can do that. It's actually legitimately strong.
Right, and that's the beauty of it, is both of those cards on their own are fine in this deck. Actually, pretty decent, because even if you just use this straight up to cycle one of your lands, you get the extra landfall trigger, you've drawn a card, and if you include the artifact land in this deck, it, in a pinch, is something you can sacrifice to Casket.
Yeah.
So, even if you can't find any other ways to get these consistently together, occasionally they'll come together and be incredible. Now, you do have multiple versions of this kind of effect. There's also Sundering Eruption, which, don't forget, you can target your own stuff with this.
Yeah, it is tough because most of them aren't playable when you are targeting your own lands. Like Cleansing Wildfire really makes up for it in the draw card area, which most of them do not do. But and also Sundering Eruption makes up for it in the MDFC category,
right? Where
it is not just a blank card; it is 2-sided,
right? Where it's usually a land that hurts you. I thought there was a third one of this though. I think there's a third version of this. I think it's just Cleansing Wildfire that's fast. That's more expensive. Geo something. Geo Surge maybe? No, not Geo Surge. Geo. Somebody help me out. It's another one that's destroy a land, search for a land. That's I think 3 mana. That it might be Geo something. Anyway, that would be good here. Did I put it in my notes? Maybe I was smart. Nope. Anyway.
Thanks, Pass Veggie.
Yeah, I think there's a Modern Horizons 1 3 mana. Do this. But anyway, okay. So we have the Bargain is cute here because you can sacrifice the rocks. So that actually makes this pretty decent value because you're returning 2 creatures and you're putting one of them onto the battlefield. Glimpse is nice. You're making a bunch of little tokens that you can either use for ramp. You can also impulse draw what you need, and you can sack those to Casket. Sacrifice all your rocks for cards. Great. This is a card that when it was first spoiled, everybody was like, or black commander staple, black commander staple. I was in the same boat. I haven't left that boat. I just don't see anybody else in the boat anymore. I have not seen this card played.
I was never in this boat. I think needing 13 specifically is a lot, and I think it is. The 5-mana version of this is mediocre, and because it's so mediocre, I think the fact that it is going to be that 50% of the time, more than probably, I'd say 60% of boards don't have 13 creatures on them, and like the ones where it does, it is great. But I think the number is too low of boards that have 13 or more creatures on them. It's like, it's easy to reflect and look back and think, man, isn't that every board? But I think it's less boards than we really think it is. And we forget how many times we cast Blasphemous Act for 2.
Right.
Or 3. And it's like, those are only, it's like, that feels like there's a ton of creatures, and that is 7.
Yeah.
And 6. And like, that feels like a ton of creatures sometimes.
Yeah. To me, I was like, I could recognize a bit of it, but I was like, this is also sacrifice. This is a mass sacrifice. Like, this gets around so many things. This gets around, creatures that are indestructible. This gets around heroic intervention, stuff like that. But yeah, I haven't seen it, and I haven't built enough decks to be able to play it myself. So
that's a good point. That if you want to think this card might be worse than Hex, and Hex is horrible, so that is fair. If you were thinking I might replace this with Hex, then you should think shouldn't be playing this card. Yeah, that's a good point. If it's comparable to Hex, it's not a good card. Yeah.
All right. Info, make a bunch of treasures seems pretty good for this deck. Oh, hey, Blasphemous Act. That seems good.
Yeah, I wish Blasphemous Edict was like, even like to take it to an extreme, like even if it cost 10 or 11 black, it's like that card's way worse than Blasphemous Act. But I like that card. I think that card feels so much better.
Yeah,
and its cost is 13, which works with being more of the.
Yeah, so. It's tough though, because the effect, regardless of cost, is better than Blasphemous Edict, or better than Blasphemous Act.
Yeah.
So figuring out what's a fair cost for that, and fair way to reduce, but yeah. All right. Tangents. Thank you. Also, I saw in the chat somebody found Wraith Rider. Thank you for finding the card I was thinking about. Geomancer's Gambit. This I think. Yeah, destroy a land, search for a basic, put it on the battlefield, draw a card. This seems like it should be in here. Just because we are looking for every possible way we can get additional landfall triggers. It's just Cleansing Wildfire. The only difference is this does put it into play untapped and cost some mana extra. Yeah, our instance, I like Deadly Dispute here. Also would like to see Demand Answers here, since you're able to sacrifice artifacts for this to draw cards. So yeah, Viscerator's Insight also does that thing. Great, love to see it. This probably also, artifact or a creature, draw 2 cards.
The flavor of a fanatical offering, and he gives the god a rock. Why are you mad? Take my rock.
Oh yes, one of Airball's most hated cards, Imp's Mischief.
Hey, he just happily cast that card. While we were recording, yeah.
Yeah, but he doesn't like it. He doesn't like its existence, but it won't stop him from playing optimally.
It seemed like I thought he loved it.
Yes, he's not a fan of color pie breaks. Price of Progress. I don't think this synergizes with the deck. It just is card to do damage.
There's a sub theme of burning them out, so I can see it.
Yeah.
It does feel a bit off, especially because we're ramping ourselves.
Maybe it's like a meta choice. Like, oh, I'm playing again. All my friends are like 5 color piles.
Yeah, that's fair. It also does. Yeah, we're also a lot of mountains, so it's not going to punish us much. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, to be fair, Price of Progress is, I think, a vastly underrated card at times. In the Commander format, it easily can chunk out 30 damage in a game, which is absurd to think about. It's like, granted, it's 10 spread against 3 players. Like, it is an underrated card, and yeah, maybe decks like this should try playing it a bit more often, because this can get you over the hump at the end of a game. But like you said, it does depend on meta some. If you're playing against all monocolor, this card sucks. It's like, it's awful. But it is a strong card.
Yeah. I don't know. Even a lot of the monocolor decks, like if it's my monocolor deck, you probably also kill me with Price of Progress.
If it's
I will find every single possible utility land that I can put into that deck.
Yeah.
And
BZ has a mono white deck built around triggering Feel the Dead. So he will also die.
Lots of other fun, like just Rakdos-y staple stuff. Return the Favor and Untimely Malfunction, I think, are great. Being able to redirect big spells or abilities is pretty strong. I think Untimely Malfunction is really well costed for that too, to be able to do it for 2. And they have very relevant other modes as well. Yeah, cool.
Commentary.
Woo! Artifacts. Vat of Rebirth is one that I feel like I don't see enough of. This is such a low commitment for a repeatable reanimate. And in this deck, for sure, you're probably gonna get 2 or more out of it, like pretty easily.
It triggering off artifacts is huge here.
Right. Idle Oblivion, you draw off your rocks. Staff of Titania.
What does that do?
What? What? When you get +X equal number of forests you control, and when an equipped creature attacks, make a 1/1 green forest creature token. It's a land. I guess you're getting your landfall trigger. That is very funny. There's nothing stopping you from running this card in your Rakdos deck, and it is an additional landfall trigger. Brilliant.
There's not, you can't really argue with it. It just kind of works. It's so dumb.
I love that. We have the Sword and Sword of the Animus, Bitterthorn, both allowing you to get more landfall.
Those are perfect. Sword of Earth and Home as well.
Sword of Hearth and Home and Sword of Fortune Frontier gives you an additional land drop. And then Realmbreaker I thought was also funny. We're like scraping the bottom of the barrel to try and find ways to get land drops. So I'll play your lands.
Oh yeah, I mean that works well. I mean that card's actually, it's a big commitment because it's a lot of mana to go into it, but it works well. And it's very frustrating to play against sometimes.
Is it?
Yes. I don't want them taking my lands. They take all my lands from my graveyard. Not all of them, but one at a time. It's very frustrating. I need those in my graveyard. Then, they crack it and I don't even know what they do. They search the library for any number of Praetors. How much does it beat that?
Enchantments. Agent of the Iron Throne. Very good card. And slight spoilers, in an upcoming episode of Decked Out, we see the power of this card because it says commander creatures you own have this ability. And if you have 2 commander creatures, that means that every artifact and every creature that you control that dies makes an opponent lose 2 life. That's pretty good. I'm still... Yeah.
Still editing?
Yep. Retreat to Hagra because landfall. Tavern Brawler. I think again because backgrounds are pretty good here. This is just impulse draw 2 cards. We're probably not swinging with those commanders, so the pump does not matter. It's a landfall we put in deck. Wild Wasteland. Beginning of your upkeep, exile the top 2 of your library. You can play those this turn. Skip your draw step. I don't think there's anything that synergizes here. It's just a card that seems interesting and
yeah, it does have a little bit of Nambo synergy with a card like what was it? Walking Atlas. Where if we can't put the land into play when we are impulse drawing, but that's not that bad.
Yeah. And then there and back again. Chapter 2 does search for a mountain and put it into the battlefield.
Yes. I can't think of any better. We go all the way there to get a mountain and come back.
Mm-hmm. All right, and then notable in the land base is whatever fetch lands we can play do give us additional landfall triggers. Horizon of Progress also allows you to put extra lands into play. Yeah. Terrain Generator, putting an extra land into play. Great. That's what we got. So, for this one...
I'd probably actually... let me go back down the lands for a second.
Yeah.
There's a colorless bounce land like this. It's not good. But we're going to be safe on colors because only 2 colors. I'd probably play it just to have another bounce land. Because bounce land, it's just good in this deck. Just play the colorless one too.
Yeah, they're running the newer one, Arid Archway. But there's an original. There's one that was printed before this that is just 2 colorless mana.
It's
a bounce land.
What is it from? It's from Commander Legends.
Was that was the first printing of that?
Yeah. It's a Commander Legends bounce land.
Guildless Commons. Thank you, Red.
Yes, Guildless Commons. Yes, I'd play that in this deck as well. I think it's a solid ad that makes the mana waste that much better because we have lots of ways to drop that second land.
I mean, you could run the red and black lands from the original Karoo cycle. I don't remember what the names of those are, but
Karoo.
I guess Karoo is the white one.
Black Karoo.
Oh yeah,
Red Karoo.
Karoo.
I believe those are the legitimate names. Yes.
Mm.
But yeah, those are playable in this deck because you do have enough ways to drop down lands that bounce lands have extra power here.
Oh, they did have one of those lands in Tarkir, right?
Wait, which one?
They called it Kangaroo.
I was wondering where you were going with that. Trying to kill me.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, things to streamline this. My first note is I really love this idea. I think this is a lot of fun to try and find make this archetype work in these colors, and it's a decent payoff for it.
The balls are excellent. The balls are excellent. Veggie had pickle.
I haven't even finished all my balls.
He did finish 2 pickles though.
Okay, we're missing some landfall stuff in these colors. Bloodghast seems excellent for this deck.
Yeah, Casket though we do want to sacrifice artifacts. Creature is also on there.
Yes.
Very sacrificable, very much fits the deck.
Yeah. That's just I think we saw this in a previous deck. Iridescent Vine Lasher is just it's not fantastic, but if we are at this point trying to find every single landfall possible.
It is iridescent Vine Lasher, whatever its name is. This card is much better than some other cards you're playing. So
right,
like we can just scroll down and look here. It is much better than the card like Retreat to Hagra.
Yeah,
like so we definitely want it in our deck because we can tell based like power level we're going for. Okay, obviously we can afford to be playing that.
Yeah. Wait, what do you mean it's better? What if you give a creature a rock? And then give it Death Touch.
I do like
and
that.
Then throw
very slight synergy. It is a very cute little synergy that the deck does have.
Yeah,
but it will do it 0% of the time.
Right. But yeah, I think being able to spend 1 mana for this, or being able to make an offspring copy of this and have opponents lose 2 life, a target opponent lose 2 life.
It's not for me
for
not
land
to
drop.
just. I feel like when I play that card, it is always a hold it to get the 2. I'm getting the double. I'm getting the 2. It is worth it. And it being 2 bodies that have to be removed separately, give me.
Yeah.
Bloodghast being cheap right now, get your Bloodghast now.
Yes.
Yes, Bloodghast is great Magic card, and there's not a better time to pick it up.
Yeah. I feel like I'd be surprised if nobody has mentioned this in the comments yet, but like, if there was any super busted landfall trigger in red and black that this deck is missing, it's got to be Morog, right?
Oh, this deck just doesn't have Morog.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean Morog's bustido. I didn't even think that's one of those cards that I think I would have completely overlooked because it feels so obvious. Like I would have just completely not thought of this because I'd been like, yeah, if we had moved on, you'd been like, yeah, that last deck had Morog, and I'm like, yeah, obviously. How could I forget it had Morog? Of course. Yeah, just make sure you're doing this right. Morog is weird, and he's worded so that you have to do him at certain specific times, if I remember correctly. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, if it's your main phase, so it has to be your main phase when you do it, there is an additional combat phase at the beginning of your untap all creatures.
So you need to do it in your second main phase.
Yes.
Because if you do it during your first one,
you
get your additional combat first. Your creatures untap, you swing.
But yeah, for regular combat, you don't get an untap step. Yeah.
So everything will be tapped.
Yeah. Specifically it has to be post combat. Yeah. Morog actually, I think it is, though confusingly worded in the most fair way to make the card very, very fair. And I love the way this card is designed and plays.
Yeah. And like, sure, Red, I see you said we're not really attacking in this deck, but like, what if even if I have like just say Nesting Dragon out, I'm pretty happy with swinging 3 times in a turn with my 5 power flyer. Like we all, we get some incidental like flying stuff. We're making Thopters. And at a certain point you go like, we don't have a lot of landfall stuff to go off of. I would just want to have these in here to be doing the thing.
There's also a good note about Morog as well. Is he starts making everything an attacking threat very quickly with his pump.
Yeah.
Every single attack that creature has made for the turn gives it an extra power, so it just gets even bigger, and like, so little things get big fast.
Also, I thought that this was the wording, and I just had to make sure. You don't even have to swing. This is just play a land, untap all creatures you control. Like, because you get your additional combat, untap all creatures you control at the beginning of that combat. So that is more Kesket activations at the very least.
Yes. Yeah, you will get extra Kesket. Yeah. So the card is good in the deck. I mean, I think there's definitely enough synergy, especially like little things like these, like how big and annoying can these Thopters get super fast.
Yeah, they're 2/2s. So
I mean, they're 2/2s that are getting +1 for each attack they do, and they're going to get in multiple times in the turn.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, those things.
We can drop in more lands with Walking Atlas. Hilariously,
we go infinite. We go infinite.
It could just. I'm sure the deck could do like 7 or 8 combats, under the right circumstances.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh yes, and then the other one that I was is Obnixilis, right?
Oh yes, that card's just good. From playing Landfall with black in it, that card actually just performs really well.
Yeah.
I think it reads very underwhelming, and it's easy to overlook. But having played it,
Do you know which one this is?
No, it's not
Fallen.
The Fallen's the Fallen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Obnixilis. So every time a land enters, you get to drain someone for 3 and put 3 counters on him. He's unassuming, and he's also another attacker. We just talked about how Morog might need another attacker or 2. This is one of them. And he's no slouch because after 2 land drops, he is a 9/9.
Yeah.
So he is going to have to be chump blocked at that point.
So yeah, those are the big landfallers that I was like, I was surprised were not in the deck. Now for the fun stuff. So we have a couple of these things like Cleansing Wildfire, Sundering Eruption, where we can destroy lands, get more lands, because we're just desperate for any landfall triggers we can get. Let me show you this card called Nahiri's Lithoforming. Sacrifice X lands for each land sacrifices way. Draw a card, and you can play X additional lands this turn. So that's so many landfall triggers in red, and you get to do it in this ridiculous way. There are surprisingly multiple versions of this kind of thing. There is Hugh the Entwood.
So yeah, somebody mentioned this earlier.
What?
Hugh the Entwood.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, somebody mentioned it in chat earlier, and I held off because I knew it was coming.
Do you know this card? Because this is from when you weren't playing Magic.
I do know Hugh the Entwood. I know all of the cards from this. I just haven't played many of them.
All right. Well, since you've never seen this card before, you sacrifice any number of lands, and then you reveal off the top of your library where it's the number of lands you sacrifice, and then you can put any artifacts or lands onto the battlefield that way, or all non-lands into the battlefield that way. Oh no. Okay. Right. Choose artifact and lands, then you can put them on the battlefield. So same idea. Bunch of landfall triggers. There's more.
From the ass.
There's more.
I love from the ass.
From the ashes. Destroy all non-basic lands for each land destroyed this way. Its controller may search for a basic land and put it on the battlefield.
This card also is punishing to a lot of decks.
Yes.
Like, this card, your friends might not like this card. This is a card that I could see your friend group be like, please don't play that. It's just so mean. My 4-color deck was so fun before, and I was never playing Ristic Study every game. And
Right.
So stop playing From the Ashes because I hate it.
Yeah, they're like, I have this, like, $1,000 mana base.
From the Ashes puts the deck into bracket 4. It is mass land destruction. That is true.
But is it mass land denial? Because they get the lands back.
Only if they have them.
That's not my fault.
I do know that having played a variation of this card, a Wave of Vitriol, that it is often unfun to play against. People really do not like it. They were preoccupied with their pickles. No. We're not preoccupied with pickles. I only ate balls. Veggie dealt with the pickles.
Yeah. Pickle. All right, and here's my weird one. This is like for sure I would include this, and I'd try and pull it off, and I would fail. But this, to me, is the dream. Gerard's Hourglass Pendant. It cancels extra turns. We don't care. 4, tap, exile it. Return to the battlefield tapped all artifact, creature, enchantment, and land cards in your graveyard that were put there from the battlefield this turn.
I mean, Nahiri's Lithoforming.
Right.
Gerard's Hourglass Pendant combo, baby.
Mm-hmm. And, like, even at its worst, sack all of your fetch lands. And get them all back, and then sack them again. Is this also not, like, I don't, that's what I would be going for in this deck. It's not that great, but neither is, like, a lot of the other cards that you have to run in this deck.
Yeah, I mean,
like, this is totally what I do.
We're playing Retreat to Hagra. Are we really complaining about power level here?
Right. So those were my big, like, okay, get more landfall triggers kind of things. Some other things that I thought the deck in general could use. It's the stupid land is pricey, I think. But Talon Gates of Madara also allows another way to get a land on the battlefield. Yeah, it's $20. God,
What is this?
this I think also should be a staple in a commander staple. It's just the price that's keeping it out. It enters, you phase out a target creature. It taps for mana, it filters mana, but then you can pay 4 to put it from your hand onto the battlefield.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that works, yeah.
Right?
Works with all your bounce lands.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's something. And also, like, the phase out is always relevant. I recommend that land a whole lot. Also, I feel like we have some of these cards, like Fireweaver and Marionette Apprentice, that are taking advantage of our of the fact that we're making a thing and sacrificing a thing. But more.
Marionette Master, get in here.
Marionette Master, Onicult Anvil, Mayhem Devil, Hedron Detonator Hedron Detonator is just straight up better than this. As far as I know.
Which one's Hedron Detonator?
Artifact enters. Oh, okay. This is target, and this is each opponent. So there's your difference. But artifact enters deal damage to target opponent, but you can tap and sack 2 artifacts to impulse draw. So I would definitely be running that as well. Treasure Nabber seems really good here. We saw that in a previous deck list. So opponent taps an artifact for mana, you get it, and then you just use it and sack it.
I will say I've been low on that card. My experiences of playing it is it never performs like you want it to.
Yes, but here, okay, my secret hot take is Stacks is good and can make for good commander games. It's just that people's guttural reaction to it is usually the worst part about Stacks. So what Treasure Nabber does for you is either lightly stacks the table, where they're like, oh well, okay, I don't want to use my mana rocks. Now let's play the game at a normal pace. Or they're irresponsible with them, and you get to have a good time.
Yeah, I mean, I've found it to be an underperformer when I have played it. Like it does shut down mana rocks at times, but I've not felt it. I've not felt it with that one.
Fair.
It's a card that is consistently I've put in a few decks especially when it was first put out, and it just disappointed me. It made me sad.
Yeah. Okay. I think, yeah, the bracket information did not transfer over. My final note for this is I believe when Zand submitted this, they had specifically marked their deck as bracket 3. Like it was this deck builder has set this bracket to bracket 3. How do you feel about that?
This feels very 2 to me. It doesn't feel like it's crossing over into 3. I don't see any game changers specifically. I don't really see many tutors other than lands. And I think other than searching up basics, like there's not even really any, like lands aren't even searching. It's not even search up lands. It's search up basics. So it seems like a 2 to me. Yeah. When I look at it.
That would be, I would love to ask them why they set it there, because I agree. I think this is one of the most bracket 2 decks to ever bracket 2. If anything, it is a bracket 1, almost a bracket 1 minded bracket 2.
I could agree with that. I get where you're coming from there. I think this card could use a Disciple of the Vault. And it's just that's what we were talking about before. It's just like it could just use more of that effect.
Right.
I forgot about Disciple of the Vault.
Yeah, now, Red, you bring up a point that I'm only going to touch on because it is an entire conversation, but it doesn't matter if it would destroy another deck in its own bracket. Does it play a good game with another deck in its bracket? Because I can say that my bracket 1, Azorius Blink deck is bracket 1 because I've only I've only used cards with an odd collector number, and it is still going to utterly destroy someone that's like, oh, here's my all shirtless men deck.
Yeah, I mean,
it will be no contest. However, those are both kind. A lot of these brackets will have a wide range of what they can do. This is certainly bracket 2, and I think if you look at a lot of the modern precons, this hangs exactly at the right level.
Yeah, I mean, I also think of my decks, the decks that don't have any game changes in them, and my decks that don't have any tutors in them are all going to be classified generally as bracket 2. And yeah, they're going to crush a precon. Like, a precon isn't going to stand with the decks I play, even though they are 2s. Like, yeah, 2 is probably one of the biggest ranges of decks because it's a 5, I guess, is the best way to, it really is. Again, instead of your deck being a 5, now it's a 2. Everything's a 2. And, like, yeah, I mean, my any deck that I play is going to be a 2 or 3, and they're all going to crush precons no matter what.
Yeah, and also a lot of precons are just very well done recently. Like,
a lot more recently.
They range, but some of them are really good.
Which is such a new thing.
Yeah,
because they were so hit or miss. Because they go in on themes now. They used to. They for a long time I complained about how they split themes in precons, and they really stopped doing that as much. Where it feels like even though there is multiple themes, sometimes they are focused on the main one. Like the last energy precon felt like an energy deck. It didn't feel like an energy deck and a vehicle deck. And it's just like, oh, no, we don't want energy and vehicle. We want just the energy deck. Give me the one deck. Veggie's balling.
No.
We can finally get back to, what's his face's deck? Jesus. He's finally back now. So we can back it up.
Okay.
Back it up. Back it up. Boop, boop, boop.
Now, we've been doing this consistently across all the decks, so we have to do it for this one. Will we play some decked out? The question that we did for the very first deck and then completely forgot about.
Yeah.
The answer is yes, absolutely. This is totally a decked out deck. It's like weird and interesting, and it's not really something you're going to see anywhere else, and is playing some pretty fair cards, if not bad cards, to do it. But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this, like, I think if you stay within bracket 2, the answer is going to be yes a lot for these decks. And that is definitely a bracket 2 deck, and it is, I like the deck a lot. That's one of my favorite decks from the day so far. I mean, I like a lot of deck designs, but I love going off kilter and doing something silly. Rakdos Landfall, baby.
Yeah. In fact, we did have something very similar to the deck on a previous episode where I built a Boros Landfall deck.
Ooh. Walking Atlas, baby?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's how I knew a bunch of these cards. I was like, oh, wait, what did I put in that deck? What did I put in the deck? Okay. Next up, this is a Shirei Shizo's Caretaker deck submitted by Jesus. Now, looking for some general input on the deck, but also a new name. Currently, this is called Tokens Require Sacrifice, but Jesus is looking for maybe for a deck name befitting someone who's called themselves Jesus.
So we want something. I haven't figured out anything yet. I'm working on it in my head, but something with sack is gonna be in the name, obviously. Like, don't touch my sack, something along those lines. Yeah, because they come back, so
Right.
the untouchable sack. It's getting there. We're figuring it out.
Shirei, 5 mana for a 2/2. Whenever a creature with power 1 or less is put in your graveyard from the battlefield, you can return it to the battlefield at the beginning of the next end step, as long as Shirei is still on the battlefield. This, used to be like one of the sweaty commanders like 10 years ago. And maybe it still is.
I mean, this card is just incredibly powerful. Its weakness is it costs 5 mana and doesn't have an immediate impact unless you have a sack outlet.
Mm-hmm.
So like it has that big weakness.
Mm-hmm.
But when you get past that weakness, this card is dumb strong.
Yeah, and I think that part of it is like not really. Yeah, you can't even really count that. Like, when is this deck ever going to not have a sack outlet on board before you cast this? Really, its only weakness is it's 5 mana.
Yeah, that's fair too.
Yeah, it's a fragile 5 mana creature.
Yeah, it is a 2/2.
Yeah, and like it does have the potential to get blown out, but the window to do it is relatively small. Okay, so what are we sacrificing? We have some things that can sacrifice themselves, like Blood Pet. How about a free extra mana every turn?
I love Fear of Lost Teeth. I love that we're just draining and killing 1/1s on the battlefield every turn, over and over again.
Yeah,
and also the card is called Fear of Lost Teeth,
right? Oh,
which is so gross.
We should point this out to everyone. So, note that this trigger happens for every end step. So everything that you've had that has died that is 1 power or less will return to the battlefield at every end step. So you, in one rotation, you can sacrifice the same creature 4 times.
Yep. I mean, so every one of these, like these triggers are nothing.
Right.
But when you add nothing up 10 billion times, it's suddenly something.
Right. Like, oh, wow, scry 1 and make a treasure. Okay, but this is actually scry 1 4 times and make 4 mana. 4 treasures.
Which
off
can
of
cast so many things in your deck.
Yes. But yeah, we have this selection of effects, make 1/1 flyers, make 1/1 squirrels, make shrink stuff or make more treasures, draw cards, make more creatures, etc., etc., etc. And then we have, of course, some of your typical free sack outlets, Carrion Feeder, Viscera Seer. There's some other stuff in here. Yeah.
The only issue with 9 Lives Familiar is it's already coming back. We don't need 9 Lives Familiar.
Right.
It's already coming back.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be.
Okay. So yeah, one of the things that makes me happy about this deck is look at all of the.
Oh, these are the classic. When you look at these, are terrible Magic cards.
Yeah.
Like in a vacuum, when you were sitting down, if like this was the newest set, you'd be like, wow, black is a terrible color.
Yeah.
Holy crap, they didn't do anything for it.
Right.
Except Orcish Bowmasters.
Busted in here, and then I see that's exactly why I brought this up. I was like, and then I see the stupid Orcish Bowmasters here. Boo.
Boo.
Boo. Ruins an otherwise perfect set of creatures that are super fun and interesting, and then boo. Yes, the card is good, but it is.
I would also play it in this deck. I do agree it's boring, but sometimes the boring card is the right pick. Sometimes, especially, I would say this gets more credit if this is your only Orcish Bowmasters deck. That feels a lot better, where it's like, hey, I just want to play. Like, it actually has synergy in the deck. It does have synergy.
I know the face is delayed to everything else. Like, that's the only reason that it gets any credit for this deck is that it has synergy with it. But I think here I'm all hot takes today. This one I think is my coldest take. This is the #1 card they missed for the Game Changers list. This is much more of a game changer than I think a lot of the cards they put on there, because it is incredibly powerful for the person that has it and incredibly oppressive for anybody that doesn't have it. You're both stopping people from from drawing cards, like not stopping them, but you're heavily disincentivizing from people from drawing cards, and you're making a lot of you're obliterating creature decks, which is what most casual decks are doing. I'm very against this card, and I love this card in CEDH.
Yeah, it's a card I haven't gotten to play much. I do have it in. It's a card I have like 7 of this card. I have so many, but I have it in one deck. I have it in my ping 'em, my drain 'em out. Actually, you played it on.
Oh yeah, Zyra.
Zyra, yeah, because it was that's right. It was on decked out because of it was in my deck. That's right.
Yeah,
that Zyra deck is great. I love it. And Orcish Bowmaster is silly.
Yeah. Some other notable ones. I feel like I don't see Pawn of Ulamog around anymore. This does not get returned, but it makes you a spawn anytime any of your non-token stuff dies. So like your whole round of sacrifices is also making you colorless mana and bodies on board.
Yeah, I mean you have drain, so it's like when you're every time you're doing that, like things like this Marionette Apprentice are just killing your opponents too. It's so strong.
Yeah,
this is like this might be the card that the card that brings the room ties the room together. Like it is everything this deck wants. It is a 1-power creature that dies and comes back, leaves something behind, and is a win con on top of all of that.
Yeah. This like there's so much here that like the synergy of this deck is wonderful, and I think one of the biggest reasons to play Shirei or something like this. Let's see what else we have. I guess we should probably I'll point out this as the weird rules person. So Tormod is whenever one or more cards leaves your graveyard, you make it 2/2. You do get them for each individual creature because all of the Shirei triggers are individual. So these creatures will leave the graveyard not as one big chunk, but one at a time at your end step. Okay. Sorceries.
Is that the game changer symbol? Is that what that is?
Mm-hmm.
I hadn't seen that yet. Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know. I was just like, what is that up there?
Yeah. Speaking of game changers, in our instant sorceries, we do have the big old tutors, Demonic Tutor, Vampiric Tutor, Diabolic Intent, also very good here. And then we even extend that into Grim Tutor and Diabolic Tutor, which is diabolically bad.
Yeah, I guess a good question for this deck is where do you want the power level of this deck? Like what is your bracket target? Because it makes these cards become some of the biggest difference makers in that number, other than maybe like Orcish Bowmaster where you're talking about where it's like something that's super powerful. It's like this card, Phyrexian Altar I see down here. These are incredible cards that bump this thing up to a higher power level, but it doesn't necessarily seem to want to be a high power level. I'm not sure.
I'm also curious as to what do you tutor for in this deck? Because there's not like specific combo you're trying to do. Shirei does the Shirei thing with pretty much everything. You don't need to tutor for anything in this deck because they all do that. You have plenty of sacrifice outlets. You have plenty of creatures that are doing something on their own with the commander. I think this should lean one way or the other. Either cut the tutors, let this deck be what it's going to be. It's already going to be able to do exactly what you want it to do, and it sits pretty happily in like bracket 3, which I guess allows you 3 game changers. But I would still like. I'm of the opinion that all of my bracket 3 decks still generally don't run game changers unless they are very thematic for the deck. Or I would go the other way and be like, no, let's optimize this thing. Like, this is a really cool commander. I would like to see where it goes. But yeah, because that is the other thing. It's like, yeah, you're running two of the best tutors that have ever been printed in the game, and one of the worst tutors that's ever been printed in the game. Like this is really bad.
Like yeah, these incredible, mediocre, which this one just kind of falls in that middle slot, but this is bad. Like it is interesting to watch tutors go from incredibly broken to I never played this. Like it's mediocre, like okay, to bad over the span of 3 mana. It's really fun to watch just how much it changes.
Right. Yeah. Also, because like Grim Tutor for me is the tutor you play when your deck requires you to find a specific card. You're like, I'm willing to play Grim Tutor in here because I really want to find this one card.
For removal, I was thinking about this earlier. You have things like Go for the Throat, Infernal Grasp. I feel like these cards just aren't good enough. In general, I want Lethal Schemes. I want Snuff Out. These kind of cards that are costing me nothing. And they both Lethal Schemes doesn't have restrictions, and this card can cast it so easily. Like it is not.
This is an ideal Lethal Scheme deck because you reset your creatures every turn. You can run there. Also, the Pylon is the worst version, which is also a 4-mana removal spell that convokes. So you can go like, great, Lethal Scheme on your turn, sack all my creatures, they come back untapped. Pylon on your turn, sack them all, they come back.
Yeah, Pylon's another good one. Be careful with your Lethal Schemes. If you put a counter on certain creatures, they will not come back. Make sure, just tap it, get the triggers on the stack, and sack them right then. And then they will come back perfectly fine and normal. But yeah, beware of that. This deck absolutely wants to play Lethal Schemes and Pylon, but there is a chance to nombo yourself with Lethal Schemes.
That's a very good point.
Yeah, so be aware of that. But yeah, these cards are just not... I'm honestly of the opinion that these aren't good enough for Commander almost ever. They're fine, and I think they're okay. But I think the fact that things like Snuff Out and Pylon and Lethal Schemes are real cards that exist, you just don't have to go to these. They're so far down my list of what I want to be playing.
Yeah. Plus, like, you get... when you put them next to, like, okay, we're in mono black, do file for 1 mana, Tragic Slip, which we're always going to have Morbid active.
Yeah,
to give minus
so like
13.
Tragic Slip is a card that also I don't play, but this is a guaranteed Morbid deck that like the way it is designed and the way it plays, if you don't have Morbid, it would be weird. It's weird not to have Morbid.
Yeah. I want to run like Fatal Push here.
I've never tried Fatal Push in Commander. I think that's a card that's always like I'm not the sacrifice person. That's not my kind of deck, so it's never been an idea to run, but it does seem playable.
Yeah.
Especially as you slowly creep up towards higher power, which is starting like on the edge of here, where it's like we're tilting toward that higher power.
Yeah. And then I think you have the required like Torment, and there's no what's its face here? The not Withering Torment.
The sorcery speed.
Why is my mind blanking on that? Black staple.
I can't.
What's happening?
Somebody's coming in hot.
Too much deck tech.
Feed the swarm.
Feed the swarm. Good God. All right. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's actually a really, really, really interesting conversation. Feed the Swarm versus Withering Torment, because it is sorcery versus instant is such a huge difference, but 2 versus 3 mana is equally as much a big difference.
Yeah, I think the only place where it's not an argument is in this mono black deck where you
play both.
Where you play both because there's no other way that you interact with enchantments, and there are a lot of enchantments that turn this deck off, like Rest in Peace.
Yeah, you really do need enchantment answers, but I guess the one thing that does defend that here is our tutors. If we are playing more tutors, we don't have to play as many direct answers because we can tutor for the one answer.
And at that point, though, you play Feed the Swarm, right? Because your tutors are sorcery speed or not getting you the card until your turn, and then you'd rather pay the less mana for it.
Yeah, you'd rather play less mana. So yeah, Feed the Swarm is probably the better answer for this deck. But both is probably ultimately the right call. 1 for 1 if you need it. Just get rid of Diabolic Tutor.
Yes.
1 for 1, baby.
Okay, we have a little bit of ramp. We have Altar as just another sack outlet. I think it's unlikely we're milling out anybody with 1 mana or
the
one
cards
one power
by
creatures.
one by one.
but
Milra.
we need the sack outlets, and then of course the 2 altars.
I didn't look if this deck can go infinite anyway, but maybe. Phyrexian altars are so dumb. It feels like you don't even have to try sometimes.
Yeah. And then enchantments, and here's another reason why I'm not sure what power level this wants to be. You're running contamination. This is a really oppressive card.
I mean, it's Blood Moon, right?
It is worse than Blood Moon.
Yeah.
In this deck, in
decks like this especially,
yes.
It is a Blood Moon that's not going away and is punishing every land.
Right. Yeah, because like, the solution to Blood Moon is find your basics and then and use that mana to remove Blood Moon. This one is, as long as I can sacrifice a creature, nobody's playing the game unless you can do stuff with black mana, which can't remove enchantments except for 2 cards.
That is very true. Yeah, I mean, so if you're sticking to the higher power, I mean, this one makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it's like if you keep the tutors and you keep the contamination, then you're at least a 3,
mm-hmm.
and potentially heading towards 4, depending on how you're building this. Because, I mean, another game changer or 2. I mean, we've got 3 already, like right here.
Yeah, and then the contamination is counted as mass land denial. So that puts you into 4.
So yeah, we're just in bracket. We're not just heading to bracket 4. We're at bracket 4
mm-hmm.
here.
Right, and once you're in bracket 4, it's like, oh, unlimited game changers. Like, hey, play to win. So
yeah, so I would either push the boundaries and explore that a bit more. Regardless of anything, this is going. So like cut cards like this and push towards actually being like, why isn't like when we're pushing into this range? Why isn't this reanimate? Why are we playing victimize? We're up in the 4 power. It's like we the kind of changes we're making now are victimized turning to reanimate. That big upgrade to the card that is not just better, like it's like the legacy card. It's the card everyone thinks of. It is the card reanimation is named after. Stop making me cough, chat. Victimize is more synergistic, kind of. We want more. We want more sac.
It is. That's for sure. That's a true statement. Like it is more synergistic. It gets 2 things back, but the power level of victimize versus reanimate is decidedly the weaker card.
Yeah, exactly. When you're pushing towards those 4s, the synergy of this card is gonna it's way too it's hard to explain how powerful reanimate is, but I think we all just know because that card has been dominating Magic since what set did it come out in 98?
Mm-hmm.
Like something like 98. Oh my god!
But here, if you're even if we move away from even if we move away from the conversation of how powerful versus synergistic, what are you reanimating with victimize? We have total. There are 5 creatures in the deck that cost more than victimize.
That is very true.
And we don't have a great way to put them into the graveyard. Yeah.
So there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So take that to the bank.
Yeah. All right. So that's I think my biggest blanket input for this deck is it sits in that space of commander decks that I try to avoid the most. It's very split between, okay, but I want it to be this cool, like synergistic, like we're doing the thing the commander wants to do. And like I found some like really cool stuff like Blood Pet, and like we have the victimize. It's a synergistic pick versus the power pick. And I'm playing a strong optimized version of what my deck wants to do. We're running Demonic Tutor, we're running Vampiric Tutor. We can lock people out with Contamination. And it has not made a decision between those 2. And I think both of those decks are really cool decks. I think this deck in general is looks like a lot of fun. I would totally play this, but it feels like it is very split on its identity of in that respect. And the reason that the reason I avoid this deck building space as much as I do is because in my experience it makes for the worst games. Because sometimes you're trying to use these lower power like synergistic cards because you really want to do I want to do the commander thing. I want to do the thing I do with the commander. And you just get wrecked by a person who is playing, you know, these like powerful game changer stuff. And sometimes you end up being the pub stomper on like, oh well, I vampiric tutored for my Phyrexian altar and I locked the table out on turn 3 by having this loop. And the deck should be aiming to do one or the other. That way you know what kind of game that it plays consistently.
Yeah. Embrace the more casual side of the deck or embrace the more powerful side. Both are equally as legitimate of ways to go. It's just picking one is better than sitting in the middle, because this deck will have both those games now. Like sometimes you will sit down at the power level 2/ maybe a little bit of 3, and this deck will be fine for it because of how it's built.
Yeah, I mean this is still, even if you were to swap out all the game changers and the like Bowmasters and Altar, this is still a bracket 3 deck because of
what takes us at the bracket 3 specifically?
What takes it to bracket 3 is how well that it's built and the strategy that you're using. This is a strategy that's very hard to interact with. That does a whole lot, and it's built very well. That's a bracket 3 deck. This is a deck that's good at what it does, and it's not the game changers that make it a bracket 3 deck. It's what the deck's doing and how good it is at doing it. This is certainly better at executing his game plan than a precon.
That's fair, yeah.
Do we have a name for this?
I'm still Shiri's Big Sack was coming to my head. I kind of like that.
Shizo's my shire pie.
Shizo's my cherry pie.
Shizo's my cherry pie.
Is that satisfying, Jesus, or are you gonna leave unsatisfied?
I like it.
Shiri's Big Sack still on the table. Suck me blue. It's terrible. It's killing me. I love when your own stupid joke kills you for no reason. It's like, I can acknowledge just how bad it. Suck me blue. It's so bad. It's not even a blue deck. Don't use that. That's terrible. Shiri. This is the part we did surpass tokens require sacrifice, I think. You also had the suggestion of my neck, my back, my tokens, and my sack.
That's pretty good.
Sack me black. Shiri's all that.
I think if you're going into that territory, you got to make it worse. That's that's that in between of puns that I try to avoid because it's not.
Yeah, it's not dumb enough,
Right.
but also it's not clever enough.
Maybe it will come to us. We should move to the next deck.
Yeah, we gave some suggestions.
Also, before I forget, yeah, Jesus, 30 lands is not enough. Put more lands in your deck. This is not enough. Your deck will never function. That's it.
Yeah, the minimum for this deck, even though you have a low curve, is where's our CMC?
You need at least 25 more lands.
Vancouver's calling me. Walgreens. Walgreens, I'm not answering right now. See what you guys.
Here we go. Yeah, average 1.7 or 2.43 without lands.
Yeah, you need at least 34. Even you're on the low side, but
also I'm also kind of making a joke because Jesus is the person I need to say this to the most often that also refuses consistently.
What mana?
So, yeah. Okay. We did this one, right? No.
We didn't frog yet.
It's frogging time. This was submitted by Half an Apple, and this is a Glarb deck, although we'll talk about that in a moment. This is Frogs and Rooms, called the Bounce House because it's frogs that bounce and rooms in a house. So Glarb, this is actually a very good commander. 3 mana, 2/4 Death Touch. Look at the top of your library at any time. You can play lands and spells off the top that cost 4 or greater. But lands never cost 4 or greater. How are you going to play that? And you can tap to surveil too. So, creature-wise, bunch of frogs. Mistbreath Elder and Clement, Polywog Prodigy. That's a good frog. Psychic Frog. That's a good frog.
It's a real good frog.
A real good frog. Frogemoth, the Gitrog monster, Ramp Frogantua. I like this card. I like this card.
What does that one do?
It's only 3/3 trample, but it gets +10 for every player that's
every player that's lost the game. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may mill that many cards plus any number of lands. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So he starts hitting for 13 after one player gone.
Yep.
That's a fun design.
Yeah. I will talk about this a little bit more in a moment. But okay, so we have a bunch of frogs as creatures. We have very few sorceries, instants, artifacts. Maybe the notable ones being Head Shredder is nice with your Surveil from Glarb, and Whip of Erebos is able to bring back creatures from the graveyard, I guess. And then our enchantments, we have so many rooms from Duskmourn, so many rooms, pretty much any room that can reasonably be played in this deck. Some of these are not great, but it's fun.
Yes.
For putting frogs in your house. Now, I wanted to point that out because why is this commander? Why is this our commander? Why is this a commander? What does this do? Well, other than being a frog, why is this here? In fact, it cannot cast a lot of these because it cares about how much the spell costs, not how much the card, not the value of the card on top of your library. So with something like this, you can only cast the Unholy Annex half of this off the top of your library, which not the worst thing, but still restricts
you can only cast the Ritual Chamber, right? The big.
Sorry, yes, the only cast the Ritual Chamber.
Yes.
You don't have the actual choice of which of these two to cast. Here is what I believe is the answer. I could have sworn when this deck was submitted, and I looked at it the first time, it was a Tatsunari deck and not a Glarb deck. And I think immediately, you need to switch it back. This is a Tatsunari deck. This is so much better with Tatsunari because Glarb both has nothing to do with frogs other than being a frog itself, and has nothing to do with rooms at all. Tatsunari loves both of those things. It can make your frogs unblockable, and you get extra value when you're playing your rooms, which are enchantments. Swap it back. It's Tatsunari. That's so much better.
Yeah, it makes a lot more sense as the Tatsunari deck.
Mhm.
This is, I mean, it's like enchantment sub-theme frogs.
Right.
I can't think of a commander you would play over
Actually,
that.
I'm gonna give you some extra credit for a moment, because I'm gonna go back and look at the original submission, because there's a chance that this was just like duplicated wrong, but otherwise, switch it back to Tatsunari.
Also, no, my favorite thing to do with Tatsunari is mutate.
Mm.
You change their names to other things so you can get a new Tatsunari every time. I love having lots and lots of Tatsunaris.
Well, I like when the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie.
That's not right. You really got to stretch it to make it fit, but
no,
it fits.
you don't. You just don't say that because it starts with Tatsunari
Oh,
already.
Tatsunari.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. That's Tatsunari.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
What does this Simone do whenever land enters the battlefield? Oh, she's the Manifest Dread.
Yeah. No, it's listed as Glarb.
Yeah. And here we hate Glarb.
Yeah.
That is our biggest complaint here. We always talk about how Glarb is a butt, even though I kind of want to build it because it looks fun.
Yeah.
So it would just be my second Kouga deck.
But yeah, both for the pun and not, Tatsunori really ties the whole room together. Like that's the thing that gives your whole deck some cohesive theme to it. Okay. We don't have a particular goal for this other than swapping it to its proper commander. So let's take a look at some of the other cards. I did want to point out. So in the deck list, Half an Apple had put this Spotify song in.
What is it?
It's like this weird like club trance frog themed song, and I was like, actually this is pretty great. So if you do end up going to the deck list on Moxfield, that's what that link is. I thought that was very funny. It's a very weird song.
All right. I mean, not what I would first think to put in my description of my deck.
Okay, so with this frogs and rooms concept, this is missing a bunch of frogs that seem pretty good for this deck. There's Grolnok, which is most people's frog commander, which allows you to mill cards with frogs and then play those cards that you milled. It's like there are very few frogs matters cards, and that's one of them. So I feel like you kind of put it in here.
Yeah, we are froggies.
Right. There's Lily Splash Mentor, which seems pretty all right. It's a frog that allows you to just pay 3 mana to blink stuff. And I mean, at the very least, you've got like Baleful Strix, you've got like Clifftop Lookout and Long River Lurker, and a lot of other frogs that have ETBs. So might as well put in a frog that lets you blink. Spore Frog is a frog and also a good card. Seems good here.
Yeah, it's a frog. It literally is the best frog of all time.
Mm-hmm.
It's and you can get the Gromp from League of Legends. Who doesn't want Gromp? The giant frog monster from League of Legends, who is also Spore Frog.
Mm-hmm. Also, if you're switching it back to Tatsunari like you should, then you should put Yargle and Multani in here, or Yargle, because both of those are frogs, which you can then make unblockable.
Also, if you're going back to Tatsunari, mutate is awesome. Because if you mutate, you change its name by leaving the other card on top.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you make a new one, you get a new frog. And you get to keep that frog every time. And you can mutate again.
But see, that's a lot of work. What if Instead, you put stickers from Unfinity in your deck, and then when you add a name sticker, it's it changes the name. So you
Tatsunari, Toad. What are some of the stickers? We can cover up Toad. Tatsunari, Toad.
Mind Toad.
Toad Mind.
Yeah.
Tatsunari, Toad Mind.
Yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, there's some frogs that I think help to up your frog count here.
Yeah, commit.
Commit.
I'm a big, when it comes to commander and building commander decks, pick an idea, commit, and then overcommit. And then when you're done overcommitting, commit more. Like I just look at like I have my my Maelstrom Wanderer deck where I committed to Kouga, but then I committed to not just Kouga, but only permanents. And then you just keep committing and committing. And eventually you have something that's so committed that it's like, all right, no one's messing with me.
Right. That's commander. And it can be, it's okay for it to be, I'm committing to winning with this deck.
Yes.
That's also a thing.
Oh, yeah,
but then at that point, also commit to it.
Yeah, I will commit to the silly, and so will Veggie, obviously. Like, we're not committed to winning super often, though sometimes we are. But we're committing to the silly. But yeah, committing to winning is just as viable as committing to the silly. But have you ever tried silly? It's so fun.
Yeah.
It's so stupid. How can you argue with so stupid?
Right. What else have we got here that is interesting? We have a nice healthy land count, so this is the best deck that we've looked at
Also,
all day.
healthy land count, good mana base. I would say only thing I would change is you're a little high on basics. I would go down to maybe 5 of each at most. And just throw in a few more duels. That's it. I mean, this is a good mana base. Also, Aspirants isn't very good. Like your mana base is better than Aspirants.
Oh yeah.
You just have you have a great mana base there.
Okay. How about this? What lands do we put in that synergize either with Glarb or with Tatsunari?
Ooh. So what is? Let me actually read Tatsunari again, because I know we play an enchantment, we get a new frog.
Yeah, but the thing is, it does have to be an enchantment spell, so you can't even put like Valgavoth's Lair or Urza Saga, because they do not interact with it.
Yeah, they really don't. But you could. No, that one's a white land. I was gonna say Heliod's thing. Yeah.
If you're sticking with Glarb, anything that changes the top of your library is not bad. So any of the fetch lands.
Yeah, I mean, if you stick with Glarb, also Valgavoth's Lair, putting stuff from your graveyard back in. Is that what it's called? Not Valgavoth's Lair. Sorry, not Valgavoth. The Slayer Stronghold. Volrath Stronghold. Yeah. There we go. I knew I had demon in my head
because it's just like a black and tap, put a creature from.
Yeah, exactly. So you can just start curating your draws and putting stuff back on top.
Yeah, I think that land is also pretty pricey, but we're not good at recommending lands that aren't expensive.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you've got a good mana. This is maybe you know what this needs. If you realistically, this is a good mana base. So I would say this needs fetch lands. This needs tapped. What are the surveil lands?
Lands.
I mean, that's really what this. That's really what this. Other than that, this is a solid mana base.
Yeah, like that. Like you don't need to touch a thing with this. And if you wanted to improve it, there's those ideas. There's like the Kamigawa lands.
Here's a good discussion point. What is you have built a 3-color deck.
Yeah.
How many basics do you want total at the end? A grand total in your 3-color deck.
Okay, and I'm assuming that I don't have anything that cares about basic lands.
Yes. Well, let's say you have maybe 1 card that cares about basics, like something that just searches up a couple basics. We'll say you have 1 or 2.
I usually default to 9.
That same.
I will default to 9 basic lands in a 3-color deck. Although sometimes I'll you know what, I'll default to 9 when I make the mana base initially, and then I will cut from there.
I start at 9 too, and depending on what I'm playing, like I have I tend to, depending on which kind of list I'm playing, I tend to have to go up because I have an attack triggers deck, which is who's the attack doubler trigger? I can't think of Ishin. I have Ishin, but there's Bitterthorn and sort of the Animist. So as soon as they'll start going off, it's like 9 runs. Turns out 9 actually runs out really fast when you do 2 at a time. Turns out that's a really quick number to go through. Yeah. So like 9 is my starting, but if you have, sometimes I have to go up. Sometimes, I mean, I think in a really good deck, you can go all the way down to like 1 of each. I've often gone down to 2 of each because I like to do 1 basic and 1 snow basic of each.
Well, okay, so if it's a higher power deck where I'm really optimizing, really the number is determined by, I look at the deck and I go, what is my plan if somebody drops land denial? What happens if Blood Moon resolves? What is my plan? And then I make sure that I have enough basics to reasonably at some point pull off, but like to get out of that. And sometimes that's only a few, and sometimes that's like, if I have a deck that should be playing against, stuff that's playing these things, how many basics do I need? If somebody drops back to basics, like, can I play the game?
Yeah.
But that's only for like much higher. That's like my bracket 4 and up.
Oh, look, Surveillant. Just thought.
Hey.
God, I wish those things weren't so pricey.
I got very lucky and I got a bunch of that set for some reason.
Ugh.
So I have
very jelly of you.
I think multiple copies of all of them except for Orsov, the shadowy backstreet.
Ooh. So much wrong with taking the shadowy backstreet.
Okay. I also there's an artifact. There's like a dopey little artifact that can lock and unlock rooms. I think it might only be able to unlock them, but I feel like
it's a key.
With so many things here, we should key. That'll certainly get us what we need, right? Sure. We'll search key.
Yeah, key.
Key.
Keys of the house.
Keys to the house. Okay. Lock or unlock a room. Yeah, I mean, we're clearly not building an optimized deck here, but this, with the number of rooms that we have, being able to unlock one for 3 mana or lock one for 3 mana to be able to do it again seems great. We're not also committed to all frogs, so maybe like Key Bearer.
I mean, I am all in on these. I am committing. If we're this deck is a bit, right?
Yeah.
Commit to the bit.
Right.
And the bit is we got frogs, we got rooms. Let's do frogs and rooms.
Mm-hmm.
So Key Bearer, Keys to the House, both great ads for this deck.
Yes. I'm now racking my brain for more room tech. They did put these together in a way that is hard to have tech.
We got Gitrog.
Oh, but we don't have both Gitrogs.
What's the other Gitrog?
Gitrog Ravenous Ride, the one with the cowboy hat on.
Oh yes, he's a mount.
Yeah.
Because it's the best way to make him. It's like feels like Darth Vader in the prequels, where it's just like, wow, wait, let's take this really cool thing and make it not cool at all, so that nobody likes it at all anymore. What if you just whined about sand? I love the idea of the Gitrog monster. Oh, get you in your webs.
Now I'm just picturing the one of the final scenes where they're like putting him in the Darth Vader suit for the first time, and you just see the helmet come down, but it's the cowboy hat on the Gitrog.
And then instead of skis goes river. Oh my
god. Yeah, it's frogs and rooms. There's got to be one more piece of room tech that I can give you.
Let's go to Skyfall real quick.
But I can't Scryfall room tech.
If you type in room, we should be able to scroll through all the room cards in like 5 seconds.
You want to see a trick?
Oh, does that work here?
It might.
It should be Oracle, right? Oh, room. Oh?
O is short for Oracle.
Yeah, yeah.
So you
but
can,
you had an R in front of my first. So anyway, we can see if we can see anything real quick. We should be able to. Yeah, it's not a lot. It doesn't seem like we're really missing anything.
I mean, like Fear of Sleep Paralysis. Just like probably the strongest card that has direct room synergy. But what I'm trying to think of is weird stuff that you can do with rooms that is not.
Yeah, rooms are weird.
Rooms are very hard to interact with, like in broken ways.
Yeah, because they're made not to be interacted with, basically.
Yeah.
Bounce them, boom, nothing.
Yeah, blink them, very bad.
Yeah, if you turns out you get nothing. We could turn our rooms into creatures. Now that's fun.
Because then are they tapped? Are they untapped? Who knows?
It is so good.
All right, but this thank you Half an Apple, because this was a very fun like change of pace.
Yeah, I mean this is silly. This is
silly.
This is embraced on the silly. I'm a fan of that you did exactly what we were talking about before. You committed to something, and we're just like we're just even trying to push it further.
Yeah, we're like, how can we help you commit more?
Yeah, like commit even more to the silly.
Yes. So yeah, we loved your Tatsunari Toad Rider deck. This is a good time.
100% always been Tatsunari.
Mm-hmm. All right.
From Sultai to Sultai.
From Sultai to Sultai. This is Dead's Xavier Sal deck. This is such a Johnny card. I tried to build this and like overcooked it significantly.
I think if you undercook it, that you break the game. So it's overcooking it's a little better.
Tap, remove a counter from another permanent you control to populate, and tap, sack another creature, proliferate. But both of those wizards activate only as a sorcery.
Which is fair.
It is fair, and that's why I'm disappointed.
Because this card is very good. So I don't know. This is one where I read it and I think, yeah, that should be as a sorcery. That makes sense as a sorcery.
Yeah.
Also, you are playing one of my favorite cards that only fits in certain decks. I love Rampant Rejuvenator. I wish I got to play more Rampant Rejuvenator.
Enters with 2 counters on it. Die search for up to X basics.
Yes.
Huh.
So, when you proliferate it and put more counters on it, it gets more basic lands, and this thing has a sacrifice theme already. It doesn't go in many decks. This fits like in my, we were talking about earlier, my Henzi deck. Perfect little fit there. And, like, this card is cool.
That's cute.
I love this card. It's one of my favorite designs where it's like, I love a good twist on an old bad card, which we've hit
Explosive Vegetation.
Yeah, the original. How bad is Explosive Veggies? Like, how many better versions of Explosive Vegetation are there? And I love a good twist on it, and this is a good twist, making it a creature.
Yeah. All right, so I know my biggest struggle when working on this was figuring out the balance between things that you want to populate and things you want to proliferate. So let's see how well Dead managed that. Of course, you got to have some planeswalkers because proliferate, but the Nissa here also gives you creature tokens. Probably don't want to be populating 01 plants, but if you have to, if that's your only thing, might as well.
She also commits even more the other way. Because she gives +1/+1 counters. Like, this card just is screaming to be in this deck.
Right. And the plants are good sacrifice fodder for Xavier Sal to be able to proliferate. Tyvar is...
He's basically giving your commander haste.
And we have... It looks like... Oh, yeah, we don't have that many small creatures, but... Yeah. And gives you an additional activation. Its plus is untap.
Yes.
And then Kaito, but the one from All Will Be One. So creatures deal combat damage to a player, return any of them to owner's hand, can activate loyalty abilities twice of Kaito. You can lock down a creature, you can draw a card, you can make a 2/2. I am not seeing the... okay. It gives you a unique creature token that you can populate. It's a 2/2 drone with Death Touch. When this creature leaves the battlefield, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. So it is Planeswalker, works with Proliferate, gives you a reasonable populate target. Cool. Yeah, okay, so we're going to see a lot of stuff that cares about counters. Pretty basic. There's a couple untappers in here, so you can do multiple activations of Xavier Sal. And then, yeah, counters. Gives you a token. Untaps. Likes counters, untap. I guess you are consistently able to have a creature die. So when it enters, it draws.
Yeah, I'm pretty low on that card. I've never been a huge fan of even like the everyone sacrifice when it enters, but there are times when it's playable. It just doesn't feel like this deck.
Yeah. Evolution Witness, super broken, super good, so good. Eternalize. All of the Eternalize things make token copies on themselves.
I was scroll to see some of the... What is this thing? Put 2 plus encounters a target creature. Why is this sweet card?
Yeah. And that does a lot of what you want here.
I like what we're doing here. I mean, this deck... Right? Voltborn Tyrant could not be more perfect for this deck. Like, it fits perfectly. Like, oh, I need to populate something. If only something left a stupid token that I could populate.
An absurdly good token copy of itself.
Like the best token ever made in Magic. Like, if only that would happen on my board.
Right.
I mean, the demon is also completely dumb. I would commit a little more to my creature base. Again, I like... So... I see a Nature's Lore. Nature's Lore is great. One of the best ramp spells in Commander, period. I like just playing Land Ralphs in this kind of deck because we...
Later on, you sacrifice him to Xavier Sal.
Yeah. Tyvar. Like, every little synergy like this just makes the deck better. It's like, is Nature's Lore going to perform and look great every time? Yeah, it is, because it's a great Magic card. But you turn them into creatures, now you push the synergy. I am such a big, like, when my deck wants creatures, I push the creature number up as much as I can, and I'm cutting as much ramp as I can. And like I think this is another committing to it, where when you commit to it, you might even be making your deck a little worse. Because you might be more susceptible, like though you have more synergy, you're more susceptible to things like board wipes. And you can accept that, and I think it's good to still commit to it, because it'll make your deck better overall in performance.
Yeah. My greatest fear is that I've lived a life that does not matter. But my greatest fear in Commander...
Oh, Jesus.
My greatest fear in Commander.
Oh my God. Jesus, Veggie, you good?
But my greatest fear in Commander is that I'm not able to do that.
Thanks, Tulak. Thanks, Tulak, for subscribing or rating.
You missed
Veggie's existential crisis.
I started a statement and decided to end it on an existential crisis. But I was saying my greatest fear in Commander is that I'm just not quite able to do the thing that I want. Like, oh, I played my Commander, but oh no, I don't have a creature to sacrifice. This is the worst. That is exactly the kind of switch that I would make. Is like Nature's Lore, better card. But the amount that it is making your deck worse by switching this out for a creature is well worth the fact that you eliminating non-games. Or games where you're just like, oh, this is so
Yeah, well,
awkward. I can't quite do what I want to do.
I think there is an acceptance when you play Magic the Gathering that when you commit to a bit, that even if the bit is making your deck better,
Right, or an existential crisis.
or an existential crisis, that you will absolutely get punished for that. 110% sometimes, and that's okay because your deck will be better overall.
110% sometimes.
100% of the time, it works every time.
Sometimes.
Yeah, but like I think his deck is filled with that, and that's what I can see right here. Like when I'm seeing things like, not Keckling Comper, that's actually pretty cool. But like Assassin's Trophy, you can move toward more of a creature, a Chupacabra. And now when you copy and clone your Chupacabra with your Keckling counterpart, now your removal is stacking, and like all these little pieces work up. It's like Sawnaf's really cool, but Sawnaf is actually really awesome in this deck.
Sawnaf's super awesome.
At first I was gonna be like, it's not that good, but that's like, no, that card's actually sweet. But like, I 3 steps ahead. Instead of a counter, what kind of other removal can we play that comes on my creature? It's like, how can we put it on a creature and then work from there? Also, this version of this card being worth $20 is killing me inside. This is such a mediocre card.
3 steps ahead is $20?
I think it's this version. It's the full art foil.
It's not that
No,
much
they're
different.
$15.
Oh my god, I have a bunch of those that are sitting around. Okay. I guess it's like every standard deck is playing these. Some Pioneer decks are playing these. But like that's so surprising because usually a card that has this price tag needs at least some commander character. I guess commander players are also playing it.
My greatest fear is I'll have an existential crisis on stream. Oh, that's too real. That's too real though.
Yeah, so back to Magic the Gathering.
I mean, really, this deck is on the right track. It's absolutely on the track.
I really like this.
These cards like Doppelgang are exactly what this deck wants to do to get whatever silly thing we want to do and populate it.
Yeah.
It's just, you are, I think, a bit too heavy. You don't need to ramp with artifacts. You in green, you got creatures. And like, let's say you can leave like, I would leave a Nature's Lore and a
Arcane Signet.
I would change Arcane Signet to 3 Wishes. I would make it those 2 because I don't, but like leave like 2 of them.
Yeah.
And then everything else is creature based activated ability ramp because that lets you commit even more to things like Tyvar. How much more powerful does Tyvar become?
Right.
And the next thing that you put that gives your creatures haste.
I'll give you some. I have these in my notes. Specifically 2 good mana dorks at 2 mana that would be really good for this deck. 1, Tender Wild Guide. This is so perfect. I'll just type in Tender. Tender, it's not going to get us there. Tender Wild Guide has Offspring, so it can make a token copy of itself, and it puts +1/+1 counters on itself.
Yes, and this goes great with Tyvar. And actually,
right.
I looked at the wrong notes, and I thought, oh, those are good ads. But actually, 1,000-Year Elixir, Concordant Crossbows also going to be good in this deck once we add the Mana Dorks.
Right.
And what we already have activated abilities. That's what this deck wants to be doing. I literally looked ahead and they saw those, and I'm like, those are perfect. But like, you get to commit. Yeah, you literally get to commit more to these things because you've pushed into the idea. And Tyvar goes from being this mediocre card to suddenly it's like, oh, one of the top cards in the deck. Like you're just pushing that.
Yeah. The other dork that should totally be in here is Twitching Doll.
Oh, the gross one, yeah.
The gross one. Because
Spider Cat.
It puts counters on itself, so something that you can start proliferating, and then you can sacrifice it later to create a 2/2 spider for each counter on it. For each counter of any kind. So if you start putting +1 counters on it too, when you proliferate, that's 2 more future spiders that you're making every single time. These both, like that's what we're looking for, is like, wow, this just synergizes with everything. Just is this gonna get, is this worse than Nature's Lure? Yeah.
Nature's Lure.
Nature's Lure?
Yeah, Nature's Lure.
But it feels so much better. Yeah. Okay. So we've got those. We have creatures that care about proliferation. We have some big ones that make
More
token copies of
creatures.
themselves. I really like the gruff triplets. That's very fun. Okay, so now we also have ways to make token copies of stuff that's not able to make token copies of itself, so that we can start populating big chunkies.
I'm not a big fan of the card Cackling Counterpart overall. I just think it's a little weak. Like you have like Rite of Replication, which I think is a much better card. But I understand the appeal of Cackling Counterpart. I've just never been a big fan of it.
I think that a much better replacement for this is Irenicus' Vile Duplication.
That is the one that lets you make a legend, right?
A legend, a non-legendary copy of something, and it also gives flying. So you can make a second Xavier Sal if you want and start populating that.
Yeah, I mean, it's really funny how good something like Gruff Triplets is. Like we kind of glossed over it. This card just does all the things that the deck wants. It's once you sacrifice one, you can populate the others, and now they have extra counters. Or silly. It actually it works like for a mediocre. It's one of those mediocre cards that can just do so much in a deck like this.
Yes.
I also love this card. Such a dumb card. I loved turning my whole board into Dreadfeast Demons, please.
Yeah, I loved losing every game of limited to this card.
Loved it too.
Okay. So we have all of that. Dino DNA is very fun. This also can steal cards out of your opponent's graveyards that you can turn into copies. So
what is Dino DNA? I don't know if I know this one. Oh, okay. It's okay.
Yeah, exile a creature from a graveyard and then pay 6 to make a token copy of it. Except it's also a 6/6 Dino.
Yeah, I mean, what's the VAT is also
Mimic VAT.
Mimic VAT is totally playable in this deck.
Yeah,
I mean, Mimic VAT is like the weakness of like, you don't really keep it all every time for all that long. But it's like, no, you just keep them. What if we just kept them by populating them?
Right. Mimic VAT is my weakness. I love that card.
I love Mimic VAT too. I do think it's bad, but I also love playing it.
Okay, and now we have some more like, okay, nice, makes a creature token, does counter stuff, makes after making treasure, this then is essentially populate for the next 5 turns. Puts counters on, makes token, puts counters on, and then super busty card.
Superman.
I am I am Superman.
Yeah, I am Superman.
I am Superman. If you don't know the lore behind this, Pemin's aura is an anagram of I am Superman, because this grants you all of the abilities of the card Morphling, which at the time people called Superman because of all the things that it could do.
This is my favorite card because this is one of the biggest flavor fails in Magic. Because they specifically mention in the first Theros that they do not compete for medals or gold, and this very specifically gives you a gold at the end of the games. It does the exact opposite of what they say they do not do in the very first Theros. It's just great flavor.
All right. So yes, also the Pemin's Aura does have a lot of text on it, but the important one is you can untap the enchanted creature for 1 blue, so then you can just start going like, great, Xavier Sal, as much blue mana as I can pump into this thing. We're populating, proliferating, blah 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 blah. This deck is specifically sideboarding out Intruder Alarm because that does go real stupid with Xavier Sal.
I mean, yeah,
it goes real stupid with most of Magic the Gathering.
I mean, there's infinite combos very easily. You don't even have to try really. Scurry Oak is in the deck already. You're gonna find it. Actually, that's it. I think that's it. It's Scurry Oak, Xavier, Intruder Alarm is infinite, right? Sacrifice the creature that it makes. Put a new counter on, untap it. Yeah, that's infinite. Yeah, that's just the Wombo combo. Granted, I think that only results in a giant Scurry Oak, but pay it off with anything. A ham sandwich, as somebody might say. Does BZ still say ham sandwich? Who actively watches the Nitpicking Nerds? So please tell me if BZ still says ham sandwich. I don't know.
Who are the Nitpicking Nerds?
I actually don't know. I don't keep up with content enough. I don't know if he still says ham sandwich. BZ, if you're there, do you still say ham sandwich? I'm so desperate.
All right. So, what else was I thinking for this? Vraska, the Phyrexian Vraska seems real excellent here. She is a Planeswalker, which already good. Betrayal Sting, that's the one. Oh, great, thanks. Why is that the default? Okay. Yeah, is a Planeswalker, can be proliferated, has an ability that proliferates your entire, and then can kill people with poison.
I think this is the first deck where I agree with that card. But this is the first deck where I'm like, this deck just wants doubling season, right? Like, I don't suggest doubling season much. I really don't. Like, I am pretty low on that card on my totem pole of cards to suggest to decks. This feels like a deck where it's like, okay, I've crossed the line. It's like, I think doubling season. It's just
you're getting the most you possibly can.
Everything. It cares about every single aspect. It feels like this is a doubling season commander.
Yeah,
it's like designed for the card. Right. It's like,
do you run what Primal Vigor in this too? The symmetrical.
Probably.
Yeah,
I think so. I mean, I'm not like, and like I said, I'm not like a big suggester to play those cards. Like, I want to cut a lot of like these cards down here that aren't. Yeah, that aren't my creatures that I want. But it's like, if not, I will be honest, if not in this deck, doubling season doesn't belong in Commander. I mean, if not this deck, then where? Then where are we playing that card ever?
That's very true. Totally. We have not really brought this one up before or discussed how important it is or how much you should be playing Commander. This seems like a really good deck for Marvin.
Marvin,
Murderous Mimic.
Yeah, I mean, this is very clearly a Marvin deck. This is not even like memeing good in the deck. It's like absolutely like I
really
can't.
Good.
I don't understand how you wouldn't play Marvin here. Yeah, this is a Marvin. This is a Marvin deck. And yes, we need a Marvin the Martian. Someone brought that up earlier.
Yep. Marvin is really good here. There's a fun card from the Bloomborough precons called Octomancer that when you cast it, you give an opponent an 8/8 token, but at the end of every turn, you can make a copy of a creature token that's entered that turn.
So you give away an 8/8, and you get your own 8/8?
You give away an 8/8, you get an 8/8, and then
from then on,
right, it's value because you can then you populate your 8/8, then Octomancer makes you an additional 8/8. And that just happens all the time. And if anybody else, even incidentally, just makes a creature token, you're like, great, I'll take that too.
Imagine if someone in real life called themselves the Octomancer. How much would you hate them? A lot? I probably hate them a lot.
I mean, I agree. Is there any Magic card name though? Could you apply that to?
If somebody was named Xavier Sale, infested captain, I would take them to the hospital. We need to get you checked out, okay?
What else? Okay. If you're looking for like, this is I think thematic and pretty good for the deck, and we're already running Pemanzara. Run Vigian Graftmage.
What is this one? This guy.
Yeah, it comes in with counters. You can move those counters to other creatures when they enter the battlefield. But importantly, you can pay 2 to untap anything with a +1/+1 counter on it.
Oh, so we go infinite.
You can go infinite.
Well, we didn't even have to try. I moved here.
You can go infinite. My intention here is just more untaps for Xavier Sal.
I mean, I went infinite by moving the mouse over 1 inch.
It's only 2 cards in your whole deck. Whatever.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
It's just funny that like that was the
oops.
As soon as I saw that, I'm like, wait, we win.
Mhm.
You mean win?
Yep. Yeah, the card is very good at also going infinite. But in just this case, that was not my intention. And then what I have this note and I forget what the card does. What was I cooking up here?
Yeah. What spice did you come?
Convert to slime. 5 mana, destroy artifact, creature, and enchantment. And then if you have 4 more card types in your graveyard, make an XX ooze, where X is the total mana value of permanents destroyed this way.
Okay, so this is committing to the bit, and I do love it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, absolutely, like, this is when I want to switch my removal to.
Mm-hmm.
I want my removal, like, forget the good stuff.
Yep.
Forget Assassin's Trophy, which is way better.
Yeah.
Give me Convert to Slime, which I have never seen till right now.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
Right? And what, like...
Perfection.
Yeah, Convert to Slime seems very, just like exactly the kind of spell that Xavier Sala Infested Captain would cast.
Yeah, because it's gross.
Yeah, that's great. And then 2 good spells that I feel like belong in here that I've had great success with are Ripples of Potential and Mutational Advantage. Both of these are spells that allow you, I believe they start off with Proliferate and then save anything that you've proliferated. Ripple's Potential, I know, it's 2 mana, Proliferate, and then phase out any number of permanents that you put counters onto. So, like, this is specifically good heroic intervention for this deck.
Yeah.
And even at its worst, it's 2 mana Proliferate at instant speed.
Yeah, which your deck wants.
Right. And then Mutational Advantage is very close to the same thing. Mutational Advantage. 3 mana. Permanents you control with counters on them gave hexproof and indestructible. Prevent all damage that we dealt to those permanents this turn. And Proliferate. Yeah. I like those spells.
Yeah, I mean, they're more thematic. I think this deck just needs cleaning up. That's all. Like, I just think you just need to clean up, like scrub away here, scrub away here, scrub away here, scrub away here, and then add here. And even the things that aren't being added here, like you said, the slime is a creature that works with the deck and it has synergy. It's like synergy. This deck is just needs a little bit more synergy, and it's there. Yeah, commit to the bit.
Because here's the thing, with like say the previous deck, trying to do a frog and rooms theme, they're just the same. The cards are simply not there. You cannot make the entire deck entirely frog and room themed. You will have to just put in some other cards that work with the thing. With this, you could probably have every single card in the deck have something to do with this, with what you're doing in this deck.
Every card cares about a counter. Every card makes a token, or any one of these things. It feels not only achievable, almost easy, because there's so many things that do that. Yeah. That once you commit, you're like, we can go in. We don't need generically good cards. We need synergy. Yes. And sometimes the synergy is a generically good card, but that's not the point.
Right. All right.
Like Birds of Paradise.
Right. Cool. Thanks, Dad. Xavier Sal. Hopefully we gave you some stuff to think about. Let's move on to So Shocking has submitted this Tauren's Fist of the Angels deck. Named Zap Brannigan versus the Killbots, because the idea, and I get to play against this deck, is to make just endless waves of 1/1 humans to send to their death in combat. So Tauren's 3 mana 2/2 with training, which does not matter how much. The important part is whenever you cast a creature spell, make a 1/1 human with training.
We've been nothing but good, Nerd Girl. Nothing but good.
Yeah.
We've only made a few balls and sharding jokes.
Right, and we're ready for round 2 of sandwiches. Is it right? It's a sandwich per deck, I think.
Yeah, we are running about 10 sandwiches behind.
Right. Okay. We also, I don't believe, have a specific goal for this one, so we're just going to take a look and see what our thoughts are. We have, we got dorks, we got humans. So we're going human synergy here because again, we want to send the humans to their deaths.
Yeah.
So champion of the parish. We also, because it's Selesnya and because it's humans, we will have a +1/+1 counter synergy. Mikaeus seems good here. Hopeful initiate for repeatable removal. We also are pretty confident that we're going to be putting multiple creatures under the board each turn. So Venom Connoisseur and other things that care about multiple creatures entering are all going to be in here. Yeah, here we go. Galagreeters, pretty easy to hit 2 or 3 creatures in the same turn. We get a lot of like the classic Selesnya human cards here. But let me point out some stuff that's important that stuck out to me. Catilda, Dawnheart Prime. This is a Selesnya human staple, but when your commander makes another human creature every time you cast a creature, and those are all dorks, that's a lot of mana very quickly.
So cut it. Immediately.
It's really good.
It's too good in the deck.
In fact, I was trying to make Catilda Taurens work in Standard when they were both Standard legal, and I didn't spend enough time with it, but I could regularly go play my deck on turn 4.
If you get to stay, yeah.
That being the main problem. It was like, oh right, people run removal in Standard. But if it was like, turn 2 Catilda, turn 3 Taurens, untap with those on turn 4, here's my deck. But and we're gonna talk more about that in a moment.
Well, just an opinion on the card in the deck. I don't think Champion of the Parish is good enough in general in Commander. I'm pretty low on it. I want to play Thalia's Lieutenant. That gives me something more. I think just going tall on one creature is generally not enough to justify a cold card slide Commander. And I think Thalia's Lieutenant crosses the line by antheming your team as well. So it does the go wide while going tall. And I think Champion of the Parish is generally a card that, unless you're playing, I think exactly a 1 for Commander, that I would avoid. Exactly a 1. I think even a 2 is like, feels like it's crept out of power.
What size creature for 1 mana would you be willing to play?
For 1 mana, it without synergy?
Let's say it is a vanilla creature.
Because it's pretty much vanilla. Like, I know that the synergy is it getting bigger.
Right.
It's hard. You have to be high. Like, I'm thinking like a 6/6 or a 7/7. And that's because like I think of what's the 6/6 for 1? The stupid one, the flying lifelinker.
Oh, Sarah Ascendant.
Like, that is playable.
Yeah.
But that also is flying and lifelink.
Right.
And it is pushing at the whole nother barrier.
And it's a 6/6 immediately.
Immediately, yeah.
All right, because I'm thinking about this because like Champion of the Parish on 1, you're able to play a human on turn 2, play Taurens on turn 3, and on turn 4 at least 2 humans because you cast a spell and make another one, but probably 2, so that's 2 more. You do have a 6/6 on turn 4,
and like so let's say you just went over almost an ideal scenario,
right?
And it doesn't even sound close to good enough to me.
I think it's a reasonable standard scenario for this, but still,
I'm
on board with you.
The turn 1 is where it's like that's its ideal. I mean, living in turn 1 land, it's like when you're playing on turn 1, that's when it's its best card. But it's like, how often can you play it on turn 1? Really, on average, you're playing it 1 out of every 10 games on 1. And that's not...
It's Commander. Commander players, mulligan for Soul Ring on turn 1.
Mulligan to Champion of the Parish.
So it's mulligan to Champion of the Parish. I think it's pretty...
Yeah, I'm very low on it, yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, we definitely have, a lot of counter synergy. So like some of our slots that are non-human are opened up for like Good Fortune Unicorn, Forgotten Ancient, stuff like that. Kutzel, which is just, good card, but also cares about our creatures being bigger.
I think a perfect card for this deck, Pier is a human with counter synergy. He puts extra counter, so he's perfect. He's gonna, like, he just fits. Like, you want counters, you want humans. That says both on the card, and you can make your opponent search the library for Toothy.
Right. Oh, I brought that up the other day for I think with Airball.
You just made me search my deck on.
Oh, it was you. Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
you just made me search my deck.
Wow, spoilers. Yeah.
I can't remember what card I had to look for, but I did look for it.
It's funny because it's a crime.
It's even
It's
that is hysterical that it's a crime.
It's a crime to make your opponent search for the partners with of the card you played.
Is Champion of the Parish worth mulliganing for? Absolutely not. It's garbage.
No.
We're
not garbage, but it's.
I am almost in garbage territory with it. I am very, very low on it in Commander.
But here's the other thing to consider though with the Champion of the Parish. There's a lot of counter synergy in this. So like you have Metastatic Evangel, which is proliferating every time a non-token creature hits the board. You have Reluctant Role Model, which is moving any counters that from creatures that die to other creatures.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the most defensible decks I've seen for a champion. But I am very low on it.
Yeah. And I'm saying all that just for for like the discussion, because I would also cut that card. Okay, so humans, counters. Yes.
I think genuinely this card's pretty bad. I think it's very low on the poll of cards to play. It does. It's one of those cards that looks like it does what we want to do. It's like human counter, but it's like giving your creatures with +1/+1 counters isn't nothing. Mm-hmm. It's not nothing, but it's akin to nothing.
Yeah, and I think in particular, this deck is not trying to go tall. Like your creatures having trample does not matter much. You're going around people.
Yeah, like look how much better this is. It's like when they have your creature +1/+1 counters already flying is astronomically better in this deck, and you don't have to go through anything. You can just go around everything.
Yeah. Okay. Sorceries. I think I really like Requisition Raid for Casual Commander. There's just like 3 relevant modes, especially when the deck cares about.
When you care about counters, this card is great. Yes. I think this card, it's kind of mediocre otherwise. It's like the cost never really is good, but it's fine at all points. It's fine. But then you care about the counter, and you're like, okay, good, really good.
Yeah. Like if you compare it to some of the other cards that apparently people still play, like Return to Dust, it's a better rate for destroy 2 things. With the option, and it's flexible on.
Yeah. The main weakness of this card is just we're just stuck on sorcery. If this card's an instant, it's much better. Mm-hmm. It's so rough.
Well, yeah, because it's the fact that you have these, like, that's your trade-off, right? Is you have so much flexibility with this. Pick one of these 3 relevant options. Pick 2 or 3 of these relevant options. If it was an instant, I think this would be jammed into every single deck.
I think it would be in a lot of decks. I don't know if it would be in every single deck. I think this. I almost feel like it should be an instant. Like I feel like I would push the envelope on this one. I like pushing the envelope on cards because this card never breaks anything, right? It's like this card will always be fair because at its 2 mana, it's like naturalized. That's not. We have plenty of those. It's like, and then when you get the enchantment artifact, it's like, that's a great card. And it's like, did you break anything? No. Did you? Well, you did. It just feels like you got what you paid for. It almost feels like. Give me instant. Give me that as an instant. Give me new Requisition Raid as an instant, and I'll play it.
Harvest Season is fun. It's like this and what we had the other one that traversed the Outlands, right?
Yeah.
I never end up playing these types of cards, but I maybe it is just because I never end up playing them, so then I never end up playing them, so I don't know really what it's like to play them.
So, having played both these cards, I am much higher on the traverse the Outlands than I am on this. This takes a lot more commitment usually. Getting them sideways, if you're not in a deck that is committed to going, or isn't a deck committed to tapping your creatures, the attack can be challenging at times, depending on what the board state looks like. Sometimes you just can't turn yourself sideways, and then you make this card super awkward in your hand and just kind of stuck there. The other traverses, in general, when you play a go tall deck, stuff is way more expensive. Whereas go wide decks, they tend to cost less and be lower to the ground, so you don't need as all of that mana. Whereas when you're going tall, it's like you generally need more. Like that last one, it was an X deck, so it's like it's never not gonna need 35
you can always
basics.
Use all of your mana.
Yeah, this deck isn't necessarily gonna be like that. Sometimes you can kind of just go 2-drop, 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 and it's just like, okay, and now I only have like 3 cards left in hand, and one of them is go get 8 mana. It's like, wow, that's not that good.
Yeah. I guess what your dream is, tap all your creatures, Hour of Reckoning, Harvest Season, but yeah, this is also my assessment on these kinds of cards, and usually why I'm not playing them is it's a lot of setup for it's a lot of setup where the reward is a lot of setup.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's like you're set up to keep going. It feels really good when you can follow this up. It feels really good if you get ahead on board, and then you don't want to keep running yourself ahead on board. That's when these cards feel amazing. It's like I need to step back, and the best way would be just develop my lands now. And this card lets me do that to the extreme, so that when that board wipe comes, I'm still ready to rebuild and keep going. But it is a little bit of a dream scenario.
Yeah. We have some other stuff that I think you typically see. Some board wipes that are pretty good for the deck.
I don't think our tokens are good enough for this card. Sundering Growth. I think that you need to be populating real good tokens to just. I think that I would say Naturalize is a bad card. You generally don't want to play Naturalize. It's not strong enough for Commander. So I would just you can just cut this, play Nature's Claim. Perfect. It's like you're not going to miss the populate nearly enough to justify that 1 mana.
Yeah, or play a human that does the same thing.
Yes.
Like Lauren of the Third Path. Loran of the Third Path. Yeah. Human, ETB, destroy up to 1 target artifact or enchantment. Plus extra stuff.
What is it called? Druid. What? The druid that destroys a bunch of things.
Is that Purification Druid?
Yeah.
Is that human?
Is it? I don't know what it is. That's why I was going to look what it is. But even if it's not. This card's so cheap. Where
is that the name of the over here? Oh yeah. Oh yes.
Druid of Purification.
It's a human.
Yeah, this card's incredible. Yeah, this absolutely should be playing this card. This card is 79 cents now. They have decided to make this a pre-con card, and I cannot tell you that this is one of the best enchantment removal spells in the format. Artifact enchantment. Play this. This is a human, and this is not just good. It is great, and it is 79 cents. You should, if you are play a lot of green and Commander, just buy like 10 of these. I'm not even joking. It is if you have 10 green decks, you can play this in 10 green decks.
Yeah.
When I saw that this card had been getting a bunch of reprints, I was super happy. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get so many.
Yeah. It's
so good.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Yeah, both of those decidedly better than Sundering Growth. Let's see. I'm a big Second Harvest fan. Like,
Second Harvest is. I'll be the one to bring you down to earth. It is a very much a veggie card and very much a it's almost too much to the bit.
Yeah, it's like I'm not saying it's. I'm not saying it's good. It is just like being able to do this thing at instant speed has made so many good moments for me that it is worth playing when I'm able to do so, and I think this is one of those opportunities.
I'm also a fan of Second Harvest and stuff like this, where the tokens are more crazy. It's like, I get it. You can cop if you have 17 1/1s, you get 17 more 1/1s. Right. Oh, cool. But it's like, if I'm committing to doing that, I want them to be big tokens. And I want them to be scary.
Yes. Yeah. I like this more in other decks, but it is certainly a card that I recommend if you have a deck that you can play this in, that you think it's going to be pretty good in. It is a lot of fun.
I'm pretty low on Unbreakable Formation. Not a card I have ever been too much of a fan of. I get all the synergies like counters for your deck. Yep, we got that. We want some ways to protect our board, but it's like I just want to commit to some other card to do this. I feel like in order for this card to be synergistic and worth playing in the deck, you need to be playing it during your main phase. And if you're playing it during your main phase, it's a bad card.
Yeah.
So it's like you just fall into it's like a weird trap of like, yeah, it reads like the indestructible for my creatures, but like 3 mana indestructible for your creatures is expensive. That is like the most you should ever be paying for this, and it should be incredible. I wish you could get addendum some other way. Yeah. Like I wish pay 3 white mana. Give me make it whatever that mechanic is called. What is that called?
Pay 3 white mana?
Well,
did you pay 3 white for this?
Yeah.
Then you get the bonus instead of 2 generic and a white.
Yeah.
I don't remember, but that was like the Eldraine.
It's Eldraine. Yeah. I think it begins with an adamant.
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 Yeah. That's even close. To
I was gonna say it sounds like addendum.
Yeah. All right. So we've got Horn of Gondor, which is real good here. Real good here.
Yeah, I mean.
And Banner of Kinship, which
I love me a Banner of Kinship so much. And like not like it's one of the best cards ever, but like what a good card design. What a nice card design.
Do you run Coat of Arms here?
Coat of Arms is just I would just say better than Banner almost in most situations. You should probably play Coat first. In general, if you have a deck that is some sort of typo, you should probably put Coat in first. And then Banner, because I think Banner is, in general, the worst card, but still solid.
It's funny because I think now a lot of players would have the opposite opinion. I think you're right, but they like Banner better. Like, oh, it's not symmetrical. I'm not helping my opponents. Code is going to help you much more because your deck is built for it, and because Banner doesn't make you do as much math.
That is fair. It is much simpler, and it's not ever changing. It is ever changing on Coat of Arms every time you play any creature, or anybody plays any creature.
And especially for a deck like this with humans, you have to track all of your opponent's creatures too, because they're likely to have a few.
They're likely to have humans, and humans also love their subtypes. So you also have to track all the little subtypes. Is that a druid? Let me check. Oh, is that a wizard? I think I have a wizard on my side.
All right, enchantments. We have some counter synergy. Hardened Scales, Cathar's Crusade, Laid to Rest does some countery stuff. We have Primal Vigor and not Doubling Season. I approve. Because, look, this effect is fun, but I don't know. It makes for more fun games when you're running this and one person kind of pops off with it, but nobody's popping off with it harder than the deck that is built to do it. So I'd rather let my opponent do a kind of fun thing as well, and then be like, hey, they did that thing, kill them.
Feel free to add Doubling Season if you want to play it. It's one of those cards where it's like you can or cannot play it. It's completely reasonable either way.
Right. And also what, a $50 difference or something?
No, it's actually not too bad. I think it's 30 right now.
Oh.
And it's not cheap, but I only know because we recently drafted the
Foundations?
No, we drafted Commander Masters. And I opened one. It was only 30.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I was shocked. I'm like, wow, only 30. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, and then we have lands. So I'm gonna point out this little card here.
This card is good and unfun.
That is the part that I care about. This is an unfun card. This is Stacks. This is an oppressive card that ruins a lot of games for people, a lot of casual games for people. It's because it's really good. It is a really good card. But especially in a deck like this, no player will ever keep any artifact enchantment on the board at all.
Yeah, it prevents not only is it removal, it also just prevents players from playing things that they have, which often leads to cards being stranded in their hand, which often leads to unfun because you're staring at 3 or 4 cards you just can't play. I have been there so many times. I well, I was much worse at communicating why it was frustrating a long time ago to my friends, and it's just like this is one of the most miserable cards. It honestly like gets me angry because it's just so annoying.
Yeah.
And it's like I could not agree with everything you just said more.
Yeah. I highly recommend removing this from the deck because the rest of the deck is clearly like bracket 2. Like bracket 2 with period. This is a bracket 2 deck.
Yeah, I was gonna say that this deck doesn't seem to push anything.
Yes. And this will absolutely ruin bracket 2 games for a lot of people.
It has literally done it for me. Like actively, especially when I was a saltier player. Definitely.
Yeah. This is like the kind of card that internet edgelords like to be like, well, just run removal. I can't believe your whole deck was shut down by one card. Okay, like, but this is the whole point is.
Even if your whole deck, it's like I can't believe that you can't do anything because of one card. It's like it's not even just that. It's that I can't execute certain parts of my game plan.
Right.
And that is now. It's like if I draw a part of my game plan that relies on artifacts and enchantments, which some decks just happen to have. It's like, oh, this really like if you drew both these cards and like this was what you were kind of hinging on doing.
Yep. And
then your opponent had Aura Shards, you'd be like, oh, well, now I just kind of don't have anything.
Right.
Like that sucks.
And it's not like because like. The answer is in your deck, but you can't pick an opening hand being like, all right, do I have an answer for everything that could possibly come down on the board? Great. And also have game plan.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. So this is
another easy cut. I think is Intangible Virtue. Your deck isn't really a tokens deck. They're there, but you also half of your creatures are non-tokens. Basically every token you're getting is coming with a non-token, so you're only pumping half your board. That's not where you want to be. Put any Anthem here; it's going to be better.
They just in Foundations printed a white and a green Anthem your board.
That literally just I'm not a huge Anthem fan. I'm not telling you need a ton of Anthems in this deck, but if you just want an Anthem, go for something that Anthems your whole board.
Yeah,
like you don't need to do half or this half or that half. Just do the whole thing.
Yeah, or Flowering the White Tree.
Flowering of the White Tree, and I don't know what the one.
Whatever. I think it has Anthem in the name.
It is literally a green white. It is literally play a green, pay a white Anthem.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe this is not the direction you want to take this deck, but I know Oso from meeting in person and playing games because that's a perk that patrons get is playing spell table games every month. I have the feeling you want to push this a little bit and be able to do some ridiculous stuff with it. We see a little bit of the potential here with Catilda. Great. I cast a human. I end up with 2 human bodies that both tap for mana. But this is the only card in the deck that does this thing that allows us to tap our creatures for mana. Or I think we had Cryptolithray. Yeah. That's the thing I want to do every game with this. Add Enduring Vitality, Elven Chorus, stuff like that. Or the super hot one, Dazzling Theater.
What is this? I don't remember. Oh, creatures have Convoke.
Yes, creature spells you cast have Convoke. So you don't even have to tap your creatures for mana. And it means that you can go, great, cast a 1 mana human, make 2 bodies, tap those for 2 mana, cast a 2-drop, make 2 bodies, tap those, cast another 2-drop, just...
Yes, and just make sure, what I was seeing that this deck is missing quite a bit of is a lot of card draw. It seems to have some, but like this deck... Because you can do things like that, and we want to do things like that, can turn to itself super fast. And if you turn all of that into card draw with things like Beast Whisperer, now you don't stop. You just keep going until, okay, now I have to stop. And you have like 10 things on the board. It's true. They board right that away. You just do it again next turn.
Yeah. There is Rite of Harmony in here, which I think is excellent for this deck. Because it is whenever a creature enters, you draw a card. So every single time you cast a human, you will draw 2 cards. What is the Glimpse of Nature? I think is 1 green whenever you cast a creature, draw a card. Yep. That I would also add to this. After we're assuming we bump the creature count even a little bit more. 35 is still fine. I would totally play Glimpse in this now. But yeah, I think we would want every instance of play creature, draw a card. Beast Whisperer is not even in here. It's not a human, but like I think we make the exception that you would want the Guardian Project in. Yeah,
I mean, you're just gonna you already want this guy already screams cast as many creatures as possible. More cast triggers. More when I play my creatures, I get something. Like this card's gonna be perfect here. This card I'm not the biggest fan of this card because sometimes it feels like. In the early turns of a game, it's tough to play this and then follow up with even 2 creatures. But the fact that any 1 creature is 2 creatures in this deck makes it a lot better. So you can go, like, even on turn 4 without ramping, you can still go this into a 2-mana creature into draw 2 cards, which then that's good. That's very playable card when Divination for 2 mana is very much better than 1 mana or draw 1 card.
And even and flashback. So it means later when you're out of gas and you just have a bunch of mana available, you can just you're hellbent. You rip 1 creature off the top and you go, great. Flash this back, play my 1, and then go just to town and cast a bunch of spells.
Yeah, you see, like I'm looking through. You got to eat your veggies. There is a lack of card draw here. Like there is some here and there, but it is definitely not enough. Yeah. This deck looks like it will run out of gas, especially with your Cryptolith draws and your Catilda draws. You will be out of gas fast, and you're gonna be like, man, wish I had cards. So get the same count. I think the reason I just stick to the number 10 for your ramp card draw removal is it's easy to remember. Is that right for every deck? No, but it's about right for every deck.
Right, and it's like that's with anything like that. That start there. Like if you're very far away from that, then you should be looking like, oh, maybe I don't have enough of this. You may not need it, but like that's a good baseline of like, oh, am I not close to this? Why?
Yeah, exactly. And try and get your removal and get your ramp on your synergy. Like this is perfect. Like this is obviously like actually perfect because it's a human. Yeah. But it's like wherever you can find this, wherever you can put. If I can take a piece of ramp and make it a human, suddenly my deck just got 100 times better.
Yeah. You mentioned like Knight of the White Orchid earlier. That is a human.
Yes, that belongs in here. Yeah. You went Knight of the White Orchid. I mean, the funniest thing about Knight is like that behind you don't want to play too much behind ramp in green white because you can generally ramp your lands if you need to, but it's that card triggers so easily as long as you didn't go first. Right. It's like, oh, that was easy. I just didn't go first. Okay, I guess I'll trigger it.
Right, and especially in this, we are not land ramping. Because we have dorks, because we have so many small spells, so it's going to be very consistent here. I think my other recommendations for this deck, I think Augur of Autumn is pretty solid here. That is it is a human. It allows you to help fix the card problem. Like it doesn't draw cards, but lets you cast off the top as long as you have Coven.
Pseudo card draw, yeah.
Yeah. Halo. This seems like a Halo Fountain deck.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, this deck is gonna have Coven. You got Coven in my head. Yeah. This deck is gonna have tons of things to tap and untap, and then you've already got things like this that work with tapping and untapping your creatures. Like there's other synergies here.
Yeah. And it draws cards. Hey. And then Audric, Master Tactician. If you're swinging with 3 or more creatures, you choose
blockers.
Yeah. Because like that's. When are you not? If you're swinging in this deck, you're swinging 3 or more creatures. Cool. And sometimes it's just gonna be great. Swing with like a handful of tokens so that I can get some free damage in. And sometimes it's gonna be, oh great, drop Audric, kill you. So that's that. Yeah.
Oh, Hammy's below me. I was like, I heard him earlier, but I didn't see him.
Okay. Cool. Zap Brannigan versus the Killbots. We're ready to send all these humans to their death.
Yeah, but they ain't even gonna die because they're gonna be so big.
All right. This brings us to Brea's Thoptocrats from Big Daddy Magic. Now, I think most people here know Brea. It's everything but green. Makes 2 Thopters, pay 2 and sack 2 artifacts to deal 3 to a player, to give a creature -4, or to gain 5 life. It is it's Thopter Kenrith. It's like, hey, here's everything you could ever want, and almost all the colors that you could ever want.
Oh, well, I'm glad you're enjoying the stream, Benji. Thanks for the kind words. He was saying, he was like, I was going to leave. Screw you guys. That's what he said.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he said it in the meanest way possible, too.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. Our goal for this, we would like, all right, is to keep this as a casual deck, which we'll talk about.
Casual light.
And keep see if there's space to add a Greaves or a Boots to this deck as a little extra protection from Brea.
I mean, this is a Brea deck. Brea is incredibly powerful. I think regardless of what you're doing, as soon as you start putting synergy, you are going to control the board. That is important to remember. Brea can't not control the board. You can say you won't do it, but that's not going to scare... It's not going to not... When a player has their best card in their hand and they know you'll kill it, even though you say you won't kill it, that doesn't mean they don't think you're going to kill it.
Right.
She's scary.
Yeah. Commander's very good. So Big Daddy Magic's build of this is very... I mean, like, it's in the name. Thoptocrats. We're doing an aristocrat style strategy using Thopters. Brea herself makes them and gives you an outlet for sacrificing artifacts. And then we just see 50 creatures.
First thing, yes, thank you. If you committed to the bit of being a Thopter deck, and you went creatures, you know that you're an aristocrats deck. You are doing what you're supposed to do here, which is if you can fit it on a creature, you put it on a creature, which is where you want to be.
Yes. We're gonna see a lot of staples here because we're in 4 colors, and
we're aristocrats.
And we're aristocrats. Yeah,
it's a very stapley archetype.
Right. Elsicor, Corpse Knight, Cruel Celebrant, Arabella, very strong here. Being able to just dome the table equal to your pretty much all of your creatures, because they're all small. Delny to double pretty much everything that you've got. There we have Zulaport. Nadir's Nightblade, token doublers, dying doubler, ETB doubler. Let's take a look at some of the cards that are a little bit more surprising.
Do you know why this card's amazing? First thing, I don't know why it's in this deck, but I find it very funny because I love this card. If you have infinite opponents, it does infinite damage. So this can do infinite damage. All you have to do is have infinite opponents, and it does infinite damage. It does 2 damage each opponent. So if you have infinite opponents, you do infinite damage times 2, which is infinite damage.
Okay.
That's it. That's the bit.
Joe, we still have another deck after this.
The bit is that you can, if you have infinite opponents, this does infinite damage. That's the whole bit with this really dumb card.
We can't be there yet.
Hey, we only have one more deck after this.
Yes. Okay. Well, actually, here we can also point this card out. I don't know why this card is here. This is a really bad card.
It's a really bad card.
This is a very bad card in a deck that is running some very good cards.
It's so funny though.
I want to say that there are like a million things that are better than this. That even if you're looking for something that does something similar, but I don't want to pay 3 for pretty much anything in an aristocrats deck.
To be fair, that card is awful. I mean, it really is. It caught my eye because it was specifically a spoiler for somebody a long time ago, and I just that was their bit about it.
Oh, okay.
That they
they're like, it does infinite damage.
Yeah, it's like if you have infinite opponents, you do infinite damage. So
yeah.
Therefore, it's actually pretty decent.
If you play this in Grand Melee, then
It is one of those cards that when you appreciate when you get a preview card.
yes.
But when you get Vampire Spawn, you're like, I'm a Commander channel. What do you want me to say about this guy? He's not even good in limited. You don't know why it's there? Is this your deck? Or is this somebody else's deck? I don't remember whose deck this was.
Oh, this is Big Daddy Magic's deck. You don't know why it's there either.
Well,
Yeah.
we have one cup for you.
Yeah.
It's Vampire Spawn. Though, how many friends do you have?
Oh yeah.
Is it infinite? Because if you have infinite friends,
Are your friends your opponents?
obvious.
How
yes.
many enemies do you have?
Yeah. How many enemies do you have? Is it infinite? If it's less than infinite, I'd cut it.
Okay. What here is uncommon for this kind of deck? We have a Spellskite. We are really very interested in protecting Brea. We have Goblin Welder. Like, I guess not the most uncommon, but I wonder what our targets are going to be for that. Like, because we have one here.
Oh,
in creatures.
so we can't cut this. He has infinite friends. We
Oh.
can't cut Vampire
Okay, so it is broken.
Spawn. Yeah, it is broken because
Yeah.
he has infinite friends.
Yeah, or enemies. Friends
Oh.
friends are not opponents.
How many times we've played Magic enough that yes, they are.
I've never used a card that said opponent on you. Or maybe I'm trying to tell you that you're my enemy.
Yeah, I accept it.
This specifically makes the Thopter, but this is like, version 1 million of 3 mana creature that makes a 1/1 body when it comes into play.
This card just makes me sad because this card exists. It's so much better. It's so much better. It's totally fine, totally playable. But,
Right. Oh yeah, here's other,
But I also think that these cards right here, this and this and this, are the cards that keep this deck from being as oppressive as it can be. Because these cards are so mediocre and fair. Same thing with this one right here. Just another one.
Yeah.
But I think it actually does help balance it out because your commander does such powerful things that, sometimes it's good that not every one of your cards does this powerful thing as your commander.
And here's my opinion on that. You look at your hand. It's turn 3. You have Aviation Pioneer and I don't know, Delny in your hand. What's your turn 3 play?
Downey?
Right.
You got it slapped down.
Okay, now your deck is able to grind up creatures, easily draw cards, do whatever. You never cast this card.
No, I do. I do it anyway. Just to spite you, Veggie.
I think that seeing bad cards in decks that are either very good strategies, if they're seeing bad cards in decks alongside really good cards in decks does not water them down nearly as much as people think, because you are just what happens is you choose not to play those cards
more often than not,
and your deck probably is not ending the game with no cards in hand. You're probably ending the game with a handful of garbage because you've played the good cards. Those are the cards that get cast. And so judge your deck much more by the good cards in it than the bad cards that you think are balancing it out.
Oh yeah, this deck should actually have Whirler Rogue. Like, not even actually joking. Like, that's a card that you should just play. It's actually a good Thopter Maker. That card is genuinely good. It's surprising because the card, it's one of those cards that reads incredibly mediocre. Where it's like, wow, 4 mana, 2 Thopters, like, can make something unblockable once in a while. Also, if you really do want to keep this more of a casual deck, I think you gotta cut Elishnorn. This card is just not casual. I think this card is, almost indefinitely just doesn't fit at a casual table. Like, if you this is one of those cards that I can't stand playing against. Like, when I sit down and somebody tells me they got a casual deck and then Elishnorn hits the field, I'm like, I don't think you were lying, but I definitely don't trust you. You've broken my heart.
Yeah, I'm on board with you here. That I think this rarely goes into bracket 3 or lower.
He does make a good point. If you play Delney first, you
Yeah,
get
okay.
2
Woo!
Thofters. That was actually what I was thinking.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Eartha Joe, on the other hand, is a very fun inclusion here.
I don't know why. I hate the name Eartha Joe. Like
Eartha Joe Cherries.
like like I didn't expect it. Like it's a card I've read before but never said. So you said Eartha Joe. I'm like, what's that? I'm like, oh, it's like what a gross name. I'm sorry to any Eartha Joes out there.
Wow.
Because that is. Sorry, your name stinks. Calling out all one Eartha Joe in the
right. Or I was gonna say suddenly we lose like a quarter of like the decked out fan base.
They all have
were
ants
all
named
Eartha Joes.
They were all have ants named Eartha Joe.
Right.
Is that even a real name?
It's it's on this person here on this card.
I've heard of Eartha Kitt, but Kitt's the last name. Eartha Joe sounds like it's just one name.
Yeah.
Like she's Eartha Joe Brady or something.
No, her last name is Frontier Mentor.
Comma.
Yeah.
Actually, her first name's Frontier Mentor. Her last name, Eartha Joe.
Yeah. This is a card that I feel like a lot of people just don't take the time to see if it works well for their deck. So you double targeted abilities. So activate an ability that targets a creature or player, copy it.
Yeah.
That's all of Bray's abilities. Well, not gain 5 life, but when you're not often using Bray for that one.
Yeah, it's solid.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Artifacts. These are we have no instants, no sorceries.
Also,
so,
very, very easy cut. I can just see right here. Your 1 enchantment. There is not enough equipments. I can see it right now.
Mm-hmm.
There's just not enough equipments to leave Sigarda's Aid in the deck. You need a solid 15 when you to play that card because Sigarda's Aid doesn't do anything. It'll cheat you some mana, but am I counting literally 3, 4?
Yeah, this was one of my first notes as well.
5, yeah.
I know that Big Daddy Magic has a thing for the equipments. But yeah, for sure the Sigarda's Aid is not necessary.
You gotta
here.
either commitment to the equipment.
If it is not a personal choice, cut the whole thing. I would cut all of the swords, and the Whisper Silk and the Sigarda's Aid.
Yeah.
But if there are cards that you simply enjoy playing, then just cut the Sigarda's Aid.
Yeah, then cut Sigarda's Aid. That's exactly my thoughts. Like swords are something that you don't need to play in many decks. I think they are cool and they are beloved by a lot of people. Yeah. And if you are one of those people, play them.
Right.
But do know they are inoptimal choices, which is fine.
Mm-hmm.
They are inoptimal choices, but Sigarda's Aid is definitely undoubtedly not good in this deck.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, this is also pretty standard. Super fair and balanced Phyrexian Altar. Turn your Thopters into mana. Excuse me. Scour Glass. Destroy all permanents except for artifacts and lands, but you can only play during your upkeep.
Yeah, it's a rough card, but it's a cool card. It's one of those. That's one of the types of board wipes I like running. I like putting myself in a niche corner when it comes to board wipes. It's like, this is amazing, really easy to stop, but if I untap, you guys are done.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Like, I love me a Scour Glass.
Yeah, this is a bad card, and I think a good time here. Yeah. Okay, so that's the deck. I mean, we have
this is a solid mana base.
A solid mana base. Great. I don't think there's anything here that's too groundbreaking because it doesn't need to. We earned 4 colors. We got to cast stuff. Arcane Lighthouse. I don't even know that I would want to run. I don't. If I'm running colorless source in this, I better be damn good. And I don't know if this is what I.
Yeah, I also think you should cut artifact lands. Oddly enough, I think that this deck has so many creature artifacts that the blowout you will feel from having your lands blown up with your creatures will be bad. And these are specifically one color too in your 4-color deck. If you want to play the tapped indestructible ones, I'm all in for those. You can play all those, play all 4 of them. Those work great. You accept that you have some tap lands, but they're indestructible. I think the wrath you will feel of it both being 1 colors and blowing up sometimes is not where you want to be.
Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about this. So our goals were keep it casual and maybe find a spot for Greaves or Boots. One, what is your definition of casual here? Because
Breya creates a situation where creature decks are simply going to be locked a lot of the time, where they cannot advance their board states under certain circumstances, and certainly not their best cards, because their best cards are the ones always being under threat of being removed. And this causes, Breya just has a natural inclination to do this, and it's almost unavoidable.
Yeah.
Like, you can't, even if you build a Breya deck with few artifacts, the few artifacts you have will still do the same thing.
Yeah. So that was the initial struggle I saw here. Is like that's just what happens when she's on the table, and you are still playing some pretty some pretty non-casual kind of cards. You have Goblin Welder and Goblin Engineer here, which have really powerful effects. There's Elish Norn, you know, and then you have Ashnod's Altar, and Phyrexian Altar, Ancient Tomb. So this can be a casual deck, but it is definitely not my definition of casual, and I don't think the average Commander player's definition of casual.
That's the thing on the current build you have. I just don't think these cards are good in this deck. You just don't have enough big stuff to revive with them, or the right stuff to revive, I don't think. The way it's built currently. These cards can be great in certain Breya lists. I don't think they're great in this Breya list.
Yeah. Well, in particular here, though, Goblin Engineer just goes great. Phyrexian Altar.
Yeah, that's fair. That one does tutor. I mean, I guess I meant I was more on the Welder thought, yeah. Where it's like, it's just not cheating big enough things.
Yeah. It's... So that certainly is something that I struggle with for the challenge of keep it casual.
Don't cut this.
Yeah.
Vampire Spawn.
Perfect.
I believe the first thing you said to us was, "This is meant to be there.
Yeah,
Don't cut it."
Yeah. This is the first card I added to the deck.
Yeah, I know why it's there.
Right.
I think that's what you said.
Because and then with the other challenge being like, hey, maybe I need a spot for Greaves or Boots because Breya gets removed all the time. I mean, she's able to do a lot here.
Oh,
I'm
allergic to veggie.
I'm not sure. Like, to me, there are commanders that like are big and scary, but my whole deck is built around this card, and if it does not on the battlefield, my deck is having a problem. And then this commander is big and scary. I recognize it, and I'm going to do what I can with it, and then it gets removed. By the time that it gets removed, I've done a bunch of the thing that I need to do, and my deck is able to handle the rest. To me, Breya is the second category. This deck certainly does not fall apart if Breya gets removed. It's able to do so much, and then great, cool. Later on, I cast Breya a second time. I get 2 more Thopters, and we continue doing the thing after I've set up some more stuff. So,
I think I like even more with this deck is real. So you got this Thopter, Okretz, I like, which is what you called it, which I like. I like committing to that as the win con. I like not even like necessarily. My deck doesn't have to even cast Breya. I like Thopters is my deck. I love, like, these cards are amazing in my deck. Make ways to flicker them. Make the Thopters the theme. Make the Thopters go wide and like, yeah, you add more sacrifice outlets to sometimes sacrifice them, but make them flying threats. Throw in even like a coat of arms maybe or something. And now you're really leaning towards something more silly where it's like, can Brea be a deck that doesn't have to be oppressive? Yes, but it's really tough to do. And when you lean more into the sillier you get and the more you lean into your Thopters. Like the more you lean into this, the less Brea becomes like the necessary evil or the evil that she is a lot of the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I really like I said, I love when these cards are I love the idea of every version of this, but in Delney, it's like, how can I double my Thopters up to just be completely silly? It's like at that point the deck is like approaching something a little less, it's oppressive. I don't know a better word for it. It's like Brea can just kind of oppress the board at times, and that is what she do, as the kids say.
Yeah, because it's more of what I said from before. Like the good cards will oppress the table, and even if your follow up is, oh, but then I play Aviation Pioneer, right? So it's like casual deck. No, you still have the same problem where your good cards are presenting a game that is leaning away from casual, and then if anything, this is worse because then you're not ending the game with the same kind of power.
Yeah, I would also lean more into even more into an artifact theme. Like it seems like sometimes some cards get away, like a lot of the aristocrat cards get away from the artifact theme. I would even lean more into it to just again more commit to the bit. It's like I don't want Linvala at all. Like because only like she's fine, she's totally reasonable, playable card, but she's not a Thopter. She doesn't care about Thop. She doesn't care about artifacts. What can I put in this slot? Like I want to look at all my slots and be like, how can I tune this to be a Thopter aristocrat in some way? Every little card. Same thing with like this card. It's like this card's fine, but it's like, how can this be some Thopter aristocrat that fits into the style of deck I am building?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So
And cut out.
Yeah, like Big Daddy, I know that you're in the chat right now. Like what would you put this power level or bracket as? Because that's also telling is what's your intent behind the deck? Because if it is to be more casual, then there are a lot of ways to adjust this deck to really lean into that. But also maybe it is like, hey, the definition of casual for our play group is pretty punchy. And in that case, then that is start shaving out these kind of things and finding your more like efficient ways to do what this deck wants to do.
Thopter plus aristocrat equals flying on a PJ, right? What does that mean? I don't understand. I'm so confused. Flying on a PJ.
Private jet. Okay.
Okay. I never call a private jet a PJ again. I took my PJ over.
I just love on Christmas morning when I run down the stairs in my comfiest private jets. And
high power casual is the intended audience.
Versus stuff like Yawgmoth. Okay, so that's very important context. So then in that case, yeah, I think I think there are a lot of ways that this can be adjusted. Like this are highly outclassed by by high power casual, that stuff like Yawgmoth.
Yeah, go in the opposite direction.
Right. Head the other way. Like these are just straight up cuts. Like you still have plenty of creatures and ways to get the bodies that you need. Take these out. Like those could be your cuts for Boots and Greaves. I almost want to say, though, a lot of commander players are just like, okay, I have good commander. I want to protect commander. Boots, Greaves. Give indestructible. Have counter spell ready. But sometimes the most efficient way is to allow the commander to be removed and use that for value. So you have like sacrifice outlets in this deck. You have a lot of ways where somebody goes, great, target Breya, and you're like, cool, weld it. Okay, sack 2 Phyrexian Altar. So you can cut stuff for Boots and Greaves, but this is also like, this is an artifact. This is a creature. There's a lot of properties about this that are good. You're in black. You can run things that return to the battlefield. You're in blue and white. You can blink it. You're in red that it can turn into lots of things for sacrifice. That I think would be where I'm headed first, because again, I don't feel like this is a deck that is really dependent on Breya being on the board at all times to be able to function. You're not unhappy to recast this because you get 2 more bodies.
Yeah, I mean, you just don't need to. Even though you, like, a lot of people feel like I have to protect commander, not always. Breya feels like one you don't necessarily need to protect. Maybe what you need to do if you feel like you need Breya more is you need more sack outlets. Maybe your aristocrat's theme is falling apart when Breya is not on the board specifically because there's not enough sack outlets. But it seems there is a lower count in this deck when Breya is not on the field. Like, I'm not seeing many. Like, I'm not seeing almost any, actually. So, yeah, I think this deck actually needs a few more. Like, if you want to lean into aristocrats, which is part of the whole name of the deck, so you should add a few more sack outlets that are not Breya. Like, so you don't need Breya for the deck to necessarily function. Because, yeah, I'm literally counting 0. Unless this secretly is down here. Nope. I guess it does sacrifice once.
Yeah. Personally, I like Spawning Pit as a very fair sack outlet. If you're looking for that,
we have down here.
We have broken ones in this already, but yeah.
Spawning Pit's super fair.
Spawning Pit's super fair. There's new Warren Soul Trader, which is just barely more fair. Phyrexian Altar, 3 mana creature. Pay a life and sack a creature to make a treasure.
Card is pretty dang insane.
And like it actually synergizes even better with stuff like your Marionette Apprentice, because you're then making treasures which you can sacrifice.
Yeah, I mean, that card's amazing. Warren Soul Trader is silly good.
Yeah. I like that. That seems like a really good include here.
Yeah, Senator Peacock, obviously, for a sack outlet. Obviously, Senator Peacock.
Yeah.
Because who else would you add?
Right. That's a card.
I know. It was just in jazz. I just find it very silly to mention that we got to put in...
the Magic the Gathering card, Senator Peacock.
Ooh, first-time chatter. Hello, first-time chatter. Blink really good here because it works great when she's not around. I mean, yeah. I mean, especially if we're going more powerful and get rid of these, Blink loses some of its touch. But if you're leaning into these, then it doesn't lose a lot of its touch. It gets a lot better. Really, this depends on the direction. I'm very low on this card also. I have tried it. It was one of those cards when it was spoiled. I was hyped this one to the moon. We can finally protect our creatures with a creature, and this one just never did it.
Yeah, this deck seems really good for Clever Concealment to replace this card.
Oh, what a card.
Clever Concealment is stupid good, but you are almost always going to have enough bodies to convoke it for free. Well, double white, though, is a little tougher.
Hello, turn 1 proxy. Also, turn 1 proxy, I don't know what that means. Proxy on turn 1. Like, the very first turn, I always play my proxy.
No, they're just saying, like, rotate a single printed Magic the Gathering card.
Oh.
Yeah. Turn 1 proxy. Don't turn any more than that.
I will tap my proxy.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know what I'm not knocking. Oh, Senator Peacock? Yeah, we're knocking him.
Yeah. Yeah, the Senator Peacock is a card that I think is really fun and super interesting because it does a thing that you don't get anywhere else in Magic. But I will say, I think one of the weaknesses of this deck will have is it's not going to have a ton of spare mana, and the spare mana that you do want, you probably want for Brea.
You also probably want like 2 more lands at least. Granted, it's a decently low curve. It's not that low of a curve. So at least a 36 lander, if not more.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, yeah. This deck did seem low on interaction. That is something I did notice. It's more kind of just in on its game plan. But Brea is good interaction within herself.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, and this guy, there's this guy. He's removal.
Mm-hmm. You have Linvala for like protect the team here.
Yep, Lauren.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, this is also like that realm that I try to avoid of this deck does not know what it wants to be. It's not high power enough. And but it is certainly not, the average Commander player's casual. So if your play group is usually high power casual, being like, that's like bracket 4. It's you are always the best judge of your own play group, but to me this is this is living in a space that's like really, really awkward.
Yeah, in the it's the in between realm,
right? Some games with this will be decidedly high power. Some games with this will be decidedly low power, and you don't want a deck that is not able to give you one of those consistently. Like, sure, there's always Magic has variance. Sometimes your deck won't function, but you should be able to estimate what your game is going to be like pretty accurately. And yeah. I think this one can vary.
Datas, it's less of a bracket 4 and more of a datas. Why do I read every comment? I don't know what that means. I read things, I'm like, I don't know what that means. More of a datas. Mm-hmm. Is it just, I assume that's just like a math joke. It sounds like a math joke. Not bracket 4, datas. I really don't get it. I'm trying here. I'm trying to lock.
Yeah.
Is it really what you were setting up the whole time? You dead ass for shaking at the club? Were you really setting us up for that the whole time?
How long have we been streaming for? 6 hours. We've been set
up.
What?
I would have. To be fair, I would have never seen that one, even in hour 1.
Yeah. Well, cool. That's this deck. Yeah. I mean, I think it's really well built. It just is like another deck that we've seen kind of lacking an identity of where it wants to sit on the scale. I think there, the cuts, if you wanted to add Boots and Greaves, would either be take your super low end out or take your super high end out, depending on what fits your play group the best. But yeah, that's the big thing. Did I have I had notes. I should give you those notes. We talked a bunch about stuff, but What did I'm looking at some of these lists. I'm like, I don't like that. This seems like a deck that Jan Jansen would be really fun in. Because it gives you a sack outlet, and you're like constantly you're making more of the aristocratic machine.
I mean, yeah, you do need some more stack outlets in here, so
Right.
perfect fit.
Urza Chief Artificer seems really good in this. You're usually going to be able to cast it for like 3 mana, and it's going to make you more artifacts every turn. In particular, some larger constructs to give you another angle. Forensic Gadgeteer seems very good here. Reducing the cost of Brea's activation by 1, also giving you a clue, also reducing a couple other activated abilities here. And then Retrofitter Foundry was one that like kind of did a little bit of everything that you're trying to do.
Yeah, I mean that's like perfect, but it's like $1 billion, isn't it?
No, it's 3.
Oh, they actually reprinted it.
Reprinted.
Nice.
Yeah.
Because that card was expensive.
Right. Yeah. Make servos. Make servos into Thopters. Make Thopters into constructs. Or you can do the cycle, or you can just do the one thing. The fact that you can just tap sack a Thopter, make a 4/4. Great. Yeah. There's some stuff to try out. We are on to our final deck.
Broseph Stowland. Good name. Good name.
Ho ho! And Broseph is in the chat. This is Omo, Queen of Vesuva. I am sorry, Broseph Stalin, but somehow in the prep for this, I missed this submission. I think it's somehow NerdGirl's fault.
I was gonna say definitely NerdGirl's fault.
Yeah, definitely NerdGirl's fault. She's the fault. She's the disorganized one of the group. So it's her fault somehow. But so the two of us are kind of going in blind on this one. So that'll be interesting. Did you have a particular goal for us for this?
You tell us your hopes and dreams.
Yeah. So Omo, Queen of Vesuva, we're in Simic. It's 3 mana for a 1/5. When she enters or attacks, you put an everything counter on each. You put an everything counter on a land and or a creature. And then lands with everything counters are every land type, and creatures with everything counters are every creature type.
Thanks for submitting your deck.
Yeah. Airball has played this a couple times on the show before in different forms, and so some immediate input before seeing the deck is Omo is one of those cards where sometimes your deck, depending on how you want to build it, does not function if Omo is not on the board, because it makes me sad that this was how they designed it. But
oh, it's designed terrible. I can see it right now.
Omo must be on the board for your everything counters to do anything,
which is sad.
Yeah, it is not a property of the counter to grant the everythingness. Omo must be on the board, or the everything counters mean nothing.
So we're an Omo deck that needs.
Yes. I remember. I did see this. We need to find the combo.
There's a combo in here.
There's a combo in here. It's find the combo.
I would love to find the combo.
All right, so we can turn our stuff into all land types and all creature types. That's what we've got.
I mean, first thing I see is a Biomancer's Familiar.
Okay.
Which immediately makes me think combo.
Okay, so we
like,
gotta
right
be on
away.
the eye. Keep an eye out for any activated creature abilities.
I'm curious if you can find the combo, and happy to hear you. Oh,
Yeah.
Because that like, so I assume we want to make something in any creature. So we need. It's going to be a creature. So it's probably sliver related. I'm seeing slivers.
Oh, okay. We see a couple slivers here.
So we're gonna make something else into a sliver, is my guess.
Sliver. We can give slivers flying. We can give them pseudo ward. Flying a second
again.
time. Death touch. Trample.
Oh, this isn't
Haste. Okay, that's a combo bit. That could be important. What activated abilities do we have?
let's look
Mastermind. Have everybody draw a card.
Okay, well, Ivy also screams potential combo with her ways of whenever a player casts a spell that targets only a single creature other than Ivy, you copy that spell.
Okay.
So we can do that. Also does silly things.
Yeah, it does, but it's a little harder to combo with because you need to somehow cast in like repeatedly cast spells.
Yeah.
We have a Snapcaster maybe involved there. Let's see. Biomancer Familiar reducing Shigeki to 1.
Yeah, don't see anything with that. There's Adapt, which this is also a
So you
combo
could
card.
adapt for 1.
So we can adapt for 1 to get back anything.
But okay, and adapt is only +1 counter, so Omo does not do stuff specifically with that. Orvar also a combo piece.
Yep, potentially. I will say, I'm not seeing it in these creatures quite yet.
Okay.
It seems like we might need some artifacts and enchantments to go with it.
Yeah. There's some interesting choices, though, as far as creatures. I do want to point out.
Go ahead.
We have 2 creatures that care about instants and sorceries in the graveyard to reduce their cost. Like, 5/5 with Ward 2, not a great creature.
No, not at all.
So that is either... That may be significant or might just be filler. But that did stick out to me. Yeah. Also potential combo piece.
Yeah, if you're casting every creature, you just keep drawing.
All right. Ramp, return stuff. Big pump. Time twister.
Time Twister. Oh, okay.
Artificial evolution. Cool. That's a fun card.
Change the next spell target. What? Change the text of target spell or permanent by replacing all instances of one creature type with another. The new creature type can't be legend or wall, obviously. Thank you for specifying. And Biggin. Not Brushwag, it's +1/+1.
Yeah. And Bacon's actually pretty good, but
our guy's a Brushwag. But our guy's gonna be a Brushwag.
Right.
How do we make him not a Brushwag? That seems like what we have to do.
Because this seems like something that will work, but doesn't, because you still have to declare a legal creature type, and within everything counter, it is all creature types.
Is there something around that? Is there a token type you can declare that technically can be declared by the card, but doesn't count normally when it's picking creature types? Is that a thing?
Huh. That's very funny.
What?
Until end of turn, Werewolf Pack Leader has base power and toughness 5/3, gains trample, and isn't a human.
Oh!
That's very funny.
Is that it? Did we find it? Did we embiggen to remove human and then switch it?
No, you just all you have to do is go you put in everything counter onto the Werewolf Pack Leader. You activate you artificial evolution and change human to Brushwag.
So it's not a Brushwag until end of turn.
And then you target with Embiggen. What do you know what the number is off the top of your head?
Yeah, what is this? Yeah,
what is the total number of creature types in Magic the Gathering?
This has trample, right?
It gets it when you activate the ability.
I thought so, yeah. So this just kills.
It's so stupid.
It's very stupid because you need Embiggen.
Also, in the chat, since you're here, can I steal that for a video? Because if you don't know the number off the top of your head, I will figure it out. I will go.
It's more than 40. It's like 300, I think.
Creature types.
I would say 200. I'm gonna go with a solid 200. I think there's 200 creature types.
Yeah, I'd love to make a quick video and share that with people because that's very funny. And then I will go through
This is hysterical. So this says change the text of a spell or permanent. So yeah, you just have to switch this one phrase to read Brushwag. Then you activate the ability. It is not a Brushwag until the end of turn.
And then you're able to
Embiggen can target
with Embiggen to give it +1/+1 for every creature type in the game, plus one more because it is it is card type creature.
That is so good. Do we find it? Are we awesome? Is that the combo?
Is there another one?
Or is there another secret combo? I think we found it. I think we're too genius for this.
Omo. Embiggen.
Oh, you're adding more combos with. No, we did find it. We found the combo.
Oh yeah, I'm just putting it in my notes so I remember for later.
Yeah.
Okay, that's very fun.
That is an incredible combo
Yes.
and incredibly cool. I would even. Isn't there things that search specifically for instant sorcerers like mana value 1? I feel like there's something that does that.
There's like Micromancer.
Yeah, I would use like Micromancer to fight because it's stupid. No one's gonna get mad when you tutor up this epically, ridiculously silly thing.
Right.
It's like I would even put like Micromancer in here and just go get it.
Yeah, to be able to do this more often.
Yeah, why not?
Right.
It's just like this is amazing. Like what an amazingly silly combo. Like that is going in, and that is what I love about. So Commander, you do need to eat your fruits and veggies. Your ramp package is lacking, lacking all over the place. I see some, but I don't see 10. I don't see 10 or even close. Stop wagon from Ether Drift to that combo for gain life. What?
I'm wary of everything that Tulak says in the chat now. 'Cause I feel like I can't. As I'm saying it.
You said you were aware and you didn't stop me.
What?
Can't stop wagging. Wagging that ass.
This is abuse.
Oh yeah, copy and Embiggen so you can do it again.
Okay, what else have we got here? We have a bunch of like single target things since we have Orvar and Ivy.
I love Coat of Arms in this deck. Thank you for putting it in. It was one of the first cards I thought of when I saw this deck, and I don't know. It's just I don't care that it gives all of my opponent's creatures +1/+1. I want my creature to get +1/+1 for every creature on the battlefield.
Yeah. What are we Isochron Sceptering? Anything fun?
Yeah, whatever we Isochron Embiggen.
Embiggen.
I mean, that's the real answer. He literally said Embiggen.
And then okay, cool. This stuff. Do we have any cool land stuff? Are we running Urz's?
I see Urza's Cave.
We're not running Urza's. You should run Urza. You should get your extra value out of the weirdness that is Omo.
You actually, the sad part is you should actually.
Yeah.
As weird as it is, as much as that sounds silly, the Urza's lands are generally pretty bad. They're actually good here because it just doesn't matter. One Omo counter turns them all on, and it makes them actually good Magic cards.
Yes. So
I mean, as soon as it makes 2 mana, it's amazing.
Right.
And it does immediately because the silly commander says so.
Yeah. So run all the Urza's lands.
I would also consider a way to sneak this through. I didn't know if
I mean, it's a 1/5.
That's true.
Your tax, especially early.
I really like Access Tunnel here. I think it's the perfect kind of thing to fit in. Early, yes, but I'm like, I want to keep going in with it. It's like, I want to keep putting those counters around. I want to keep doing silly things with it. And it will get brick walled mid-game. eventually. And I love having things like Access Tunnel.
Hold on. We do have ways to get it through. Because Omo can put a counter on itself, and then it becomes a sliver.
Oh, that's also very true. So we can just, almost sliver. I like that. I
Yeah,
like that.
and we have at least 2 slivers here to give flying. Yeah. Could do like shifting sliver too, which is slivers can only be blocked by other slivers.
Yeah, I
It's
like
got 4 mana though, but
I really like going even more in on this. I like just embracing what are the silliest things that care about a specific creature type.
yeah, what other really random ones that care about like a random creature type, like not a well supported one that's just like
I mean, it's so tough to think of, but there's just there's so many cards like that where it's like this card is broken. If it was like if this said human, imagine how good this would be. Land base is a work in progress. Let me see. Let me yell at you. No, this land base sucks. No, everything sucks. Azami? What's Azami?
Tap a wizard, draw a card.
Love it. I love putting me in. That's the kind of stuff I want. Yeah, like that's a busted thing. It's like Azami, boom, over. Horsemanship? Oh, is it the thing that gives horses horsemanship? Is it something like that? Or it does something with horsemanship? What broken thing is there with frogs? Also, what's he doing here? What's this guy doing here?
Because it's a fun card.
Right, hear me. Don't you make that noise. He's making noises, guys. Oh, come here, Hammy. Come here. I'm picking you up. Let me pick you up. Come here. I'm trying to. He won't let me pick him up. He's being too wild. He thinks I want to play. I was just trying to pick you up. Yeah, can you hear him? That's what he sounds like right now.
Baru Worm Speaker. Worms you control get +2/+2 and have trample, and then you can pay 8 and tap and make a 4/4 worm, but it costs less to activate, where X is the greatest power among worms you control.
What a card.
There we go.
We did it.
Yeah.
We did it. We broke almost. What is this? What is this? This is the smallest. I know this probably looks small on your screen too, but it is very small on my screen. Enters the battlefield, search your library or graveyard or outside the game for an instant or sorcery you want to reveal. Oh, this is how we get him biggin. We search for the invasion of Archiveios. And then we flip it over. Whenever you cancel the instant or sorcery spell from your hand, choose a new copy for it. Ooh, double and biggin. We're winning. I think Veggie's going on an adventure right now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Maclamation Stage is a card that doesn't make many of my decks anymore. It's just like, it's slightly outclassed by everything else now. We talked about it earlier, but Purification Druid, 79 cents, get in your deck. Card is a house.
You know what else? What other card is a house? Valgaboth.
Vagavoth is indeed a house. What a curse. Imagine being cursed to be a house. And imagine that there is multiple pieces of media where that is a thing. Like Monster House, with the guy's wife is a monster house.
Ooh, Timber Protector.
Ooh.
Other tree folk creatures you control get +1/+1 and have Indestructible.
Indestructible's good.
Yeah.
I like Indestructible.
Seshiro the Anointed. Snakes you control get +2/+2, and when a snake deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card.
That's actually decent. Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah.
Embrace the silly. There's also Spell Seeker here.
Oh yeah, because then you can find your Embiggen.
Yeah, so yeah, we got ways to switch up our Embiggen.
Yeah.
We got Snapcaster to flashback our Embiggen. I always thought this art was really weird because like the vampire's like in a weird dress, but it just looks so funky. It's weird, right? Like just the way it looks.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. It looks good.
You're taking the furry bait? Sorry.
Oh, artificial evolution too? Yes. Yeah. Does that doesn't change text though, right? It just changed creature type. Can you type artificial evolution?
Helm of the Host and Blade of South just make a bunch of Omos.
I mean, it only seems right to have Helm of the Host in here since Omo is wearing Helm of the Host in the art. Wait, oh, not artificial evolution. Not, what am I thinking?
Well, I mean, that is the other card you need with Embiggen.
Right, maybe unnatural selection is what I'm thinking. That, I'm pretty sure, just changes creature type. Choose creature type. Yeah, it becomes that creature type.
This looks amazing.
Yeah, this is very fun. I think that what I would do with this then is start because like now taking another look at it. All right. So like Snappy is for Embiggen again. Eternal Witness probably to bring back Embiggen. Spellseeker find Embiggen. And so we're like one-shotting opponents down the line
with our 3-card silly combo.
Yeah. So like finding what else? Because like so there's like not you can't like you can't just copy the spell and get the same effect because it's different depending on what you target. So you'd have to have multiple things that are somehow not Brushwags. But also every other type.
We could have found this combo with no help. We did get a little help. Because I will say, when I was looking through this deck, this stuck out like a sore thumb to me. I was like, what is it doing there? And I just kind of skipped over it. That's what I get. Wasn't diligent enough.
So
why are these here? We actually, like, actual question.
Oh, yeah, we didn't figure that out.
Yeah, because they don't seem to have any purpose. Yeah, you mentioned you wanted to add Agatha Soul Cauldron, which seems solid.
Mm-hmm.
It works with the Werewolf Pack Leader.
Yeah.
Combo.
Is there anything else in the game that does like this isn't blank?
Is there anything else in the game that is weird like Embiggen?
I mean, probably not. I feel like the one that's going to be easier to hit is something that.
See, I think you don't have enough instants and sorceries. I think a grand total of 23 isn't quite enough to keep those guys low enough consistently to be worth playing. Especially because one's like, they're like vanilla 5/5 and vanilla 5/5. Do a little bit of something, but not much. I want more Embiggens.
I don't think you get more Embiggens.
No.
I don't think that is there.
No, they need to make more cards like Embiggen. It doesn't even feel like an Infinity card. It feels like a card they made in like Scourge. Like that doesn't even feel like legitimately. If you told me Embiggen was from Scourge, I would believe you. Like it literally reads like a card that would just be from Scourge. I don't know why Scourge specifically, but it feels like a Scourge card to me. Even the art has a very old Magic feel, and not like, like it really gives me the vibe of like the older, like less direction art, where they kind of could do whatever they want and go a little wild.
Yeah.
I mean, what is that thing? It's like a giant brain,
right?
Beetle.
Yeah. Wow, this is funny. I'm looking even at it even more, and like all the cards that I was like, I guess that's just a spell that they like. Narset's Reversal is also very big in.
I always love having a Narset's Reversal, so that when they counter my spell, I can Narset's Reversal my spell back to my hand, and then I still get my spell and it countered their spell. I love that. That is one of my favorite plays. I feel bad. Narset's Reversal is like just okay, but I love it. Like, oh, look, Snakeskin Veil in case they try and encounter it in Biggin with their removal.
Yeah. Huh. Okay. So yeah, I think I would be all in on making this work, and this deck already looks like it's almost entirely all in on that. It is suspiciously lacking in counter magic, like, which seems like pretty important to be able to protect what you're doing here.
I love these. This is amazing. These are the board wipes you want. Forget Aetherize. Get this out of here. Fine. There is other Whelming Wave type variants.
Yeah.
Do things like this. These are perfect for your deck.
Yeah.
I also love the idea that these waves are so big they take out things like dragons, but not octopus, and also but smaller sea creatures because that aren't affected by waves that much. Also, they're just rocked by these waves.
Yeah.
How dare that crab is dead. That crab can't survive this whelming wave. So whelmed.
It just goes back to
also,
home
this
or
is
whatever.
This is the ultimate. I don't know what it's doing here.
Except all spells and counter all spells. I mean, a way to protect the thing, just not very efficiently.
I really like this. This card is like on my list of like counter spells. I feel like it's like 50th. I feel like it's never gonna make a deck of mine.
My other thought is, okay, so you resolve Embiggen. Is there a way to then give another creature the same bonus? Because like there just is not another spell like this, and copying it doesn't work. But if you were, is there a way to be like, what are some efficient spells that are like, hey, this creature has gotten plus 300, give another creature plus 300, like give this plus X, where X is the creature's power. Like that seems pretty doable.
Oh yeah, I mean you could also just do your whole board with Overwhelming Stampede at that point.
Yeah, but you don't care at that point. You only need one of these creatures headed to each player.
Yeah, but this is funny.
Well, 5 mana. That's so much mana to do that.
But big number funny. Having a pack leader gone and putting counters on Ivy. Yeah. I do like the backup if of Agatha's Soul Quadrant once your werewolf is gone. It's a nice backup.
Yeah, this is
spice.
This is fantastic. This is a great use of Omo.
I do really. I mean, this is amazing. Is this the only card that says isn't a creature type?
I did a search for at least in these colors. There's nothing else that does not like takes a single creature type away from itself.
Such a weird card, and it has to be worded like this to work. Like this combo very specifically requires it to take a creature type away from itself, but not alter the creature types in any other way. Because it's like if it becomes just a werewolf,
right?
Then like it ruins it because it would override Omos. But no, this one's just like, no, I don't do that. I actually just remove human and leave all 5,000 other creature types on top of it. Amazing. Literally amazing.
All right. Well, that is a beautiful note to end our 6.5 hours of deck techs on.
That was fun.
That was a good time. Well, everybody, thanks for hanging out. Patrons especially, thank you for submitting your decks for us to go over and either critique or just tweak or find super ridiculous combo in. For those of you who are just here to watch, you can have us do this to your decks every month. It is one of the patron perks for Decked Out, which I'm sure there's a link to somewhere. Somebody that knows NerdGirl's stream.
NerdGirl is organized enough that I am sure it is below in her thing. She has almost everything down there.
Okay.
I would be shocked if it was not down in her links.
And if you're watching on YouTube, then
it's definitely there.
It's the same channel.
Yeah.
But yes. So I mean, we'll see you next month for a whole nother round of deck techs. I know the patrons have already started to submit some really cool lists. Thanks again to Joe. By the way, this is actually not MTGNerdGirl for filling in for today's deck tech stream.
Tell NerdGirl you want me back, and I'll come and I'll yell about your decks again.
I have a sneaking suspicion that that she just wanted to make sure that this would go well, and now she's gonna be like, "Great, you all do it every time."
If I come back, I will look ahead because I want a little bit more information so I can actually, I can have my own note sheet like you got here.
Yeah. Okay. That's the thing. Thank you as always to our sponsors, in particular here, Moxfield, because this would be very hard to do without them. And yeah, so buy Moxfield.
Moxfield, literal like best deck building website, not a joke, just amazing.
Yeah,
100%. I would tell you to use this site even if they weren't sponsored. I had been telling people to use this site forever.
Mm-hmm. Okay, everybody, I'm gonna stop the stream now. It's been great. Goodbye. And that stream. And